Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Okay, got it. So, can everybody hear me? Just put your hand up if you can. Yes, thank you so much. Now let's also record here. Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Very, very special and auspicious day. It is Moksha Ekadashi, Mokshadi Ekadashi, very important Ekadashi. It is also the appearance of Bhagavad Gita. This is the day then that Lord Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita to Arjun, or he didn't speak it, he sung it. So I'd like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much for sparing your time and joining us, and we certainly hope to make it a very wonderful experience. Wanted to seek your good wishes and your blessings so that we can dive into the nectar of this extraordinary conversation between Krishna and his dear devotee. This conversation is 700 verses, and we're planning to go through every single verse in Sanskrit. And we wanted to also, at the end of every chapter, do a small summary. And the idea is that the summaries are going to be done by a number of devotees. I'll just share with you who they are. There you go. So on the Sanskrit side, there's many devotees who are reciting. Some of them are young devotees. On the summary side, there are many young devotees who are going to share their realizations. And of course, they're young, so a little inexperienced, but we want to give them the opportunity to learn and to become trained in Bhagavad Gita, the most important scripture, which will help us going through life in this very difficult, extraordinary world. So before we start, I wanted to ask Gita to sing Jai Radha Madhav. If you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Okay, Krishna. So you can sing Jai Radha. It's not going to be on the screen. I am not that organized.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Jaya Radha
Jaya Gopi Chandavallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari
Jaya Gopi Chandavallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya
Yashodandana Prajajana Ranjana
Yashodandana Prajajana Ranjana
Yamunatira Vanachari
Yamunatira Vanachari
Jaya Radha Kunja Bihari
Jai Bihari
Jaya Jaya Gopi Janvallabha, Jaya Girivaradari, Jaya Girivaradari.
Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Girivaradhari.
Yashodhana Braja Janaranjana,
Janaranjana,
Yamuna Tira Vanachari,
Yamuna Tira Vanachari.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Rama, Hare.
Jaya Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava Radhe,
Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava Radhe.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol.
Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Jai Krishna Kanhaiya Lal ki jai.
Jai.
Jai Radha Madhav ki jai.
Jai. Jai. Thank you so much. Am I just unmute everybody?
He's unmuted.
Okay. No, mute everybody. Unmute me. Okay, wait. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to start with the Mangala Charan. These are the prayers that you see in front of you. This is actually on page 1 of Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, the introduction, first page, page 1 actually. And these are very beautiful prayers to recite, especially reciting before you recite the Bhagavad Gita. So we can recite these, and you're welcome to join if you want. Or you can unmute this way. Lokeshwar. Om Gyanantimirandasya Gyananjalasalakaya Chakshuranmilitan Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam
Vishtam
Sthapitam
Satam
Yena Bhutale Swayam
Swayam
Rupa
Rupa
Kadam
Kadamayam
Ati
Tadadiswam Pradantikam
Vandeham
Deham Shri Guru Shri
Yuto
Yuta
Padikamalam Shri Godan Vaishnavanscha
Vaishnavamscha
Shri
Shri
Rupam
Rupam
Sagrajatam
Sagrajatam
Sargantam
Sahaganaragnatam
Vidantam
Tam Tam
Sarvivam
Divam Sa
Advaitam Savadutam
Tam
Vijana Saitam
Tam Krishna
Chaitanya
Padan
Devam Shri Radha Krishna
Krishna Padan Sahagana
Sahagana Lalita
Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitam Sha
Shri
He
Krishna
Krishna Karna Sindhu
Dinabandhu
Dinabandho Jagatpate
Gopesha
Gopesha
Gopika
Gopika
Kanta
Kanta
Radha
Kanta
Kanta
Namastute
Tapta Kanchana
Kanchana Gourangi
Gauraki Radhe
Radhe
Vrindavaneshwari
Vrindavaneshwari
Vrishabhanu
Vrishabhanu Sute
Devi
Devi Pranamami Haripriye
Panchakalpatarubhyascha
Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa
Sindhubhyascha
Sindhubhyevacha
Patitanam
Patitanam Pavaribhyo
Pavanebhyo
Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha
Jai Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Prabhu
Prabhu
Nityananda
Nityananda
Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhattavinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama
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 Rama,
Hare
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 Hare.
Namo Yom Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Krishna Das Swami Tita
Niti Namini,
Namo Yom
Om Vishnu
Vishnupadaya
Padaya
Krishna
Krishna
Pristaya
Pristaya
Bhutale
Bhutale Srimati
Bhakti
Bhakti
Vedanta
Vedanta
Swami
Swami Tinami.
Namaste
Te
Saraswati
Saraswati
Devi
Deve
Gauravani
Gauravani
Prachite
Prachani Nirvisheshta Sunyava
Nirvishati
Pashatadi Satari.
Ashatadhini Srila Prabhupada ki jai Guru Maharaj ki jai Bhagavad Gita ki jai Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagwan ki jai Kurukshetra Dham ki jai. So I'd like to welcome all the devotees again. We're bang on schedule, as you can see. This won't last because this is the Bhagavad Gita, of course. Guaranteed we're not going to be on time. But we will do Aarti now to Srimad Bhagavad Gita, after which we will recite the... And yes, good point. You say it. Say it.
Yeah, so while we're doing Aarti here to the Bhagavad Gita, everyone at home can also offer a flower to the Bhagavad Gita. So this is a nice practice to do before we actually start reciting the Bhagavad Gita. Okay. Wait.
Okay, go for it. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Thank you so much. Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srimad Bhagavad Puran ki jai. So, Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Today's schedule is as follows. We will now, can you actually see this? Can you see the screen by any chance?
Put your hand up.
Lokeshwar, just put your hand up if you can see this timetable.
No. It's not coming up.
No. Okay, just 1 second. Let me try again.
Yeah.
That's it. So, okay. We've just done the Aarti to Gita. Very, very important to do Aarti, especially on Gita Jayanti. And now we wanted to chant through the Gita Mahatmya, very important glorification of the Bhagavad Gita. These are the chapters that we're going to go through. We're going to recite each verse in Sanskrit. And we're also going to ask various devotees, quite a lot of young devotees, to give a summary of each chapter in English. So it's good to read the Sanskrit, but not all of us know the Sanskrit very well. So what we will do is try to understand what is being explained in English, at least in brief. Of course, in Bhagavad Gita, to do in brief they won't do it justice, but we have to see the time limitations and go with that. So I wanted to ask Damodar, if we can unmute him. Rohit, are you in control of here? Damodar, yes.
I can do it now.
Ask to unmute. I've done it. So Damodar is a wonderful devotee. He's a disciple of His Holiness Krishnadas Swami, one of our god brothers. And he will recite the Gita Mahatmya in Sanskrit. And this is actually written by Srila Vyasadeva in the Padma Purana. And is spoken by Srila Vyasadeva. Shivji, Lord Shiva. A very important glorification of the Bhagavad Gita. Please go ahead, Damodar.
He is not unmuting. I tried to unmute him.
Damodar, unmute.
think he's not muting.
We can't hear you, Damodar. You have to unmute. Can he hear us? Anyway, that's fine. We'll do it ourselves. Gita Shastram idam punyam yapatet vayata puman Vishnu padam apapnoti vayashokadi varjita Gita dhyayana silasya panayama parasya cha Neva shantihi papani purva janma kritani Maline mochanam pumsam jala snanam dine dine Shakraditam basi snanam samsara malanasanam Gita sugita kartavya Kimanya Shastra Vistara. Okay, are you there?
Number 4, Damodar.
You can start from here. Number 4.
Haribol.
Yes, go ahead. Number 4.
I do number 4, yes?
Yeah, from number 4.
Okay. Gita Sugita Kartavya Kim Anya Shastra Vistar Hai Swayam Padmanabhasya Mukta Padma Vinistaka.
You keep going. You can do all of them.
Okay. Bharatputta Sarvatvam Vishnu Vrakrada Vinistaram Gita Gangotakam Vitva Puna Janmana Vidyate Sarvopanistado Gavo Dugda Gopala Nandana Patho Vatsa Sudhira Bhukta Dugdam Gitamritam Mahat Ekam Sastram Devaki Putra Gitam Eko Deva Devaki Putra Eva Eko Mantra Satasya Namani Yani.
Karmapi ekam tasya devasya seva. Very nice. Gita Mahatma ki jai. So, is Ritesh there? Ritesh, would you like to read the English translation?
You can unmute yourself, Ritesh Prabhu.
Yes, Mataji, yes. Sure. So if one properly follows the instructions of
Sorry.
Did you do it?
No. Okay. Sorry, Prabhu. Sorry. You unmute yourself again, Prabhu.
yeah, okay. If one properly follows the instructions of Bhagavad Gita, one can be freed from all the miseries and anxieties of life. One will be freed from all fears in this life, and one's next life will be spiritual. If one reads Bhagavad Gita very sincerely and with all seriousness, then by the grace of the Lord, the reactions of his past misdeeds will not act upon him. One may cleanse himself daily by taking a bath in water, but if one takes a bath even once in the sacred Ganges water of the Bhagavad Gita, for him the dirt of material life is altogether vanquished. Because Bhagavad Gita is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one need not read any other Vedic literature. One need only attentively and regularly hear and read Bhagavad Gita. In the present age, people are so absorbed in mundane activities that it's not possible for them to read all the Vedic literatures. But this is not necessary. This one book, Bhagavad Gita, will suffice because it is the essence of all Vedic literatures, and especially because it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One who drinks the water of the Ganges attains salvation. So what to speak of one who drinks the nectar of Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita is the essential nectar of the Mahabharata, and it is spoken by Lord Krishna himself, the original Vishnu. This Gita-Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishads, is just like a cow, and Lord Krishna, who is famous as a cowherd boy, is milking this cow. Arjuna is just like a calf, and learned scholars and pure devotees are to drink the nectarian milk of Bhagavad Gita. Let there be one scripture only, one common scripture for the whole world. Bhagavad Gita. Let there be one God for the whole world, Sri Krishna. Let there may be only one hymn, one mantra, one prayer, the chanting of his name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Let there be only one work only, the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Hare Krishna, Gita Mahatmya ki jai. Am I muted? So just want to check, can you hear me? Anybody hear us?
We hear you well. Yes, Prabhu.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome, let me just remove this spot and this spot here. Radhashyam Prabhu, Hare Krishna, fantastic. Thank you so much. We actually haven't met. My name is Nabi Nandan Das, and this is my wife, Jayanti. We represent the London Institute of Vedic Education. It's an independent charity.
Okay.
And we are initiated by His Holiness Krishnadas Swami Maharaj.
Okay.
From
Africa. Huh?
Sorry?
Africa, Maharaj has been doing in Africa also, is it?
In South Africa, yes, that's right. But
Yeah.
we took initiation in London. He's got
Okay.
he was here from 1966,
Okay.
and we took initiation in 89, so 1989. So I'd like to welcome you. The congregation is actually from pretty much all around the world. South London, many. Midlands in the UK. Mauritius. Canada. Where else? America. And Bharat as well. So I wanted to thank you for sparing us your very, very valuable time. I know you must be one of the most extremely busiest persons at the moment, especially because of Gita Jayanti. But it's very, very nice of you to come and give us your association. I just wanted to introduce you to the devotees. Radheshyam, although I haven't met him, I've read a lot of his books. He's the temple president of Pune, but not just the temple president. He does so many different activities. I can't even recall. If I count out all what he's doing, then half an hour will just go like that, and we won't hear anything from him. But he's also an IIT graduate. He was a topper, and he's author of many, many books. Very good, very effective on youth preaching. And Radheshyam Prabhu, you'll be happy to hear that we're reciting all the chapters of the Bhagavad Gita today in Sanskrit, and summaries will be given in English for a few minutes. And there's about 12 or 13 youth who are going to be either reciting or summarizing. So this is actually for us, it's amazing. And I'd like to ask all the devotees, please bear with us while these young devotees find their way in describing the scriptures. Prabhu also does lots of seminars and courses. He's an initiated devotee of Srila Radhanath Goswami. And I don't want to say any more, but wanted to just hand over to you. Radheshyam Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you, Hare. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuvanmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh, how is my volume? Is it good enough?
Little low, can be a little louder.
I'll just make it Prabhu, just a minute.
Thank you so much.
How's it now?
Good.
Thank
Good, Prabhu? Yeah, thank you. So very glad to be with so many devotees here today. And it's a very, very auspicious day of the Gita Jayanti celebrations. On this most wonderful day, Lord Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna in a place called Jyotisar in Kurukshetra. And his words are called as Vavaduka. Vavaduka in Sanskrit means when somebody is capable of compressing a large volume of information in a small capsule, that is called as Vavaduka. Or one who can speak with grave meaning, which can be elaborated very extensively. And also, like what our Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, truth spoken concisely. So that is Lord Krishna. And also Vavaduka means sweet words, which are very pleasing to the heart and ultimately beneficial to the soul. So the word Vavaduka has many meanings. So all of the devotees have come together on this most wonderful day of Gita Jayanti. And I heard about Nabhinandan Prabhu and Jayanti Mataji from London Institute for organizing this event. I thank them, and I also thank them for giving me an opportunity to share some few words with you all today. So, because it is a Gita Jayanti occasion, I thought I'll speak on the acronym GITA. I'll say one statement for each of these 4 letters, which you can also share with new people when you come across new people. And this would give you a kind of summary of the Gita in just 4 statements. So, and the first one is G. G means God is all in all. We are not all in all. Generally, in the modern day society, modern day education makes people think that they are the pivot of the universe, and everything is moving around by their advancement in science and technology, isn't it? So, but when we look at the world around very carefully, you will see that the sun is rising, sun is setting, moon is rising, seasons are changing, flowers are blooming, trees are laden with fruits, grains are growing on the ground. All these things are happening, and we are all just observers of all these happenings. And not just observers, we are totally dependent on them in all these things. We need sunlight. We need moonlight to produce the types of juices in vegetables and fruits. We need the grains. We need the potable water from the clouds. So we can see the Supreme Father, how he has arranged all these beautiful facilities for us to live in this world comfortably. So anybody who looks at the world around can easily understand that perfect arrangements have been made for our living in this world. And they are all being controlled by one Supreme. Just as any machine is controlled by an operator. Like you take a car, you take a computer, you take for that matter any machine. Like in an airport, you may see a huge plane standing in that place for a long time. When one small pilot walks towards the plane and enters the cockpit, and then the plane takes off. That's because you see that someone is operating it, therefore the plane is flying. Similarly, we see there are so many planets revolving, and the whole universe is functioning very nicely. When Prabhupada came to London, in one place Prabhupada showed 2 houses. One house on the left and one on the right side. He told devotees to observe the houses. One house devotees saw, it was lit up, and the aisles were nicely swept and clean, and the plants were trimmed very nicely, and the garden was beautiful with flowers and everything. On the other side, the devotees saw the house had a broken window, it was very dusty, sandy, and the leaves had fallen from the tree on the aisles and nobody had swept it, and the garden was untrimmed, unkempt. So Prabhupada said, what do you find in both these houses? So they said, Prabhupada, this house looks very lively, and that house appears dead. And then Prabhupada said, yes, say more. They said, in this house, some resident must be there. They're keeping the house so nice. In the other house, it appears to be, there is no resident because there is no light on and the things are broken and unkempt. And Prabhupada said, yes. Now look at the universe in which we are living. Is this universe appearing very active and lively, or does it appear dead? And devotees immediately said, yes, Prabhupada, it's very lively. We see as soon as we get up in the morning, there's a beautiful big bulb put up in the top to lit up the whole world. When I was flying in a plane, one day I saw from the airplane in the night time, there were millions of small, small lamps. Because when we want to put a lamp, we have to have millions of lamps. When God wants to give a lamp, only one lamp he hands over from the top. And that is enough for all living beings. In the night when we go to sleep, he puts a night light on. Can you guess what is night light? Any children?
They can't mute, so they can't unmute rather.
They can put in chat. They can put in
Ah,
chat.
yes, they can put. Maybe they can't even. Have we allowed Rohit? You can allow the chat.
Yeah. No, chat is okay.
Yeah. So what is the night light? I told you the morning sunlight is given so that we all can run here and there and do work. So what is the night light? Night light is, moon. I think Ritesh said that, Prasannatma Das Prabhu said that.
Okay,
That is the moon, yeah. Vrinda said, many of them have said correctly, yeah. Why I call it night light? Because it is dim and all of you go to sleep at night. God knows my children are going to sleep now, so he gives a dim light in the night. Imagine another sun comes in the night, then everybody will sit with their computers. So therefore, he gives a dim light. So in the same manner, you will see his love for us can be seen from the 6 types of juices: sweet, salt, sour, pungent, astringent, bitter, isn't it? 6 types of juices. Yeah, Krishna says that by the moon, by the glance of the moon on the vegetables and fruits, I give the juices, he says. And by the glance of the sun, he is giving us the rains and the grains. So Lord has 2 eyes, hot eye and cool eye. Sun is a hot eye, moon is a cool eye. With both these things is producing beautiful vegetables and fruits and everything which you all can relish. Imagine if God gave you only rice to eat, how bad it would be, rice and wheat. But he has given you spices like turmeric, like cardamom, isn't it, ginger, pepper, all these different items to make your food very delicious. So when we look at the nature around, just like William Wordsworth sang a poem, millions of daffodils I saw, millions of daffodils, he said. So he was stunned by the beauty of the blooming flowers in the morning. So all of us as devotees of the Lord, we should see that he is creating so meticulously such amazing flowers and fruits and vegetables and cereals and sun and moon and whatnot. And this world is a very kriyashil, very active place it is. That's what devotees said. It's not a dead place. So we should be grateful to him for what we have received from him. The Dwarkavasis, when Krishna entered, they told a similar grateful verse. Bhava yanastvam bhava vishwabhavanaha tvameva mata suhritpati pita tvam sadgururna paramam cha daivatam yasyanuvritya kritino babuvima. They said, my dear Lord, what a beautiful world you have made for us. You are like our mother. You are like our father. You are our guru. You are our teacher. You are be all and end all for us. By becoming your follower, we have become very happy in our lives. And those who have turned away from you are foolishly suffering. So we are grateful to you, they said. So this is the first statement. G stands for, God is all in all. We are not all in all. And in fact, the scientists cannot create one grain. What to speak of producing food for all the 8.4 million species? They can't create one grain in the laboratory. They cannot make one drop of blood in the laboratory. Therefore, they beg for blood donation from other people. They can't create anything. So we should recognize millions and millions of years God has been providing all these needs. So God is all in all. He is the pivotal person who is running this whole universe. He creates and he maintains us also. And the second thing, I stands for identity. And what is my identity? My identity is I am spirit soul and I am not this material body. This material body is like a vehicle for the soul. I am residing in this material body. Just like if I, for example, I bring in a carry bag, some nice sweets from the market, you take out the sweets and keep it on a plate. And what do we do with the carry bag? We just, it goes straight into the dustbin. It has no value. But what is valuable inside the carry bag is the sweet. In the same manner, what is inside this material body is the soul, the real spirit, which is, in fact, some people think that such a soul information is given only in Bhagavad Gita. Actually, every religion talks about it. For example, in amongst the Christians, there is a day of judgment when one has to go in front of God and report to him about, what we have done. In Islam also, there is a day on which we will be judged for all our actions. So who is the person who goes in front of the Lord? And that is actually the spirit. They use the word spirit. We call a spirit soul. So every dharma talks about the spirit soul. We all are answerable for all the actions that we do. And we are different from the body. Body is just like a dress. Today you are all wearing one dress today. Tomorrow you will throw away the dress and wear another one, isn't it? And day after you'll wear a third one. Just as you all change your dress and wear a new one, similarly the soul also leaves one body and wears another one. So in this way the soul is different from the body, he says. Once upon a time, Narada Muni is a great devotee of Lord Krishna. Once he was flying in the sky carrying a beautiful veena in his hand and singing the Lord's glories. And he came across Lanka. Anybody knows who was ruling Lanka at that time? You can put in chat. Who was the king of Lanka? Hare Krishna. Prabhu, they said the volume is low. Can I speak without the mic? Probably now. How is it now without the mic?
It's good.
Okay, I'll speak.
But either way, it was good. Oh, much better. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I think probably the mic has a little problem. I'll speak without the mic. Huh?
Okay, but we've lost your camera.
Oh, really? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Now volume is good. Just 1 minute. I'll just do the small this thing I have to do.
This reminds me of the 1970s. The television used to show these colors when there was no TV programs.
Okay. So my volume is good enough now?
Just
Little low, Prabhu.
Uh-huh. Actually, if I put the mic, let me put the mic on.
mic was okay, I think.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can see half of you, huh?
Yeah. I'm setting that right now.
Oh, okay.
So, just 1 minute. Actually, okay, I will do without it.
Yeah, that's good.
So the last point I was talking about was Ravana. You're right. Somebody wrote the answer correctly. It was Ravana, actually. Yeah, you're right. So that was Prasanatma Prabhu said. Yeah. So now Ravana was ruling Lanka. As soon as Narada Muni arrived there, Ravana said, "Hey, come here. I want to learn what is king of all knowledge, Brahma Vidya. Sit here, tell me," he said. And Narada said, "This is not the way you ask a question to a saintly person. You should humble yourself." And Tadvidhi Pranipatena, that verse says. And Ravana said, "I have never bowed my head to anyone. In fact, I stole my, Pushpaka Viman from my brother." So, and when Narada said, "That's not the way you will get this knowledge." So immediately he took his sword and slashed Narada's body. So the sword went through Narada's body, but nothing happened to him. Narada was just laughing. And Ravana was taken by surprise. And Narada said, "Don't you know, Ravana, that the Atma or the soul cannot be cut by a scissor. The Atma cannot be burned by fire. It cannot be moistened by water. It cannot be dried by air. And this is my Sachidananda Swarupam. This body is made up of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. This is my spiritual form. So you can't do anything with this, with your weapons, he said. And that's the time Ravana realized, oh, really? And Narada said, every person in this world has this type of body, which they all can revive. Every one of you hearing this talk today, you have this type of body called Swarupa, we call it. But this Swarupa shrinks when we come into this world, like a small egg. And then it resides in the region of our heart. And that is called the soul, we call it. Like 1/10,000th of the tip of the hair, as we say. But when we become Krishna conscious, when we chant Hare Krishna, render service to Krishna, slowly the soul wakes up. Just like in the morning you throw away your blanket and you rub your eyes and you wake up. Like that the soul also wakes up. And then the soul engages in Lord Krishna's service and eventually he becomes fully blossomed. In the fully blossomed stage, we can actually perfect our life and attain a body like Narada. So this is the second point. I means I am spirit soul. I am not this material covering. This metal covering is just a metal body over the soul, which is different from me. This is the second thing we have to understand from Bhagavad Gita. And the third thing is GIT. T stands for transmigration. Transmigration means leaving one body and going to another. Dr. Ian Stevenson from University of West Virginia did a very extensive research. If you go to Google and put Ian Stevenson, you will get enormous information about his research. And there is one Dr. Michael Sabam also. If you put Michael Sabam, you will also get information about near-death experience and out-of-body experience. You will know a lot, which means many scientists have written more than 100 books now about the soul leaving one body and going to another body. That means all of us are currently in one body. You see this body undergoing changes, childhood to youth to old age. And then one day the body becomes old and useless. Then we cast away this body and we go to another body. Just like a small boy may use a tricycle. When he goes to school, he may use a bicycle. When he goes to college, he may use a bike or something, scooter or something. And, then he may take a car. So the driver is the same, but he's moving from one vehicle to another. Like that, the soul is changing bodies, one body to another. Sometimes we are in an angel's body, sometimes in an animal body, sometimes in a human body, sometimes in a bird's body. When Srila Prabhupada was in Hawaii, he saw one boy early in the morning, he was surfing in the water. And then afternoon, 1 o'clock, when Prabhupada went to the devotees, he was still surfing since morning, all day. Prabhupada laughed and told the devotees, what is he doing in the water for so long? Devotee said, Prabhupada is surfing. Prabhupada said, what is it? Is he suffering? He asked. And devotee said, no, Prabhupada is surfing, he said. And Prabhupada said, you call it surfing, I call it suffering. You see, he got a human body and is misusing the human body by all the time playing in water. He's actually requesting nature to provide him the body of a fish so that he can be playing in the water for all day. So our mentality brings forth the next body for us. Whatever type of mentality we all cultivate, it brings forth the next type of body. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto, we hear about two young and very handsome demigods, devatas, angels. Two angels, they were going to a very holy place called Mandakini Ganga. But there they were enjoying in the waters with the two nude devis. They were also angels. But all of them had no practically dress in their body and they were drinking liquor and they were playing in the waters. And Narada happened to pass by. And he saw them and said, you are born in good families. You are doing such abominable activity in a holy place. And he contemplated what punishment could be given to them in such a way that they could be reformed. Because the punishments are always awarded for the purpose of reformation. Otherwise, punishments have no meaning at all. How to reform them? So he contemplated for a while. And then he said, because you are all associates of Kubera and you are all friends of Lord Shiva, you have become very proud. In order to curb your pride and bring you to your senses, I will cause you to become two trees. But when saintly people curse, that curse also is a blessing in disguise. So they became two trees in Vrindavan, just behind the home of Lord Krishna. Uh, and right from the time when Krishna was a small baby, they got to see all the beautiful activities of Lord Krishna, Leelas of Krishna. And by seeing Lord Krishna repeatedly, their eyes became purified, heart became purified, and they realized their mistake, what they did before. And then one day, Krishna went between the two trees with a grinding mortar, which got stuck between the two trees, and then Lord Krishna pulled it. See, I come from a mechanical engineering background. So when I heard this pastime, I thought, how is it possible that Krishna pulled the rope and the two trees fell down? Instead, the rope should get cut. And then on one side you find the grinding mortar, on the other side you find Krishna with a little rope. I was thinking like that. Later on, I read one Acharya's commentary. He says that Lord Krishna empowered the rope with the strength to break down the two trees. Lord empowered the rope like that. And then out of the two trees came these two fellows, Nalakur and Manigriva, two angels. They came out and they circumambulated Krishna and they prayed and said, my Lord, we were in a heavenly body before. Now we got a tree's body because of misuse of that body. We are very sorry. With the hands in which we drank the liquor bottles, now we will take a garland and offer you. With the eyes with which we were seeing nude women, now with the same eyes we will see your beauty. With the legs, we went to different places to enjoy sense gratification. With the same legs, we will come to your temple now. With the mouth, we were singing some duet songs. Now with the same mouth, we will sing your names and your glories. Like that they said. And then this way, they became pure devotees. So this is the third point I told you, T for transmigration. They were transmigrating from a angel's body to a body of two trees, isn't it? Similarly, all of us devotees in this life, all of you are very blessed devotees because you have learned all this knowledge very nicely. So you are actually, your future is very bright for you because in this particular life, you are fortunate to get the company of devotees and learn the science of reincarnation and science of goal of life, everything. So in this way, one who knows this science and one who knows the glory of the Lord, and they absorb their consciousness in it, will not have to come again in this world. And that leads us to the fourth last point, which is A. A stands for aim of life. And what is the aim of life? In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, this material world which you see is not all in all. Spiritual world exists, he says. Because this material world is created, maintained, and destroyed. Whereas the spiritual world is never destroyed. Yasya sarveshu bhuteshu nashyatsu na vinashyati, he says. That world is never destroyed. It's a permanent world. And one more difference between this world and that world is, in this world, one living being becomes food for another. Like a fly is eaten by a frog is eaten by a snake is eaten by an eagle, and the eagle is shot by a hunter. In this way, one living being eats another. It's a very dangerous world we are living. Now you all may say, oh, that's only in the animal kingdom. Fortunately, we are human beings. We have nothing to worry. No. In human kingdom also you find a less competent student is losing a job because a more competent student gets a job. You will find that. Similarly, a smaller businessman is followed by a bigger businessman. Like WhatsApp was followed by Facebook. Like Nokia was also followed by another big company. You find that. So in this way, this is a world of following world. Everybody, I want to eat you, you want to eat me. That's the kind of world we are living in here. So always there is always a kind of tension and fear. Oh, exams are coming. After that, oh, I may not get a job. Oh, what will happen? That kind of fear is always here. Oh, the other country, neighborhood country may overtake us and gain the rule over us and things like that. We have fear. But that world is a world free from fear. There is no fear. Why? Because there the tiger and deer are drinking water in Yamuna together. They are friends. Because tiger also drinks milk only there. In fact, in Bhagavatam, there is a verse which says, Brahmaji says this, Yatranai sarga durvaira saha sandamrigadaya mitrani iva ajitavasa dhrutarshakadikam. In that world, there is no hunger, there is no thirst, there is no anger, and there is no enmity, there is no envy, and there is no cutthroat competition. All living beings live unitedly with the Lord in the center. And they all try to endeavor to please Him, serve Him, and they have great respect for each other also. So there the formula is live, let live. In this world, the formula is I eat you, you eat me. That's this material world. So therefore, the Bhagavad Gita says that the goal of our life is to go from the material world to the spiritual world. And that is the ultimate goal of every living being. Why? Because originally we belong to that world. But we have come to this world and we are moving from one body to another, suffering. Now you all may have a question, why does the Lord put us in so many different bodies, one after another? There's a reason for that. You see, if you take a marble block, a sculptor may take a marble block and he'll chisel out unwanted portion of the block so that he brings a beautiful portrait out of it. In the same manner, the Lord is chiseling out unwanted portions of our behavior, character, our habits, and then bringing out a beautiful personality from outside us. And that takes many lifetimes because we don't surrender very easily. So we have multiple plans and desires in this world. So we wander here, there, everywhere. At last, when a beautiful personality comes out of you, then Lord takes you back home, back to Godhead. So now, in order for us to be able to go back, we have to align with His laws. So 4 things we should do: acceptance of God, align with God, act for the pleasure of God, act on behalf of God. If we do these 4 things in our life, we can be very happy ourselves and we can also make everybody happy around us. So we have to, first step is to accept God. Therefore, I explained to you about G. God is all in all, not we are not all in all. Acceptance of God. And how do we align with God? Today is the Gita Jayanti day. We can accept the scripture. Scripture is like the manual which God has given for this great machine of this material world. So let us accept the manual and study the manual and live by it. And that is called alignment with God. And acting for the pleasure of God. How do we do that? For acting for the pleasure of God, we have to chant the holy names. You know, we chant it in these rosaries. One time I went to the airport and my flight was 2 hours late. So then I thought, let me go to the prayer room. I went to the prayer room to chant. And amazingly, I found in the prayer room, there was a Muslim who was sitting and kneeling down. And he had a mala also with him, crystal mala with him, like this. He was chanting. The next to him was sitting a Christian. He also had a beads like this. He also was chanting Hail Mary. He was also reciting. And I sat next to them and I also chanted. And that made it very clear for me that in every religion, there is a recitation of God's glories. So by reciting the holy name of God, loudly proclaiming it, chanting it, singing it, dancing, by calling His name, we can express ourselves as innocent children in front of Him, totally dependent on Him, witnessed by Him, watched by Him, blessed by Him, guided by Him. So our heart becomes like a swab of cotton. And this is the way we can please Him. So studying the scriptures and reciting the holy name, these 2 things, if you do, then everything, all other good things will follow. If you do these 2 things. So acceptance of God, alignment with God, acting for the pleasure of God. And how can we act on behalf of God? After you become Krishna conscious like this, you take the same wisdom to the other people and distribute it uh, as a mother, as a father, as a teacher, as a king, as the executive head of the state. Anybody under whom some people are put in custody, they all have to act on pleasure on behalf of God as ideal representatives. So in this way, we all can make our lives perfect. So I told you today, in summary, Gita. G means God is all in all, not we are not just all in all, we are His tiny children. And second is I, is identity. I am not the body, I am spirit soul. And the third T is transmigration. The spirit soul is transmigrating from one body to another in want of perfection. But the good news for you is, if you attain 30% perfection now, in the next life you'll start from 31% perfection. If you do 90, you'll start from 91. It's never lost. Unlike the material acquisitions, like, you may have a degree from a reputed institute, or you may have a big bungalow or a car. All this is lost. Whereas the advancement in devotion is never lost. Life after life you carry with you ahead. Just like sometimes you will save some coins, every day you put in a bottle. If half bottle is full, in future, again you start putting, it will start from half. Like that bhakti. Whatever you have done remains with you, life after life. In this way, you attain full perfection, then you go back to God. So that is transmigration, T. And last one is A, stands for aim of life. Aim of life is to return back to our home, the eternal home, the sweet home, uh, where all the imperishable souls, they all come together with great love. They serve the Supreme Lord, and they all are united in that love. They all respect each other. They are free from competition, envy, malice, all those things. And in this way, it's a very beautiful world, which is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, explained in Bhagavad Gita also, but in Bhagavatam in great elaboration. So, the like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he came in this world, in a place called Jharikanta, he made tigers and deers catch each other's hands and dance together. Can you ever dream about it? Such a thing happened. Uh, so that is because even the animals lost their ferocious nature by chanting the holy name. Lord Chaitanya proved it. Prabhupada came to America. Uh, there he made the hippies. At that time, hippies were into drugs and drinking and smoking and all habits. But by chanting the holy name, they gave up all the bad habits and they became very healthy by eating nice prasadam. And they all became clean in their habits and Krishna conscious. And then they went all over the world and preached the same sublime message. So it's not that 500 years ago Lord Chaitanya did, even now Prabhupada did it. So it's a proven method of chanting the holy name. So after talking about GITA, I also told you 4 more things in concluding part. Acceptance of God, alignment with God, acting for the pleasure of God, and acting on behalf of God. And that is a substance of all the religions. First, you understand His presence and align with His scriptures and act for His pleasure by chanting and act on His behalf by becoming an ideal representative. And Srila Prabhupada was perfectly fitting this role for the whole world. And we all are also fortunate to be connected to his writings and study them and implement them in our lives. Thank you very much. Hope, Prabhu, I didn't exceed the time, Prabhu.
No, not at all. You could carry on because you've given very precious knowledge. You've
I can take some questions based on what I spoke from anybody wishes to ask.
Yes, yes. Maybe they can put it on the chat. That might be easier if they can put it on the chat.
My speech was clear without interruption?
Yes, the connection was very good. Both the internet and also the spiritual connection. So thank you so much. That was really excellent. Really appreciate because you gave something of value. You didn't just speak for the sake of speaking, but you gave something, and that was very, very nice. The Gita and then the 4 lessons after that as well. And I'll be testing devotees over the course of the next few hours on these subject matters. So thank you so much. They'll probably be thinking, oh no, I wish Prabhu didn't do that. But I wanted to also, before any questions come, I wanted to ask you to bless especially the youngsters who are going to be giving the summaries or reciting the Bhagavad Gita, to bless them, give them your good wishes and your hearty blessings.
It's very nice that in their young age they have captured the right thing.
Yes.
Which is extremely rare in this world, very, very rare. They surely are carrying some, good piety from their previous lives for them to become attracted to this. Because Lord Krishna says that in Bhagavad Gita. He says after many, many lifetimes, one gets awakened to have taste for this. So, and you are giving them the forum and the opportunity to exercise their devotional inclinations, which is also very, very wonderful, which is very necessary in this day and age. Yeah. And because they are picking it up at such a young age, when they grow, they will look back and be very grateful. I heard a little story in this connection. Once 3, 4 merchants were going through a forest in a dark night when there was no moon in the sky. But there was a sound that appeared in the sky and told them, put your hands down and pick up as much as you can in your bags. Pick up the stones as much as you can and go ahead. So because it came from the sky, they took it very seriously. And then they were only thinking, already we have so much luggage and we have to pick up more stones. Anyway, they picked up some maybe 10 or 12 small stones they picked up and put it. Huh? And then the voice again said, tomorrow, early morning when the sun rises, you will be simultaneously grateful and sorrowful, it said. And they're wondering why. So next day morning when the sun rose, they saw what they picked up was one fellow said, oh, the stones I picked up were all gold stones, he said. Another fellow said, oh, these stones are all diamond stones, he said. Another fellow said, oh, these are silver stones, he said. And then they were jolly that, what they picked up would be enough for their whole life actually. So much money they got by picking them up. But then they were also sad that if only we knew what we were picking up, we would have picked up more. Like that they were lamenting. What is the meaning of moral of the story? In the same manner, in childhood, the values you can pick up, I can tell you, very easily you can pick up in your childhood. Later on, when you look back, you will see, I was fortunate to get these values from my elders who were actually, so kind to me that they brought me to the right path. Thank God I am saved, because as you become an adult, the world is a very dangerous world. We can get into bad habits and suffer terribly if we didn't pick up these values. So you'll be grateful and happy for having picked up good things like what you're doing now, reciting Gita now. At the same time, you will be sad that you didn't pick up enough. Huh? So you think about it as you grow, I will tell you. Huh?
That's
Thank you. So
really
certainly I
good.
will pray for these children, Prabhu, those who are taking part in this. It's very, very wonderful. And I pray that they continue and follow in the footsteps of their parents and elders who are actually bringing them to this path, and they continue that good legacy in their family.
Thank you so much.
And
So
one
there's a
question
couple of
has
questions.
come
Yes.
here. Should I answer the question?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Here is the question from Shil Prabhupada Warriors. How to apply Bhagavad Gita teachings practically? Actually, for Bhagavad Gita, uh, each verse and translation, Srila Prabhupada has given a beautiful purport.
Mm.
In the purport, you find very easy to apply teachings. Like A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E is what? A for association. Always come to the programs arranged by London Institute. You all are connected, or some of you are from other places also, but you stay connected with devotees. Association is like putting iron rod in fire. So the iron rod becomes fiery. Is it not true? It exactly assumes the quality of fire. So if you stay in association, you will always be effulgent. You will never be carried away by mammon, Maya. And A for association, and B for Bhagavad Gita. You're all already studying it, regularly study it every day, at least a page, 1 or 2 pages at least. And C for chanting Hare Krishna. And D for diet and deity worship and diet, D we call it. And E for etiquettes. If you are always respectful to devotees, then we will flourish in the devotees association. So these are the practical teachings of Bhagavad Gita. And if you read Prabhupada's purports, it's pretty easy for us to understand how to apply it in our lives. We should make a small step in the beginning. Little by little, we can apply. Small drops of water make an ocean, as we say. Begin with a small thing. Like I told you, chant 1 round in a day. 10 minutes it takes you. Read 1 page of Bhagavad Gita, 5 minutes it takes you. Whatever you eat, keep in front of God and bow down and thank Him for what He has given. In this way, these are small, simple principles you can apply. Yeah, and then there is another question here from Mohan Gopal Prabhu. You have given example of sculpture when he chisels a stone, then it has got only improvement towards perfection. But in the material world, we sometimes fall down from advanced species to animal kingdom. How to understand this? You see, if you have done devotional service, like Bharat Maharaj, he fell down to the body of a deer. So people think it is fall down. Actually, it is not fall down. I have heard from Prabhupada's disciples. I'll tell you why it's not fall down. Fall down actually means if he left the forest and went to the palace and again became the king, again started delighting in wealth and wine and everything, then that would be considered a fall down. Rather, he was sent to the body of a deer. And as a deer, do you know what he did? He left his birthplace called Kalanjara Mountains and he went to Pulahashrama because he thought if I remain in my birthplace, I'll become attached to my friends and relatives. So I will leave this place. And he went to the Pulahashrama to associate with saintly people. And also one more thing he did. In the Pulahashrama, he did not eat lushy green grass, although it was profusely available. but he ate only dry grass to be austere deer. He thought, in this very life, I want to perfect my life, so I will be very austere. So he performed devotional austerities. Thirdly, he also was lamenting continuously for what happened in the previous life. I was a king, I left everything and came to forest. What a fool I was. He says, Aho Kashtam, he says, what a foolish thing I did. He had remorse and repentance about the mistake that happened. In this way, his devotional service got accelerated and intensified when he occupied the body of a deer. Not that, externally he had a deer's body, but internally he was far more advanced than any human being in that particular body. And fourthly, at every moment he was remembering Supreme Lord Krishna in his mind. He could not forget the Lord even for a moment. Hmm. And in this life, he was very, very conscious not to commit the same mistake again. So in this way, although he occupied the body of an animal, so-called animal, but his consciousness was not like animal. His consciousness had become advanced. So as a devotee, we all should only ask this question: is my consciousness getting elevated or degraded? If you see even the elephant Gajendra in the 8th canto also, you will see that his consciousness became accelerated in devotional service also. So in this way, devotional service always takes you higher and higher. You will never become degraded. And even if Lord gives a living being the body of an animal, it is only for teaching the living being a lesson. In order to purify him and bring him back. Next time he'll get another very, very nice human body or the angel's body. And then he will progress further. Because Lord personally arranges for the devotee's advancement. That is one verse Narada says in Bhagavatam. Navajano jatu katanchana vrajen mukunda sevyan jabadanga samsitim smaran mukundangri upaguhanam punar vihatumiche narasagraho janaha. He says, if you have tasted a few droplets of devotion to Krishna, and that very same droplets will pull you back to his lotus feet again. You will never get lost. Just like if you have a ball with a rubber band, you throw the ball, because you have a rubber band, it comes back to your hand again. In the same manner, in devotional service also, if you have done a few droplets of honey you have got from Lord's lotus feet by the devotional service, that will remind you of the Lord and you will again come back. You will not leave and go away. That means the devotee will never be permanently defeated. He may be defeated temporarily, but that is only a setback for a while. Quickly he will Kshipram bhavati dharmatma shashvat chantim nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. Krishna says, quickly my devotee will return back to me. So I hope that answers the question.
Very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu. Oh, Swakesh Prabhu is here also. I wanted to thank Swakesh Prabhu. Actually, through Swakesh Thakare Prabhu, we got in touch with you, Prabhu, with Nabhinandan Prabhu and Jayanti Mataji also.
It's the other way around. We thank him to get us in touch with you. Actually, I wanted to just say many devotees on the call, on the Zoom, have contributed towards the distribution of Bhagavad Gitas in Pune.
Yes,
and
Prabhu. I'm very thankful to every one of them.
Yes, thank you. But what I wanted to say was, you have such a wonderful distribution network. Swakesh was explaining to me how you distribute, as well as a devotee in Vrindavan called Narahari. He was saying to me that they have the best distribution method in schools, in the colleges, where it's really needed. So I wanted to, many have donated, but just because the marathon is over doesn't mean you stop donating. Or if you haven't donated, please do donate. You can do it directly to Swakesh, who will then liaise with Radheshyam, or you can do it through the London Institute of Vedic Education, and we will liaise with Swakesh. But if you do want to donate more Bhagavad Gitas or donate something, please, we do encourage you to do that, because Pune devotees are very, very good at distributing these fantastic.
Actually, we reach to the poor people who are in villages, who are very eager to read Bhagavad Gita, but they don't have money to buy.
Right.
They are the ones to whom we reach this.
Yes.
Actually, yeah. Very kind of you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. There is one Ananga Manjari Mataji has asked a question. Can I answer that?
Yeah. Yes.
How can we explain to nowadays children and youngsters about Bhagavad Gita? they don't show interest in hearing. Can we pray for them? Good question. Yeah. Actually, Chanakya says there are three stages of a child's life. The first 5 years, all the child needs is only hugs and kisses. That's all. Uh, because the child is very tender at the time. Only by shower of love, mother and father can win the heart of the child. And from 5 to 13 is the actual time for training the children. And after 13, 14, they are more with peer association. And they prefer that parents don't disturb them so much. And they would like to be more with friends. So in the 13 onwards, what we can do is to put them in right company, give them the right association, identify good children of their age group and who are also devotees. You can put them in touch. And if they develop thick friendship with devotee friends, then they can remain people of good character. Now, between 5 to 13, what we should do, instructing the children means, like now Arudha Mataji, Radhika Raman Prabhu, they're bringing out a lot of children materials and all. Uh, Actually, children, the logic avenue opens after they become 10 or 11, after they cross 11 or 12. So before that, if the children are brought up in a home with ideal example of the parents, like we say, no, more things are caught than taught, it is said. More things are caught by observation, and children observe the parents and they learn. What I would do to teach them, I have two videos, one of a good elephant and one of a bad elephant. How the good elephant is making a beautiful painting of an elephant. And also the good elephant gives blessings on the head of people when they come. On the other hand, the bad elephant, it breaks down cars and vehicles. It frightens the people by chasing after people. So when you show, so our mind is also like an elephant. That's what Lord Krishna says Arjuna tells Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. So, but whether your mind will become like a good elephant or bad elephant, it happens by training. So there is an angel within us and there is an animal within us. Whatever we feed, that is going to grow stronger. So therefore, children sometimes like to learn by being in the company of other children. And if few parents come together and they help each other in training a group of children, then it would be more easy. In Pune, we have Center for Value Education. We have a lot of materials, prepared PowerPoints and videos and everything, which I would be very happy to share through Swakesh and to Nabhinandan Prabhu. And we can give you the links and everything. You can also see. Apart from that, as I told you, our Arudha Mataji also has prepared some very nice materials. Now there are a lot of good materials are coming up all over the world. Even our one more Pran Prabhu. I think he is also, there are Prana Prabhu, I think, Prana Prabhu. Many are preparing nice materials. So I would request the parents that you can kindly take out a little time, because your children are your, for you, it's like apple of your eye. If you really want to see them blossom in their lives, you take out some time and you learn it yourself, and then you share with them. Set an example for them and share interesting materials with them. And also there should be some parental control in the devices that they use. And good parents means polite and firm, especially between the age group of 5 to 13. If parents are only firm or aggressive, then they become authoritarian. If the parents are only polite, they become passive, permissive, we call it. Permissive is also not very good. The children, they get spoiled by being too permissive and too lenient. And too rigid also is not good. We have to combine both. It's called assertive, we call it. Assertive behavior, assertive speech. So especially between 5 to 13, that would work very well. Actually, children should treat parents as their dearest friends in their life. And then they will learn good things. And that's actually and then beyond 13 to 19, they should not have one moment free. They should be fully engaged in some constructive activities. And they can also take part in harmless recreation. Harmless recreation can be part of the day, and also busy engagements. Like my father sent me for typing classes, English typing, Hindi typing, Tamil typing. So lower, higher, high speed I finished. He sent me to learn Sanskrit. He even gave me some money to start my own institute. He said, earn while you learn. he gave me challenges. So if you keep the children busy, then they will not be able to hurt themselves by getting into bad habits. So keep them very busy and give them harmless recreations and put them in the company of good devotees beyond the age of 12 to 13. So in this way, you are offering the best of the protection, and beyond that, you have to leave it to God. Whatever has to happen to them, we should do our best. Do your best and leave the rest.
I was going to say that's a really good answer, Radhisham. We also encourage children and preteens. We do a weekly children's sangha, where the children actually get involved in doing online dramas.
Oh,
and
really?
There's a couple of devotees here, Ritesh and Priti. They train these devotees in doing online dramas. So they spend time together with other children who are also interested in similar subjects, but also the subject matter itself is transcendental. So
Yeah,
they
amazing.
have a big impact.
So they do dramas online.
Online
from their own homes, they do?
From their own homes.
And there are different characters in different homes, but they know that according
and
to
some
that.
of them dress up in different. We had Balaram with a mustache last time. Really interesting, actually. And one of the drama last time, actually, again, Krishna was dressed in the most beautiful. You'd think that is not Krishna there. So in that way, they encourage each other. But we also do preteens classes. So Abhinga Manjari, you can encourage your children to join these classes. It's only for 1 hour, but we have a teenager called Sanjana who explains on their level about Bhagavad Gita, one chapter every week, every other week. So in that way, they learn with other people, but they're learning from a teenager who speaks their language. So, and then we do also youth presentations where the young guys also get an opportunity to give a presentation on the Bhagavad Gita, one chapter every other week. We do that. So in that way, they have to learn and then share. So there's lots of things that can be done for the youngsters. We just have to apply ourselves somewhat.
That's wonderful, Prabhu. You already have a program in place that makes it easy for all the community members.
If people join it, because the problem we find is we have the programs available, but the parents don't encourage their children. And if you don't encourage your children, then later on there will be a lot of crying. Oh, I wish I had done this, as you were your nice pastime thing. Now, what I wanted to ask you, Prabhu, we actually wanted to start the recitation of
Prabhu, you can start right away, and I also have a early morning tomorrow, 3.
Exactly. But I wanted you to just, if you have a few minutes, just to see this first, hear the first recitation by Brinda, if that's okay. Because just to encourage her and to encourage the others as well. And I'd like to really thank you so much for taking out time from your very busy schedule. I know Swakesh said to me, Prabhu has cancelled all other programs. He had a few just to come on our session today. So I really, really like to thank you so much.
I heard Swakesh told me 2,500 Bhagavad Gitas were sponsored. And I express my heartfelt thanks to every one of you. Because this is going to go to the villages and is going to reach the right hands. When those people benefit from reading the Gita, they are going to bless all of you, surely. Thank you very much.
But your blessings are very important. So please do bless us so we continue. And we'd like to continue to support your program as well. So.
Thank you, Prabhu. And if you all come to India, you all are welcome to Pune temple. We have in Pune a big temple in 6-acre land. You are all most welcome, Prabhu. In case you all, when you visit India, you can make a trip to our Pune. Most welcome.
Thank you for the invitation. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Now I will hear the first recitation of the children.
Yes, let's.
Before I leave the meeting.
Yes, please. Brinda, are you there? We need to unmute you. Wait. And I want to find you as well. Where are you, Brinda? Ah, yes, there she is.
Okay. Brinda, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
I'll start. अथ विनियोगः ओमस्य श्रीमद्भगवद्गीताशास्त्रमहामन्त्रस्य श्रीभगवान् वेदव्यासो ऋषिः अनुष्ठुप्छन्दः श्रीकृष्ण परमात्मा देवत असोचवानन्वसोचस्वम् इति बीजम् सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज इति शक्तिः मम सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचीति कीलकम् अचित्तसर्पदुर्गानि मत्प्रसादात् करिष्यसीति कवचम् किरीटिनं कदिनं चक्रहस्तं नित्यस्वम् अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यज्ञानं न्यायज्ञेन भगवत आराधनात् श्रीकृष्ण परमात्मा प्रीत्यस्ते गीता पारायणे विनियोगः कर्मक्षेत्रे
Just 1 second. Don't shuffle any papers because we hear too much stuff shuffling, huh? So don't shuffle too much paper. And that was a very nice invocation, but because we were shuffling the papers so much, it was difficult to completely hear it properly. But don't shuffle any papers, okay? So carry on.
धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायोत्सव मामका पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय दुस्यातु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यमुपसंगम्य राजा वचनमब्रवीत्
स्वाहा
पश्येतां पाण्डुपुत्राणामाचार्यमहतीं च मूं व्यूढां द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिक्षेण धीमता
स्वाहा
अत्र सूरमहेश्वास भीमार्जुनसमायुधि वियुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथाः
स्वाहा
दुष्टकेतुश्चेकितानः काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः
स्वाहा
यदा मन्युश्च विक्रान्त उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयश्च सर्व एव महारथाः
स्वाहा
अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये तानि बोधन् विजोत्तमा नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञातं तां ब्रवीमि ते
स्वाहा
भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जयः अस्मत्धामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तिस्तथैव च
स्वाहा
अन्ये च बहवः सूरा वदन्ति त्यक्तजीविताः नानाशस्त्रपहरणाः सर्वे युद्धविशारदाः
स्वाहा
अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितां पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितां
स्वाहा
अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमवस्थिताः भीष्ममेवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि
स्वाहा
तस्य सञ्जनयं हर्षं कुरु वृत्तपितामहः सिंहनादं विनद्योश्चैः शङ्कान् दद्मुः प्रतापवान् स्वाहा ततः शङ्काश्च वैर्यश्च पानवानकगोमुखाः सहसैवाभिहन्यन्त सप्तस्तु मूलोऽभवत् स्वाहा ततः श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते महती सन्दने स्थितौ माधवः पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्यौ सिंहौ प्रदत्मतः
स्वाहा
पाञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पौण्ड्रं दद्मो महासिंहं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः
स्वाहा
अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सह देवश्च सघोषमणिपुष्पकौ कास्यश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथाः दृश्यद्युम्नो विरातश्च सात्विकिश्च पराजितः
स्वाहा
द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वसः प्रतिवीपते सौभद्राश्च महाबाहुः शङ्कान् दद्मुः पृथक् पृथक् स्वाहा सघोषोदात्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यधारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलो व्यनुनादयन् स्वाहा अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृश्य दातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजः प्रवृत्ते सहस्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवा ऋषिकेशो तदा वाक्य इदमाहामहीपते स्वाहा अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युता यावदेता निरीक्षेऽहं युधुकामानवस्थितान् कार्मय सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे
स्वाहा
योत्स्यमानान् वेक्षेयं ये तेऽत्र समागताः दातरस्रस्य दुर्बुद्धिः युधो प्रियचिकीर्षवः स्वाहा संजय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् स्वाहा भीष्मद्रोण प्रमुखतः सर्वेषां तमहीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतान् सामवेदान् करुणीति स्वाहा तत्र पश्येत् स्थितान् पातः पितरौ वत पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखीं तथा स्वासुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि स्वाहा तान् समीक्ष्य कौन्तेयः सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परया विष्णु विषीदन्निदमब्रवीत्
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच त्वस्वेवं स्वजनं कृष्ण युत्सं समुपस्थितान् सिदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिहस्यति स्वाहा वेपतुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते कान्देवं संस्कृते हस्त तव चैव परिदह्यते स्वाहा
Brilliant.
न च शक्नोऽवस्थातुं भ्रमति वच मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव स्वाहा न च श्रेयो न पुष्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च स्वाहा किं नो राजेन गोविन्द किं भोगजीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राजं भोगा सुखानि च तायिमेव श्रिता युद्धे प्रणंस्तच्चैव दानानि च आचार्य पितरः पुत्र तथैव च पितामहा मातुला स्वासुरा पौत्र स्यालाः सम्बधिनस्तत एतानहं तु विच्चामि नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोकराजस्य यतो किं नु मही कृते नित्यदातरास्रानं कापि त्रिः स्वाजनादना पापमेव श्रयेदस्मान् हत्वैतान् ततायिनाः तस्मान्नार्हा वयं हन्तुं दातरास्रान् सबन्धवान् स्वजनं हि कृतं हत्वा सुखिनः स्याम माधव स्वाहा यद्यप्येतेन पुष्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोही च पातकं कथं न ज्ञेयमस्माभिः पापदस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यन्ति जनार्दन स्वाहा कुलक्षय प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातना धर्मेणस्ते कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मो विभवत्युत स्वाहा अधर्मा विभवत् कृष्णा प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलक्षिताः त्रिषु दुष्याशु वाष्णेय जायते वर्णसङ्करः स्वाहा शङ्करो नरकायेव कुलुज्ञानाकुलस्य च पत्नी पितरो ह्येषां लुप्ता पिण्डोदकक्रियाः स्वाहा दोषयेतैः कुलुज्ञाना वर्णसङ्करकारकैः उत्स्याद्यन्ते जति धर्मा कुलधर्मासि शाश्वताः स्वाहा उत्सन्न कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नित्यं वासो भवतीत्यनुशोश्रमाम् स्वाहा अहोपतमहत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद् राजा सुकालोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यताः स्वाहा यदि मामा प्रतीकर अशिष्टं शस्त्रपाणयः दातरास्ररणे हन्युः तान् मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् स्वाहा संजय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा जनः सङ्ख्ये रथोपस्थौ पाविशेत् विस्राज्य ससरं चापं स्वकोशं विघ्नमानसः स्वाहा
Jai. That's the end of.
Thank you, Prabhu. It was so nice hearing. Very good training. Very nice training.
They've,
So,
they've,
how many children are being trained like this for reciting Gita?
Today, about 11, 12 children will be doing like this. Not just reciting, they'll also be summarizing now. In fact, chapter 2, there's 3 young children. Oh, no, sorry, 2 young children who are going to summarize part of chapter 2.
Oh, very, very wonderful training. They must be practicing for a few months, I believe.
But this is the parents' work. This is the work of Harika. Well done, Harika. Very, very good training. Congratulations. And this girl's name is Brinda. And actually, if all of the children can show yourselves and get your blessings from Radhe Shyam Prabhu, because he is extremely powerful devotee. He can bless. So please fold your hands like this and beg for his blessings. Please bless me so that I can improve in my Krishna consciousness.
Oh, so many of them are being trained. Yeah, amazing, amazing, very wonderful. I wish I could spend all my time hearing everything. Only I have a US call tomorrow, very early morning, 3:15 I have here.
No.
And 5 hours I have to get up. But I would love to say this. Are you going to put this in YouTube somewhere?
Yes, we will. I'll share it with Swakesh.
You can kindly share with Sakesh. I would like to see the other children, how they recite. I want to see also. Vrinda recited very sweet, very beautiful.
Yes.
Good pronunciation and good practice. It cannot come by overnight practice. Must be many months together. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes.
And I would like to see the other children how they do. So when I get the link of the video from Sakesh Prabhu. Thank you,
Thank you
Sakesh
so
Prabhu,
much.
for giving me the opportunity to be with all of you here today. And
Thank
thank
you.
you, Nabhinandan Prabhu and Jayanti Mataji. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Radhesham. Thank you, Swakesh, as well. Thank you so much for coming on board. Thank you. Fantastic. So thank you so much. Binda, that was so good. Now we wanted to, oh yes, Mansi. Mansi is going to be summarizing. Very good, Mansi. Okay, so
Mansi, you can unmute yourself.
You can unmute yourself. And
spotlight, Mansi.
Yeah, okay, I've done that. Remove spotlight. Okay, Mansi, where are you?
I can't. I'm reading off something else, so it's going to, because I wrote it on the device. That's why it might turn off.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, just give me 2 minutes.
Now remember, everybody who's summarizing, it's a short summary. So maximum 3 minutes, please. Because we have 17 more chapters to get through. And of course, we want to do it in a very nice way, because it shouldn't be a burden. It should be a very sweet recitation. So, okay, Mansi, you ready?
Okay, yeah, sure. Lesson number 1. Blind Dritita asks help from Sanjaya. 2. Think about the best side of everything. 3. Give instead of expect from somebody else. 4. Give time to think everything through. 5. The Lord is with us to help us battle all our challenges. 6. Never give an excuse. Never give an excuse to not do bhakti. The Bhagavad Gita is narrated by poet Sanjaya and told to King Dushita, a young warrior Arjuna, and a god who acts to be Arjuna's charioteer, Krishna, is in the battlefield as they stand still. At the start, Arjuna is hit with a sudden doubt about his role in the battle. He doesn't want to fight, although he is one of the generals on the Pandava army.
Very good. Is that your summary? Or have we lost you?
No.
Manasi, have you finished? I think we lost her. Very, very nice summary, actually. She gave the lessons first and gave a little description of what happened in this chapter. And then Arjun gives many reasons why he doesn't want to do his duty of fighting. And that's one of the lessons that she also stated, that we also give many excuses why we shouldn't do bhakti. So in the same way as Arjun gave many excuses why he wouldn't carry out the order of Krishna and fight. So thank you very much, Mansi. I think we've lost you. Swakesh, can I just highlight you? Good. So just to let devotees know, this is Swakesh. He lives now in Maharashtra. This is his good wife. First time I'm seeing her. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Swakesh, for organizing this session with Radheshyam. That was so amazing. So thank you. We just wanted for you to say a couple of words.
You can unmute yourself.
Unmute. You can unmute.
Hare Krishna Puja, Hare Krishna Mataji. I'm just a courier boy, a delivery boy, just connecting you to each other. Nothing great from it. All the credit goes to Nabi Prabhu and Mataji and all the devotees from London who has generously contributed for the Gita Marathon. And it's a really pleasure to have His Holiness Radheshyam Prabhu in the session today.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Really good. Appreciate that. So we wanted to move on to chapter 2, and that is Rupa, and there she is. Okay, Rupa.
Rupa, you can unmute yourself now. That's it. Thank you.
So let me find the chapter. Share screen. Okay. Chapter 2 ki jai.
श्री परमात्मने नमः। श्रीमद् भगवद् गीता अथ द्वितीय योगः सांख्ययोगः। संजय उवाच तं तथा कृपयाविष्टम् अश्रुपूर्णकुलेक्षणं विदिदन्तम् इदं वाक्यम् उवाच मधुसूदनः। श्रीभगवान् उवाच कुतस्त्वकश्मलम् इदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुष्टम् अस्वर्ग्यम् अकीर्तिकरमर्जुन। स्वाहा क्लैब्यं मास्मगमः पार्थ न तैत्व उपपद्यते क्षुद्रं हृदय दौर्बल्यं त्यक्त्वोत्तिष्ठ परन्तप।
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच कथं भीष्मम् अहं सङ्ख्ये द्रोणं च मधुसूदनः इषुभिः प्रतियोत्स्यामि पूजार्हा वीरसूदन।
स्वाहा
गुरून् हत्वा हि महानुभावान् श्रेयो भुक्तं भैक्षम् अपीह लोके हत्वार्थकामांस्तु कुरून् हैव भुञ्जीय भोगान् रुधिरा प्रदिग्धान्।
स्वाहा
न चैदविद्मा कतरन्नो गरयो यद्वा जयेम यदि वा न जयेयु यानेव हत्वा न जिजीविषामस्ते वस्थिता प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्रा।
स्वाहा
कार्पण्यदोषोपाहता स्वभावा पृच्छामि त्वं धर्मसम्मूढचेता यच्छ्रेयस्यान् निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यास्तेऽहं शाधि मम त्वं प्रपन्नम्।
स्वाहा
न हि प्रपश्यामि ममाप्नुत्यात् यच्छोकम् उच्छोषणम् इन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमा वसपत्न मृदं राज्यं सुराणामापि चाधिपत्यम्।
स्वाहा
संजय उवाच एवं युक्त्वा ऋषिकेशं गुडाकेशः परन्तपः न योत्स्य इति गोविन्दं युक्त्वा तुष्णं बभूवः।
स्वाहा
तम् उवाच ऋषिकेशः प्रसन्न इव भारत सेनायोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषिदन्तम् इदं वचः। श्रीभगवान् उवाच अशोच्यान् अनवोश्चस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादंश्च भाषसे गतासुम् अगतासुंश्च नानुशोचति पण्डितः।
स्वाहा
न त्वेवाहं जातुनाशं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम्।
स्वाहा
देहिनो अस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिर् धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति
स्वाहा
मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णा सुखदुःखदा आगमापायिनो नित्यास्तां प्रत्यक्षस्व भारता
स्वाहा
यं हि न यतयन्ते ते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभः समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोऽमृतत्वाय कल्पते स्वाहा नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टन्तस्त्वनान्योस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः
स्वाहा
अविनाशी तु तद्विधि येन सर्वम् इदं ततं विनाशम् अवयस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुम् अर्हति
स्वाहा
अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यस्योक्त्य शरीरिणः अनाशिनो प्रेमयस्य तस्मात् युधस्य भारता
स्वाहा
ये इनं विधि हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते
स्वाहा
न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नाम्यां भूत्वा भवित्वा वा न भूयायः अजो नित्य शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे
स्वाहा
वेद विना शिरविद्यं न एनम् अजम् अव्ययम् हतं स पुरुष पार्थ कं घात्यति हन्तिकम्
स्वाहा
वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नारोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि
स्वाहा
नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषन्ति मारुतः
स्वाहा
अच्छेद्यो यमदध्यो यम् अक्लेद्यो शोषय एव च नित्यः सर्वगतः शान्तो अचलोऽयं सनातनः
स्वाहा
अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयम् उच्यते तस्माद् एवं विधि त्वमेनं नानुशोचितुम् अर्हसि
स्वाहा
अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुम् अर्हसि
स्वाहा
जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्मामृतस्य च तस्मात् अपरिहर्यते न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि
स्वाहा
अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तामद्यानि भारत अव्यक्ता निधनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना
स्वाहा
आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवत् चैनम् अन्यः शृणोति श्रुतावपि एनं वेद न चैव कश्चित्
स्वाहा
देहि नित्यम् अवध्योऽयं देहि सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् श्रवणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि
स्वाहा
स्वधर्ममपि चावीक्ष्य न विकम्पितुम् अर्हसि धर्म्याधियुद्धश्रेयोऽन्यात् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते
स्वाहा
यत्र छय्याचोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियाः पार्था लाभन्ते युद्धमित्रशम्
स्वाहा
अत चेत्त्वमिमं धर्म्यां सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापम् अवाप्स्यसि
स्वाहा
अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययाम् सम्भविष्ठाय चाकीर्तिर् मरणादतिरिच्यते
स्वाहा
भयाद्रणाद् उपरतं मंस्यन्ते त्वं महारथ यथां च त्वं बहो मातो भूत्वा यस्यसि लाघवम्
स्वाहा
अवाच्यवादंश्च बहून् वादिष्यति तवाहितः निन्दस्तस्तव साम्यर्थं तथोदखातरं नु किम्
स्वाहा
हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं चित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीम् तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युधाय कृतनिश्चया
स्वाहा
सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जयाजयो तथो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापम् अवाप्स्यसि
स्वाहा
एषा ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्धया युक्तया यया पार्था कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि
स्वाहा
स्वाहा नेहाभिक्रम नाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पम् अप्स्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात्
स्वाहा
व्यवसायत्मिकबुद्धिः एकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्यनन्तश्च बुद्धायो व्यवसायिनाम्
स्वाहा
यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त विपश्चितः वेदवादारथ पार्था नान्यत् अस्तीति वादिनः
स्वाहा
कामात्मनः स्वर्गपारा परा जन्मकर्म फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति
स्वाहा
भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां स्वार्थात् चेतसां व्यवसायिकबुद्धिः समाधौ न विधीयते
स्वाहा
त्रैगुण्य विषया वेदा नित्रैगुण्य भवार्जुना निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यः सत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान्
स्वाहा
यावान् अर्थ उदपाने सर्वात् सम्प्लुतोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः
स्वाहा
कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्म फलहेतुर्भूर्मा ते संगोऽस्त्वकर्मणि
स्वाहा
योगस्थ कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्धि असिद्धौ सबो भूत्वा समात्वं योग उच्यते
स्वाहा
दूरेण यावरं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्धशरणम् अन्विच्छा कृपणाफलहेतवः
स्वाहा
बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगय युजस्व योगकर्मासु कौशलम्
स्वाहा
कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्ति नामयम्
स्वाहा
यदा ते कलिलं बुद्धिर्यतिता दृश्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदम् श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च
स्वाहा
श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समधावचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य कः भाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधीः किं प्रभाषेत किम् असीत व्रजेत किम्
स्वाहा
श्रीभगवान् उवाच प्रजाहाति यदा कामं सर्वान् पार्थान् मनोगतान् आत्मनेवात्मना तुष्टा यथा प्रज्ञास्तदोच्यते
स्वाहा
दुःखेषु अनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्परा वितरागाभयक्रोधा स्थिता धीर्मुनिरुच्यते
स्वाहा
यं सर्वत्र हि स्नेहास्तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभम् नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता
स्वाहा
यदा संहरते छायं कूर्मोऽङ्गानीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता
स्वाहा
विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिना रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते
स्वाहा
यततो ह्यपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्व विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि परमार्थिनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः
स्वाहा
तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आस्ते मत्परः वसेहि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता
स्वाहा
ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गास्ते सुपजायते संगात् संजयते कामा कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते
स्वाहा
क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहा सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति
स्वाहा
रागद्वेषाविमुक्तैस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियश्चरन् आत्मा वशयसिद्धेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्यासु बुद्धि पर्यवतिष्ठिते
स्वाहा
नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न च भावना शान्तिर् अशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम्
स्वाहा
इन्द्रियाणं हि चरतां यन्मानोऽनुविधीयते तद् अस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्भसि
स्वाहा
तस्मात् यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यः तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता
स्वाहा
ज्ञानशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनि
स्वाहा
स्वाहा
आपूर्यमानम् अचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे प्रशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी
स्वाहा
विहाय कामं यः सर्वान् पुंमांश्चरति निष्प्रहः निर्मामो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
एषा भ्रामिस्थितपार्था नैनं प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वास्यम् अन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मा निर्वाणं मृच्छति
स्वाहा. Well done, Rupa. Thank you so much. Bhagavad Gita, second chapter, Ki Jai. Well done. Thank you. So I wanted to invite, there's 4 devotees who are summarizing. Vishal, you're first. And if we can make it quite brief, there's Vishal, Palika, Aishwarya, and Balaram. So there's 4 parts to chapter 2. And chapter 2 is the contents of the Bhagavad Gita summarized. So it's a very important chapter. And that's why we got 4 devotees who are going to summarize it. So Vishal is there?
He's ready.
Okay. Let me just find you, Vishal. 1 second. Oh, I can't recognize you because you look like a hippie now, huh? So this is, we can't hear you. No, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hare Krishna, everyone. Happy Gita Jayanti and Ekadashi and Christmas Day to you, everyone. You can hear me now, Nabi?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'll leave the main summarizations to the experts, the young children. They know far more than I do. My summarization for this would be basically, if we all look at the Bhagavad Gita at the front, I remember a story about a scholar looking at somebody who's totally uneducated, somebody like me who knows nothing, And this chap just had the Bhagavad Gita in his hand, and the scholar was wondering, what do you know? You haven't learned anything, you have no knowledge. But there was somebody like a Guru Maharaj, a sadhu or a saint. He said, this man, all he knows is he can see that God is serving his devotee. So you can see in this picture, Arjuna is representing all of us, and Krishna is in charge, is serving his devotee. So that's what my summarization of the Bhagavad Gita would be. All we have to do is give ourselves up to Krishna. It can be, and just let him lead us. And our main thing is just for us to be happy. So whatever he does, we just have to be happy. So that's my summarization for everyone.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That's fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mala, Hare Krishna. Very nice to see you. Palika.
You can unmute yourself, Palika.
Now, in the first 10 verses, Arjun finally decides to ask Krishna for help. He surrenders unto Krishna. This is one of the most important aspects of the Bhagavad Gita, where Arjun surrenders to Krishna and says, you are my guru, now please help me. So now, Palika, what is his first instruction to Krishna, to Arjun?
So, chapter 2, contents of Gita summary. Summary of verses 11 to 30. Krishna begins by teaching Arjuna the most fundamental understanding of spiritual life, as the driver operates a car or as a bird lives in a cage. We, the spirit soul, are similarly utilizing this body. Although living within the body, we are simultaneously operating it to perform activities, fulfill our desires, and interact with the world around us. Lesson 8. This distinction is the first teaching that the Guru imparts. At every moment, our bodies are changing. We do not have the same body that we did when we were children, but we still remain the same person. What is it that is not changing? It is important to realize our true identity as spirit soul. Otherwise, we will continuously undergo the process of reincarnation, accepting unnatural material and the subsequent sufferings and distresses of life in this material world. At least once a day, look in the mirror and say to ourselves, I am not this body, I am the pure spirit soul, servant of the supreme soul.
Well done, Palika. Very, very confidently said. So the very first instruction of Krishna, we are spirit soul. Very good. Now, Aishwarya. So now Krishna changes direction a little bit, gives a little bit more different advice. Yes, Aishwarya.
Chapter 2, Contents of the Gita summarized. Summary of verses 31 to 53. How does such knowledge practically affect our day-to-day life in the real world? Krishna addresses this by explaining the two essential duties of the spirit soul. Dharma translates as duty, but it actually refers to characteristics and qualities of something that cannot be avoided, neglected, or negated. 2. Types of dharma are as follows. The soul has a Sava dharma, a worldly duty which consists of responsibilities towards families, friends, and society connected to the body. The soul has a Sanatana dharma, an internal spiritual duty which comprises one's relationship with God, nature, and all living entities, spirit souls. Lesson 9. One has to learn to execute both dharmas side by side. Many individuals neglect Sarna Dharma, becoming
Sanatan Dharma. Sanatan Dharma.
Sanatan Dharma, becoming too preoccupied with this Sava Dharma.
Dharma. Yes.
On the other extreme, individuals can prematurely reject their Sva Dharma and falsely try to absorb themselves in Sanatana Dharma.
Very good. Well done. So in this part of the chapter, Krishna is explaining how one must do one's duty. And there's two types of duty, one to the body, but the more important one, as you were saying very nicely, is Sanatan Dharma, duty to us as our Jivatma, souls. Very nicely spoken. Now, we have Surinder, Balaram, are you there?
You can unmute yourselves.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Yes, we're here.
We can't see you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So the final part of chapter 2.
Prabhu, I have a whole summary. Unfortunately, I don't have just the final part. I've got the whole summary for the chapter 2. I can get through it in about 3 minutes. Is that
No, it'd be too long because we've already done. Just go to the end of the chapter. It's the end of the chapter, text 54.
Text 54.
No. We didn't receive your text regarding the summary notes. We received chapter 11 accidentally.
Okay, so go and do it, Balaram. But be quick, huh?
I'll be quick, yes. So, chapter summary. Seeing Arjun dispirited and dejected, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna encouraged him, saying that his despondency was due to his over-attachment to his kith and kin, elders and preceptors. Understanding this, he should give up his weakness of heart and rise to the occasion. Helpless and bewildered, Arjuna surrenders himself fully at the feet of the Lord and prays for enlightenment as to his duty at this critical juncture. The Lord, being compassionate to his friend, advises him to lament neither for the living or the dead, because of the soul, which is immortal, is completely distinct from the perishable body. Krishna goes on to explain about the individual soul, Jivatma, and the super soul, Paramatma. Arjun and all the others assembled on the battlefield are individual souls, and he, the Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna, is the super soul or Paramatma. All have existed eternally and will continue to exist in future as they have existed in the past and exist now. The Jivatma is an atomic part and parcel of the Paramatma. The duty of the Jivatma in its free state is to worship and serve the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna with unalloyed devotion. While the duties of the Jivatma in its bound state are prescribed in the scriptures according to his acquired nature and qualities. This system is known as Varanashram Dharma. Then for one whose nature in this world is that of a warrior, a Kshatriya, to fight for a righteous cause is the most beneficial course of action. To do one's duty selflessly is called Nishkarma Karma Yoga. When all self-serving desire is eliminated and the mind is free from the bondage of the world, the soul attains Brahma Nirvana, or complete liberation in the spirit. When situated in such a state, free from all mental speculation and filled with self-bliss, he is known as Strita Prajanya. Apologies for the pronunciation.
Strita Prajna.
Or having attained true serenity. Such a soul has full mastery over his senses, and when he becomes enlightened by the transcendental knowledge of his eternal relationship with the Lord, thirst to enjoy this world automatically ceases.
Jai Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai.
Very good, Balaram. Very confident. I like it. I like it. And Balaram, just to let devotees know, he's doing the youth presentations very nicely, assisted by his father, Surinder, who always comes up with some nice verses. And this is a really special person here. She is Ananda Leela, and she sings the most beautiful bhajans. And currently we're singing Bhakti Vinod Thakur bhajans on Thursdays. And she and Deepika sing so beautifully. They melt the hearts. So thank you so much, Balaram. So very good effort. Thank you. So there's 3 parts to this chapter. What did I just do? Switch it off. Never mind. Okay, so let's go to chapter 3. And whilst we were getting there, we will just talk about 3 parts to chapter 2. 1, Krishna describes the soul. 2, he describes the duty of us as in this body and as soul. And 3rd, he also describes a Krishna conscious person. So this is a chapter which is the summary of the Bhagavad Gita and worth reading again and again. And I'd like to thank all the devotees for putting a wonderful effort in reciting and then summarizing. Okay, so let's find chapter 3. So now Damodar is going to recite chapter 3.
श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, महाराज की जय, भगवद गीता की जय।
जय।
ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। इति तृतीयो अध्याय कर्मयोगः। अर्जुन उवाच जायसि चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धि जनार्दन तत किं कर्मणि घोरे मां नियोजयसि केशवः।
स्वाहा।
Text 2. यामिश्रणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिमोह्यसीव मे तदेकवद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयो अहम् आप्नुयाम्।
स्वाहा।
श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविद्या निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानां कर्मयोगेन योगिनां स्वाहा। न कर्मणाम् आरम्भान नैष्कर्म्य पुरुषो कृते न च संन्यासनादेव सिद्धिं समाधि गच्छति।
स्वाहा।
न हि कश्चित् क्षणम् अपि जातु तिष्ठति अकर्मकृत कार्यते हि वसः कर्म सर्वप्रकृति जय गुणे।
स्वाहा।
कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य य आस्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विमूढात्मा मिथ्याचारः उच्यते।
स्वाहा।
यस्तु इन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम आरम्भते अर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रिय कर्मयोग असक्तः विशिष्यते।
स्वाहा।
नियतं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म जायो हि कर्मणः शरीरयात्रापि च न ते न प्रसिद्धेद कर्मणः।
स्वाहा।
यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणो अन्यत्र लोकोत्तरं कर्म बन्धनः तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्ग समाचरः।
स्वाहा।
स यज्ञ प्रजा सृष्टा पुरोवाच प्रजापतिः अनेन प्रविश्यध्वम् एष वो तिष्ठ इष्टकामदुःख।
स्वाहा।
देवान् भाव्यतानेन ते देवा भाव्यन्तु वः परस्परं भाव्यन्तः श्रेय परम् अवाप्य सदा।
स्वाहा।
इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा दास्यन्ति यज्ञभावितः तद्देवतान् परादेव्यो यो भुङ्क्तेस्तेन एव सः।
स्वाहा।
यज्ञशिष्टाशिनः सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषे भजन्ते ते त्वदं पापा ये भजन्ति आत्मकारणात्।
स्वाहा।
अन्नाद् भवति भूतानि पर्जन्यात् अन्नसम्भवः यज्ञाद् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवः।
स्वाहा।
कर्मो ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षर समुद्भवम् तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम्।
स्वाहा।
एवं प्रवृत्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति यः अर्गायु इन्द्रियारामो मोगं पाथ स जीवति
स्वाहा
यस्तु आत्मरतिर एव स्याद् आत्मतृप्त स च मानवः आत्मनि एव च सन्तुष्ट तस्य कार्य न विद्यते
स्वाहा
नैव तस्य कृतेनाथो न कृतेनः कश्चन न च स सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् अर्थव्यपाश्रयः
स्वाहा
तस्मा असक्त सततं कार्यकर्म समाचर असक्तो हि आचरण कर्म परम आपनोति पुरुषः स्वाहा कर्मेण हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनदायः शोकं संग्रम अभे लोकं संग्रम एवपि संशयन कर्तुम् अर्हसि
स्वाहा
यत् आचरेत् श्रेष्ठ तत्तत् एवेतरो जनः यत् स यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकास्तत् अनुवर्तते स्वाहा नो मे पार्थ स्वीकर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किश्चन नानुवक्तम् अवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि
स्वाहा
यदि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मणः तन्त्रितः मम वर्तमानो वर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः
स्वाहा
उषिदेयुरी मे लोका न कुर्या कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च कर्तास्याम् उपादयाम् इमाः प्रजा
स्वाहा
सक्तां कर्मणो विद्वांसा यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वांस तथा चिकित्स लोकसंग्रहम्
स्वाहा
न बुद्धियेदं जनयेद न बुद्धिम् एदं जनायेद अज्ञानं कर्म संगिनां जोषेत सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्त समाचारान् स्वाहा प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणे कर्माणि सर्वशः अहंकार विमूढात्मा कर्ताम् इति अहं मन्यते
स्वाहा
तत्पितु महाबाहो गुणकर्मो विभागयोः गुणा गुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सजते
स्वाहा
प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढाः सजन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कुतस्त्वविदो बन्धान् कुतस्त्वभिन्न विचालयेत् स्वाहा मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि संयात् आत्मचेतसा निराशी निर्ममो भूत्वा युधस्व विगतस्वरः
स्वाहा
एमे मतम् इतं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठति मानवा श्रद्धावान् अनुसूयन्तो उच्यन्ते ते अपि कर्मभिः
स्वाहा
ये तु एतत् अभयसुन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानं विमूढात् स्तान् विधि नस्तान चेतसः स्वाहा सदुसंचेतस सर्वस्वस्याः प्रकृतिज्ञानाम् अपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह की करिष्यति
स्वाहा
इंद्रियासे इंद्रियार्थे रागदेशो व्यवस्थितो तयो न वशम् आगच्छेत तो हि अस्य परिपन्थो
स्वाहा
श्रेया स्वधर्मो विगुणः स्वानुष्ठिस्तात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेयः परधर्मो भयावह
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच अथ केन प्रवृत्तयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन प्रियवासनेय बलादिव नियोजितः
स्वाहा
श्री भगवान् उवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुण समुद्भवः महासनो महापाप्मा विद्धि एनम् इह वैरिणम्
स्वाहा
धूमिना म्रियते बहिर यथा दर्शो मलिन च यथोलब्धेन आवृतो गर्भस्थातेन तेन आवृतं
Swaha.
आवृतः ज्ञानम् एतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय स्फुरेण नलेन च स्वाहा
Swaha.
इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धि अधिष्ठाय मुच्यते एते विमोचयते स ज्ञान आवृत्य देहिनम्
Swaha.
तस्मात् तम् इन्द्रियाणि आदौ नियम्य भरतवर्षणम् पापानां प्रजहिहेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम्
Swaha.
इन्द्रियाणि पराहु इन्द्रियः परं मनः मनस्सु परा बुद्ध्यो बुद्धे परस्तु सः
Swaha.
एवं बुद्धे परा बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्य आत्मना आत्मना जहि शत्रु महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम्
Swaha.
इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः समाप्तः।
Jai. Chapter 3, Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Well done. Karma Yoga ki jai.
Jai.
First class. Good effort, Damodar. Hare Krishna. I wanted to ask Riyansh. Where is he? Oh, good boy. Now, this is Riyansh, who actually knows. Who
Hare
actually,
Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. He knows many chapters by heart. And he's going to summarize chapter 3 for us. Nice picture, by the way.
Oh.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Today I am going to brief you Chapter 3 Karma Yoga in Bhagavad Gita. Acronym for this chapter is TRI. T for Tyaga, 1 to 9 verses. R for rungs on the yoga ladder, 10 to 16 verses. E for exemplary, 17 to 35 verses. E for enemy of the soul, 36 to 43 verses. T. Tyaga, 1 to 9 verses. Theme. Bhagavad Gita is not about living. Bhagavad Gita is about living. Bhagavad Gita 3.9 Karma Yoga, work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work causes bondage in this material world. So Krishna tells to Arjuna, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction. And in that way, you will remain free from bondage. We should be detached and beautiful. That is Karma Yoga.
Good.
R for rungs on the yoga ladder, 10 to 16 verses. Yoga ladder. Karma Kanda, regulated sense gratification. Sakama Karma Yoga, attached to the fruits of work and work itself. Nishkam Karma Yoga, detached from the fruits of work but attached to the type of work. Jnana Yoga, speculation and search of absolute truth. Ashtanga Yoga, control of mind and senses by eightfold path and meditation of super soul within the heart. Bhakti Yoga, loving devotional service to the Lord. E for exemplary, 17 to 35 verses. Sets an example. Bhagavad Gita 3.9:21 says, whatever action a great man performs, common men follow. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Example, Bhagavad Gita 22 to 25, Krishna also performed prescribed duties, although he has no material desires. E for enemy of the soul, 36 to 43 verses. Eternal enemy of the soul is lust. How lust covers us. Different species have different coverings of lust. 3.38 Fire covered by smoke, mirror covered by dust, embryo covered by womb. Bhagavad Gita text 3.40 says the senses, the mind, and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Control of senses, mind, and intelligence by ABCD formula. A for association with devotees. B for Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam by reading these wisdom literatures. C for chanting. D for diet. That is offer food to Lord. It becomes prasadam. Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Jay, well done, Rianch. Excellent. And you picked the 3 right verses as well. So perfect summary. So well done. Thank you so much. Good boy. And Rianch, I must say to everybody, he joins us every day in our afternoon seminars, reciting lots of verses, listening to the stories, asking really nice questions. And I'm so impressed with this boy.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rianch. So chapter 4 is Indulekha Mataji. And let's go to Indulekha Mataji.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Happy Gita Jayanti.
Happy Gita Jayanti.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bhagavad Gita chapter 4. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Imam Vivasvate Yogam Proktavan Aham Avyayam Vivashvan Manave Praha Manu Ikshvakave Bravit.
Swaha.
Okay.
Evam parampara praptam imam raja sayo vidhu sakale neha mahata yogo nasta parantapa. Swaha. Sa evayam maya tedya yogam prakto puratanaha bhakto si me sakha cheti rahasyam hi etad uttamam. Swaha. Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavatu janma param janma vivashvataha katham etad vijnanam tvam adu proktavaniti. Swaha. Shri Bhagavan uvacha bahuni me vyatitane janmani tava charjuna tani aham veda sarvani na tvam veda parantapa. Swaha. Ajopi san avyayatma bhutanam ishwaropi san prakritim swa adhityaya sambhavami atma mayaya.
Swaha.
Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyuktanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. Swaha. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushtikam dharma samdharpanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Swaha. Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvatah tyadvadeham punarjanma neti ma meti so Arjuna. Swaha. Vitaraga bhaya krodha manmaya mam upasritah bhavatu janma tapasa puta madbhavan agatah. Swaha. ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तं तथैव भजामि अहं मम वर्तमानुवर्तन्ते मानुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः स्वाहा काङ्क्षन्त कर्माणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मनुष्ये लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा स्वाहा चतुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणाकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारम् अपि मां विद्धि अकर्तारम् अव्ययम् स्वाहा न मां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न मे कर्म फलस्पृहा इति मां यो विजानाति कर्माभिर्न स बध्यते स्वाहा एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वे पूर्वतरं कृतं स्वाहा किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कवयोऽपि अत्र मोहितः तत्ते कर्म प्ररक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मुक्ष्यसे शुभात् स्वाहा कर्माणो हि अपि बुद्धव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्माणश्च बुद्धव्यं गहना कर्मणो गति स्वाहा कर्माणि अकर्म य पश्येद् अकर्माणि च कर्मय स बुद्धिना मनुष्येषु स युक्ता कृत्स्ना स कृष्ण स स्वाहा यस्य सर्वे सरम्भः काम संकल्प प्रजितः ज्ञानग्निदग्धा कर्माणं तम् आहु पंडितं बुद्धः स्वाहा त्याक्त्वा कर्म फलासंगं नित्य तृप्तो निराशयः कर्माणि अभिप्रावृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति स स्वाहा नरासिर्यत चित्तात्मा त्याक्त्वा सर्वा परिग्रह शरीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वानाप्नोति किल्बिषम् स्वाहा यदृच्छालभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वतीतो विमात्सर समं सिद्धो असिद्धो च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते स्वाहा गतासङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानवस्थितः चेतसः यज्ञानश्चारत कर्म समाग्रं प्रविलीयते स्वाहा ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविर्ब्रह्मग्नो ब्रह्मानहूतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गतव्यं ब्रह्मा कर्म समाधिनः स्वाहा दैवम् एवापरे ज्ञानं योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माग्नो अपरे यज्ञैव वपुजुह्वति स्वाहा श्रोत्राणीन्द्रियाणि अन्ये समा अग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयान् अन्ये इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति स्वाहा सर्वाणीन्द्रियाणि कर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मा संयम योगग्नो जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते स्वाहा द्रव्य यज्ञस्तपतो यज्ञ योगा यज्ञस्तथा परे सद्याय ज्ञान यज्ञश्च यताय संसिता व्रतः स्वाहा
Swaha.
आपने जुहति प्राणं प्राणपान तथा परे प्राणपान गतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामं परायणः अपरे नियता I'm not done. आपरे नियता हरा प्राणं प्राणेषु जुह्वति स्वाहा
Swaha.
सर्वयापि एते यज्ञो विदो यज्ञाशपित कल्मषः यज्ञासि स्मार्त पूजो यान्ति ब्रह्मा सनातनम्
Swaha.
नयं लोकेऽस्ति अज्ञानस्य कुतो अन्ये कुरु सत्तमः स्वाहा
Swaha.
एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्राह्मणो मुखे कर्माजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमुक्ष्यसे स्वाहा श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयाद्यज्ञात् ज्ञानयज्ञा परन्तपा सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञानपर्युपासमाप्यते
Swaha.
तद्विरि परिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवय उपदक्षान्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः स्वाहा यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यस्यासि पाण्डव येन भूतानि अशेषानि द्रक्ष्यासि आत्मनि अथो मयि स्वाहा
Swaha.
अपि सत् पापेभ्य सर्वभ्ये पापे कृत्तमः सर्वज्ञानप्लयनेवया वृजिनां सन्तरिष्यसि स्वाहा यथाइदं सिमिद्धो अग्नेर्भस्मासात् कुरुतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानग्ने सर्वकर्माणि भस्मासात् कुरुते तथा स्वाहा नाहि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योग संसिद्धा कालेनेमात्मनि विन्दति स्वाहा श्रद्धया लभते ज्ञानं तत्परा संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परं शान्तिम् अचिरेन्द्र न गच्छति स्वाहा अग्नाश्च श्राद्धानश्च संसात्यात्मा विनश्यति नयं लोकेऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संयासात्मनः स्वाहा योग संशयस्त कर्माणां ज्ञान संचिन संशयम् आत्मनवन्तं न कर्माणि न बन्धन्ति धनञ्जय स्वाहा तस्माद् ज्ञान सम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञान संसितन्मः चित्तवान् साम्यसं योगम् अधिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत हरे कृष्ण
Well done, Maji. Thank you. Chapter 4, Bhagavad Gita
Hare
ki
Krishna.
jai. Fantastic.
Jai.
So we have Akasha, and Akasha is ready. Very good, Akasha.
In chapter 4, there are 3 parts. They are why we read Krishna book about karma and why we need to sacrifice sometimes.
In the Bhagavad Gita, it states that we should read a part of Krishna book every day, as that can teach us lessons and we can become closer to Sri Krishna. Krishna explains that we should always learn from the best you can. Connecting with Krishna is a very big but good thing. The moment you connect with him, he connects with you. An example is, you have refused to take Krishna book lessons, and after 50 years you think, oh no, I should have took that. What have I done? This example shows you that you should take the best knowledge when you have it, or you'll regret it later in life. Krishna says we should learn that whatever action we take will have a reaction. Therefore, think before you do or speak. This is karma. Example, you have pushed someone and they push you back, so you get hurt. This shows that although you were trying to get them hurt, you got hurt. This also shows that the reaction can happen anytime after your action. Sometimes we may feel like we have to take that action against that person, but we have to control. Arjuna asks, why do we need to sacrifice? Krishna answers, well, the Bhagavad Gita tells us that giving instead of taking gives us a happy feeling. Also, you mustn't get something if it's not necessary. Example, you have gone to the shopping center and wanted a toy, but then you think, I can just play in the garden. I need food, so I'll collect in the groceries. This chapter also informs us who the first three spiritual masters are. They are Dhritarashtra, Arjuna and Sri Krishna. Arjuna is a guru because thanks to him, our questions for God are answered. Krishna is a guru because he is God and blesses us with knowledge. The third guru is Dhritarashtra. He has done a lot of wrong and bad things, but he has told us not to do these mistakes. We should always remain humble and as they say, we enter the world empty-handed and leave the world empty-handed too.
Well
Hare
done. Fantastic, Akasha. Just wanted to ask you a question. On Dhritarashtra, why is he a guru? Just say that bit again.
The third guru is Dhritarashtra. He has done a lot of wrong and bad things, but he has told us not to do these mistakes.
He's told us not to do those mistakes. Yeah, very good. Don't repeat his mistakes. Okay, nice. Well done, Akasha.
Thank you.
That was very nicely done. Thank you so much. Good effort. Very good effort. So now we're on to chapter 5, and that is by Deepika. And thanks to
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Deepika. And Deepika, must let devotees know that she is an incredible singer. So she also sings the Bhakti Vinod Thakur bhajans. But
Thank you,
before we
Prabhu.
go there, I just want to thank VP Govind Prabhuji. Thank you so much because you've given us a much better way to show the Bhagavad Gita. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Shall I start, Prabhu?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Atah Panchamodhyayah Bhagavad Gita Karma Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punaryogam Cha Samsasi Yascharya Yetayoryekam Tanme Bruhi Sunischitam.
Swaha.
Shri Bhagavan Sanyasa Karma Yogascha Nihischarya Karavabhau Tayostu Karma Sanyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate.
Swaha.
Jneyasa Nitya Sanyasi Yona Dveshti Na Kankshati Nirdvandvo Hi Mahabaho Sukam Bandhat Pramuchyate.
Swaha.
Sankhya Yogo Pratakpala Pravandati Na Pandita Ekamapyab Astita Samyug Ubhayor Vindate Phalam.
Swaha.
Yat Sankhya Prapyate Sthanam Tad Yogairapi Gamyate Ekam Sankyam Cha Yogam Cha यः पश्यति स पश्यति
स्वाहा
संन्यासस्तु महाबाहो दुःखम् आप्तुम् अयोगतः योगायुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्मा न चिरेणाधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
योगायुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मा भूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते
स्वाहा
नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्येत तत्त्ववित् पश्यन् शृण्वन् स्पृशन् जिघ्रन् आसन् गच्छन् स्वपन् स्वसन् प्रलापन् विसृजन् जिघ्रन् उन्निमिषन् निमिषन्नपि इन्द्रियाणिरिन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्ते इति धारयन्
स्वाहा
ब्रह्मण्यमादाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यतेन स पापेन पद्मं पत्रमिवाम्बसा
स्वाहा
कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये
स्वाहा
युक्ता कर्मफलं त्यक्त्वा सन्निधमाप्नोति नैष्टिकीम् अयुक्तकामकारेण फलसक्तो निबध्यते
स्वाहा
सर्वकर्माणि मनसा संन्यासस्तु सुखं वसि नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन्
स्वाहा
न क्रत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः न कर्मफलं संयोगं स्वभावास्तु प्रवर्तते
स्वाहा
नादत्ता कश्चित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः अज्ञानानवृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः
स्वाहा
ज्ञानेन तु तदा ज्ञानं येषं नाशितमात्मना तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम्
स्वाहा
तद्बुद्ध्यास्तदात्मानस्तन्निशितास्तत्परायणाः गच्छन्त्याप्नुयावृतं ज्ञानं निधृतकल्मषः
स्वाहा
विद्या विनया संपन्ने ब्राह्मणे कविहस्तिनि सुनिच्चैव स्वपाके च पंडितः समदर्शिनः
स्वाहा
इहैव तैर्जितः सर्गो येषां सम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थितः
स्वाहा
न पृश्यत् प्रियं प्राप्य नोद्विजेत् प्राप्य चाप्रियं स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थिता
स्वाहा
बाह्यस्पृश्वासक्तात्मा विन्द्यते आत्मानि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयम् अश्नुते
स्वाहा
ये हि संस्पर्शजभोगा दुःखयो न एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः
स्वाहा
शक्नोति हैव यः सूडं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षन्ति कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः
स्वाहा
योऽन्तः सुखनरन्तरास्मास्नन्तर्ज्योतिर्येव यः स योगी ब्रह्म निर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
लभन्ते ब्रह्म निर्वाणं लभन्ते ब्रह्म निर्वाण मनुष्य क्षीण कल्मषः छिन्नद्वैद्वा यतन्तात्मा सर्वभूतहिते रतः
स्वाहा
कामक्रोध विमुक्तात्मा यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्म निर्वाणां वर्तते विदितात्मनम्
स्वाहा
स्पर्शन् कृत्वा बहिर्भ्यां स चक्षुर्चैवर्तते भ्रुवौ प्राणापानौ समौ कृत्वा नासा बाह्यन्तरचारिणौ यतीन्द्रमनो बुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षापरायण विगच्छेत् बाह्यक्रोधो यः सदा मुक्तो येव सः
स्वाहा
भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति
स्वाहा
श्री अर्जुन कृष्णार्जुन संवादे संन्यासयोगे ओम शांति शांति पंचमोऽध्यायः संपूर्णम्.
Yay. Thank you very much, Deepika. And the last thing you just did, if you're on the call, every time we finish a chapter, please do the same.
Sure.
That's really nice. You always add something when you come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhu. But I know I still did some mistakes. I'll try to let you back. Thank
No
you so
mistakes. Krishna was really pleased with that recitation. Fantastic recitation. I can see him here. He's right in front of me. He's smiling away at you. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, Satvika.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Okay, where are you? Let me find you. Yes, I can see you. Go for it, Satvika.
Okay. Hare Krishna. My name is Satvika. I will brief you on the summary of Chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. This chapter begins with Arjuna seeking Krishna's further guidance on renouncing work versus working with devotion, and which of these two is more beneficial. Krishna replied that 1. If one engages in righteous work, offering the results to God, then one's work becomes purified. 2. Also, for most people, it will be premature and detrimental to sever themselves from worldly relationships and duties in pursuance of spiritual perfection. Thus, the path of Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness, offers a progressive means of spiritual development. 3. Here Krishna gives a beautiful example. Just as a lotus leaf is surrounded by water but remains completely dry, similarly one can stay in the world and fulfill their responsibilities but still remain unaffected if one does actions in Krishna consciousness. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
That was really well summarized. Thank you so much. Well done. Especially I like that last example of the lotus flower, which Krishna gives the example, but you really nicely put it. So thank you, Satvika. Thank you very much. Well done. Satvika ki jai. Very good. Okay, so now we are on to chapter 6. And we'd like Surinder to come forward and
Hare Krishna Dandavat Nitai Gaura Haribol.
Great, thank you so much. Very good. Hare Krishna.
Jai Gurudev. Sri Nityananda Chandram Patita Sharanadam Gauradam Tam Bhajiham Nitai Gaura Haribol. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Anasrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yaha Sa Sanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Nani Ragnir Na Chakriyaha
Swaha.
Swaha.
Yam Sanyasam Iti Prahur योगं तं विधि पाण्डव नहि असन्न्यस्त संकल्पो योगी भावति कश्चनः
स्वाहा
अरुरुक्षोर्मुनिर्योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव सामकारणमुच्यते
स्वाहा
यदा हीनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुसाजते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगारूढस्तदोच्यते
स्वाहा
उदारेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसोद्यते दयेत् आत्मैव हि आत्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः
स्वाहा
बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवात्
स्वाहा
जितात्मना प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्ण सुख दुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः
स्वाहा
ज्ञान तृप्तात्मा कुतस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इति उच्यते योगी समालोस्त्रस्म काञ्चनः
स्वाहा
सुहृन्मित्रारि उदासीना मध्यस्थद्वेष्य बन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते
स्वाहा
योगी युञ्जितं सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रह
स्वाहा
शुचो देशे प्रतिस्थाप्य स्थिरम् आसनम् आत्मनः नाति उच्छ्रितं नाति नीचं चैलान्यकुशोत्तरम्
स्वाहा
तत्रैकुग्रं मनः कृत्वा यथा चितेन्द्रिया क्रियः उपाविश्य शनैः युञ्ज्यात् योगम् आत्मविशुद्धये
स्वाहा
सामं काया शिरोग्रीवं धारयन् अचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्च नावलोकयन्
स्वाहा
प्रसन्तात्मा विगताभिर्ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आशित मत्परः
स्वाहा
युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाण परमं मत्संस्थम् अधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
नाति अस्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तम् अनश्नतः न चाति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन
स्वाहा
युक्तहराविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नवबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः
स्वाहा
यदा विनियतं चितम् आत्मनि एव वातिष्ठते निष्पृहा सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इति उच्यते तदा
स्वाहा
यथा दीपो निवतस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमस्मृता योगिनो यथा चित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः
स्वाहा
यत्रो परामते चितं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन् आत्मनि तुष्यति
स्वाहा
सुखम् आत्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यम् अतीन्द्रियं वेति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तद्वतः
स्वाहा
यं लब्ध्वा च परं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते
स्वाहा
संवेद्यात् Dukha samyoga viyogam yoga samgitam.
Swaha.
Sanischayena yoktavyo yoga nirvina chetasa sankalpa prabhavan kamam jagva sarvan asesataha manasayvendriya gramam viniyamya samantataha.
Swaha.
Now Ananda Lila will recite, please.
Okay, Hare Krishna. She's our favorite.
भगवद गीता की जय
Yay.
यतो यतो निश्चलति मानस
No.
One above.
One above.
सानाय रूपरामेत बुद्ध्या धृति घृताया आत्मा संस्थितं माना कृत्वा न किंचिदपि चिन्तयेत्
Swaha.
यतो यतो निश्चालति अस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियाम्यायेतद् आत्मानि एव वशं नयेत्
Swaha.
प्रशान्तमानसं हि येनां योगिनं सुखमुत्तमाम् उपैति सन्तराजसं ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषम्
Swaha.
युञ्जनेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मा संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखम् अश्नुते
Swaha.
सर्वभूतस्थम् आत्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि इक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः
Swaha.
यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि सच्चामि न प्रणश्यति
Swaha.
सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजति एकत्वम् अस्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते
Swaha.
आत्मोपाम्येन सर्वत्र सामं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मातः
Swaha.
अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलवत् स्थितिं स्थिरम्
Swaha.
चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढम् तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायुरिव सुदुष्करम्
Swaha.
भगवान् उवाच असंशयं महाभायो मानो दुर्ग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गृह्यते
Swaha.
असंयतात्माना योगो दुष्प्रपा इति मे मतिः वश्यात्मान तु यत्तथा शक्यो वक्तुम् उपातयतः
Swaha.
अर्जुन उवाच अयति श्राद्धयोपेतो योगचलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कं गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति
Swaha.
कञ्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टश्चिन्नभ्रम इव नश्यति अप्रथिस्तो महाबाहो विमुद्धो ब्राह्मणापति
Swaha.
एतं मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुम् अर्हासि अशेषतः त्वदन्य संशयस्य चेतना हि उपापद्यते
Swaha.
श्री भगवान् उवाच पार्थ नैवेहानमृतत्रा विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते नाहि कल्याणकृत् कच्चिद् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति
Swaha.
प्राप्य पुण्यकृतं लोकन् उस्तित्वा शाश्वती समः नाम श्रीमतं गेहे योगभ्रष्टो जायते
स्वाहा
अथवा योगिनामेव कूले भावति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशम्
स्वाहा
तत्र तं बुद्धि संयोगं लभते पूर्वदेहिकं यत्तते च तहो भूयः संसिद्धो कुरु नन्दन
स्वाहा
पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते हि अवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते
स्वाहा
प्रयत्नाद्यता मानस्तु योगी संशुद्ध किल्बिषुः अनेका जन्म संसिद्धस्ततो यत्ति परं गतिम्
स्वाहा
तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन
स्वाहा
योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना शुद्धवान् भाजते यो मां सम्मे युक्ता तमो मातः
Deepika? Just leave her on.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Yes, you can just say at the end of chapter 6.
Yes, Prabhu. Iti Shri Dhyana Yogaha Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Dhyana Yoga Bhagavad Gita Sampurnam.
Jai.
Thank you.
Bhagavad Gita.
Jai.
Ki Jai. Surinder and Ananda Lila Ki Jai. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Beautiful. So Brinda is, she done the chapter 1, beautifully done. And now you're going to do summary of chapter 6. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Today I'm going to give a brief explanation about chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga. Dhyana means meditation. In this chapter, the Lord explains that the process of the Eightfold Yoga system is a means to control the mind and the senses. However, this is very difficult for people in general to perform, especially in the age of Kali. Although the Eightfold Yoga system is recommended in this chapter, the Lord emphasizes that the process of Karma Yoga or acting in Krishna consciousness is better. When a person is fully engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, he is pleased in himself. And thus, he is no longer engaged in sense gratification or in fruitive activities. The purpose of the yoga system is to control the mind and draw it away from attachment to sense objects. The purpose of practicing Eightfold Yoga is to control the mind in order to make it a friend in discharging the human mission. Unless the mind is controlled, the practice of yoga is simply a waste of time. Who is a yogi? A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi. When he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization, such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. He sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. A yogi should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Where to practice yoga? To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kuha grass on the ground and then cover it with deerskin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high or too low, and should be situated in a sacred place, usually places of pilgrimage. The yogi should then sit on it firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Krishna says something interesting to Arjuna on text 16 about practicing yoga. "O Arjuna, there is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi. If one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough, he who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. The yoga practitioner should be determined and should patiently prosecute the practice without deviation. One should be sure of success at the end and pursue this course with great perseverance, not becoming discouraged if there is any delay in the attainment of success. Success is sure for the rigid practitioner. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord." Conversation between Krishna and Arjuna, verses 33 to 37. Arjuna said, "O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. Lord Sri Krishna said, "O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment." Arjuna said, "O Krishna, what is the destination of these unsuccessful yogi who in the beginning takes the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness, and thus does not attain perfection in spiritual consciousness? This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Son of Pritha, a yogi engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil." The unsuccessful yogis are divided into two classes. One is fallen after very little progress, and one is fallen after long practice of yoga. The yogi who falls after a short period of practice goes to the higher planets, where pious living entities are allowed to enter. After prolonged life there, one is sent back again to this planet to take birth in the family of a righteous Brahma Vaishnava. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, then ultimately achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. When we speak of yoga, we refer to linking our consciousness with the supreme absolute truth. Such a process is named differently by various practitioners in terms of the particular method adopted. When the linking process is predominantly in fruitive activities, it is called Karma Yoga. When it is predominantly in a devotional relationship, empirical, it is called Jnana Yoga. And when it is predominantly in a devotional relationship with the Supreme, it is called Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga or Krishna consciousness is the ultimate perfection of all yogas, as will be explained in the next verse.
Chapter. Thank you. Well done. Very confident and very thorough. That was a very thorough analysis of chapter 6. So well done to you. Thank you so much. Brinda and Harika. Very good.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Okay, so chapter 7 is
Saru.
Saru. And are you ready, Saru?
Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, good.
Hare
good.
Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna, everyone. Happy
Who's
Gita
from
Jayanti.
Canada?
So Saru is from Canada. She's Indulekha's student, I believe. And
You can
thank
say
you for
that.
joining us. And please take it away.
Thank you. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Saptamo Adhyaya Prarambha. Shri Bhagavanuvacha. Maya asaktamana partha yogam yunjanmadashrayah asamshayam samagram mam yatha gyasyasi tachrinu.
Swaha.
Jnanam teyaham vijnanam Jnanam teyaham savijnanam idam vakshyami asheshatah yad gyatva neha bhuyonyaj gyatavyam avashishyate.
Swaha.
Manushyanam sahasreshu kashchid yatati siddhaye yatataamapi siddhanam kaschin mam vedi tattvataha.
Swaha.
Bhumirapo anadavayu khamano buddhirevacha ahankara iti yamme bhinna prakritirashtadha.
Swaha.
Apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat.
Swaha.
Etad yonini bhutani sarvanitya upadharaya aham kritsnasya jagata prabhava pralayastatha.
Swaha.
Matah partaram nanyat kinchidaste dhananjaya mai sarvamidam protam sutre manigana iva.
Swaha.
Rasohamapsu kanteya prabhasmi shashi suryaho pranava sarva vedeshu shaptakhe parusham rishu.
Swaha.
Punyagandha prithviyancha tejaschashmi vibhavaso jivanam sarva bhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu.
Swaha.
Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam buddhir buddhimatam asmi tejas tejasvinamaham.
Swaha.
Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam dharma viruddha bhuteshu kamasmi bharatarshiva.
Swaha.
Ye chaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasascha ye mata eveti tan vidhi na tvaham teshu te mayi.
Swaha.
Tribhirgunamayer bhaver ebhi sarvamidam jagat mohitam nabhijanati mamebhya paramavyayam.
Swaha.
Devi esha gunmayi mama maya duratyaya mame vaye prapadyante mayamitam taranti te.
Swaha.
Namam dushkritino mura prapadyante naradhama mayaya pahritjnana asuram bhavamashrita.
Swaha.
Chaturvidha bhajante mam jana sukritino arjuna arto jigyasuratharthi ज्ञानी च भारतर्षभा
Swaha.
तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्ता एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यार्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः
Swaha.
उदारा सर्व एवैते ज्ञानी त्व आत्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः स हि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुत्तमां गतिम्
Swaha.
बहूनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवा सर्वमिति स महात्मा सुदुर्लभः
Swaha.
कामैस्तैस्तैर्हृतज्ञाना प्रपद्यन्तेऽन्यदेवता तं तं नियमम् आस्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया
Swaha.
यो यो यां यां तनुं भक्ता श्रद्धया चितुमिच्छति तस्य तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामेव विदधाम्यहम्
Swaha.
स तया श्रद्धया युक्तस्तस्याराधनम् ईहते लभते च तथा कामान् मयैव विहितान् हितान्
Swaha.
अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि
Swaha.
अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यन्ते मामबुद्धयः परं भावम् अजानन्तो ममाव्ययमनुत्तमम्
Swaha.
नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृता मूढोऽयं नाभिजानाति लोको मामजमव्ययम्
Swaha.
वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन
Swaha.
इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप
Swaha.
येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दृढव्रता
Swaha.
जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदु कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलम्
Swaha.
साधिभूताधिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदु प्रयाणकाले अपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसा
Swaha.
ॐ तत्सद् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानविज्ञानयोगो नाम सप्तमोऽध्यायः।
Yay. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Oh, well
Happy
done. That was
Gita
so
Day.
nice. How old are you?
I'll be 20 next year.
You look
Coming
12. Teenager. I still classify you as a teenager. Well done. That was so nice. And are you staying on? Are you going now?
I'll be there.
Okay. So do me a favor. Deepika had to go. So at the end of each chapter, can you say what you just said as well again? Like every chapter?
Sure, I would love to do that.
Thank you so much. Your name is Samu.
Saru.
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 Thank you, Saru.
Thank you, Saru.
Fantastic. Loved
Thank
it.
you so much.
Beautiful. So,
Kamakshi.
Kamakshi,
Haribol.
Haribol.
can we see you?
If you must.
Everybody's showing themselves. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Okay, Hare Krishna.
Yes.
Summary of chapter 7. I've heard so many youngsters, I can't compete with them. Mine is very short. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Krishna is saying, in the mind attached to me and with yoga practice, you can know me. Thousands endeavors for perfection, but out of those they will not know me. Superior energy are living beings who exploit material energy, and Krishna is beyond this. Krishna is the invisible string in the pearl necklace. Krishna is unseen and essential to material nature having its form. Krishna is saying that he is the essence of all things. Example, I am the taste in water. One who knows me and surrenders can know me, which is rare, like a moon amongst the stars. Krishna knows past, present, and future. This chapter is saying that if you know me as the essence of all things and surrender to me, you will know and reach me. Okay, that's it. I have got very short explanation. Hare Krishna.
Actually, what you say, you always say it in a few words, but you always hit the mark. So thank you so much, Kamakshi. Very, very nice.
Thank you, Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
The first 6 chapters are regarded to be karma yoga. And the 7th chapter is the beginning of bhakti yoga until the 12th chapter. And then from 12th chapter to the 18th chapter is considered to be Gyan Yoga. So 13th chapter to 18th chapter is considered to be Gyan Yoga. So Bhakti Yoga falls in the middle between Karma Yoga and Gyan Yoga, and it begins from the 7th chapter. And basically it's knowledge of the absolute. So Krishna is giving knowledge about himself and that is Bhakti Yoga. When we get knowledge about Krishna, that is Bhakti Yoga. So now we'd like to invite the wonderful family of Govind Prabhu who keep you're yogis, all 4 of you. You keep disappearing and then appearing. Very good, very good. So Mataji, Hari Priya, she's going to be reading. Is that right?
Oh, what happened to this?
We've lost you.
Right.
Or have we lost? No, we've lost.
No. I'll ask them to unmute themselves.
Yeah, if you unmute yourselves.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. We couldn't unmute ourselves.
Okay. Which is very unusual for Govind Prabhu.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry. I'm just being horrible. Sorry.
No. You're honest.
No. Actually, Govind Prabhu, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
And Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Maharaj ki jai, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Arjuna uvacha, Kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam, Kim karma purushottama, Adi bhutam cha kim proktam, Adi devam kim uchyate. Swaha Adi yagna katham kotra Dehesmin madhusudana Prayan kale cha katham Jnanyosi niyatadmabhi Swaha Shri Bhagavan uvacha Aksharam brahmaramam Swabhavodhyatmam uchyate Bhuta bhavodbhava karo Vishaga karm sanijita Swaha Adi bhutam charo bhava Purusha sachadi devatam Adi yagno hamivatra Dehe deha pritambara Swaha Antakale chamameva Swaram muktva kalevaram Ya prayati samadbhavam Yati nashti yatra sanshayah Swaha Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam त्यजेत् अन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेव हि कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभावितः
स्वाहा
तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मम अनुस्मर युध्य च मये अर्पितमनो बुद्धिर् ममेवस्य असंशयः
स्वाहा
अद्यस्य योगयुक्तेन चेतसा नन्यगामिनः परामं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचित्ययम्
स्वाहा
कविं पुराणमनुष्ठितराम् अनोरणीयं समनुस्मरेद्य सर्वस्य धातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात्
स्वाहा
प्रायेण काले मनश्चलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रूयोर्मध्ये प्रणमवश्य सम्यक् सतां परां पुरुषाम् उपेति दिव्याम्
स्वाहा
यदक्षरं वेदविद्यो वेदान्ति विशन्ति यद्यतो वितरागा यदयचिन्त्यो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तथैपदं सङ्ग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये
स्वाहा
सर्वद्वारे संयम्य मनोहृदि निरुध्य च मृधन्य अध्यात्मना प्रमाण अचिष्टो योगाधराननम् स्वाहा ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्मा व्यहरं मामनुस्मरं यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम्
स्वाहा
अनन्यचेता सततादं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्था नित्यायुक्तस्य योगिनः
स्वाहा
माम् उपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालेन शपथं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मनः समासिद्धिं परमं गतः
स्वाहा
ब्रह्मा
भुवना लोका पुनरावृतो अर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते स्वाहा
सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् आहार्यब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तं ते होरात्रविदो जनः
स्वाहा
अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्तयः सर्वा प्रभावन्ति अहरगणे रात्र्यग्ने प्रलीयन्ते तत्र व्यक्तसमन्वते
स्वाहा
भूतग्रामास एवं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्यग्ने वशपार्था प्रभावन्ति अहरगणे
स्वाहा
परस्तस्मात् भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्ता सनातनः यस्य सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विनश्यति
स्वाहा
अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तस्तदहं परमं गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धर्मा परमं मम
स्वाहा
पुरुषः सा परपार्था भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्यया यस्यन्तासानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनर्दितम् अवर्तं चैव योगिनः प्रयातायन्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरताशवः
स्वाहा
अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्ला सन्मासा उत्तरायणम् तत्र प्रयत गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्म विदो जनः धूमो राशिस्तथा कृष्णा सन्माश दक्षिणायनः तत्र चन्द्रमसं ज्योतिर् योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते स्वाहा शुक्लकृष्णे गतीयेते जगता शाश्वते मते एकैयत्यनवृत्तिम् अन्यवर्तते पुनः स्वाहा इति श्रीपार्थजनम् योगी मुह्यति कञ्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगायुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपेषु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रदिष्टम् यद्यैति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानम् उपैति यद्येयम् स्वाहा.
Yay, very good. So, would you like to? Very good.
Saru to end the chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
very nice.
Thank you. Om Tat Sad Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishastu Brahma Vidyanam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Tarak Brahma Yogo Nama Ashtamodhyaya.
Yeah. And that was an amazing family effort. That was fantastic. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
And I would even say we will keep you unmuted going forward. And your guys, they do the swaha so nicely. I love it. Okay, so.
Prabhuji, for me to summarize this, can I please share the screen?
Oh, of course, yes. Go for it. Go for it.
Thank you.
Impressive, young man. Wow.
We edit. Control.
So can everyone see the big screen?
It's good.
Yeah. Thank you. So there's an acronym, so you can remember chapter 8, and there is 4 letters, D-E-A-D, which spells dead. So D, the first D, stands for doubts. E stands for end of life. A stands for attain the supreme. And D stands for devotion. The name of this chapter is Attaining the Supreme. So each letter represents a few verses. So verse 8 to 1 and 8.1 to 8.4. So it's doubts, and Krishna answers Arjuna's doubts that he has. E is from 8.5 to 8.8, which is the end of life. So at the end of your life, you should remember Krishna. And A, it has a few, 8.9 to 8.13, attaining the supreme by remembering Krishna. 8.14 to 8.16, pure devotional service. 8.17 to 8.22, comparing the material and spiritual worlds, which is shown in the Goloka charts. And D is 8.23 to 8.28, devotion in attaining the supreme. Hare Krishna.
Well done. That was a very nice summary. Just remind me your name again.
My name is Aryan.
Oh, yes, Aryan. Well done. That was so nice. You're so confident. I really liked it. Good summary. And Govind Prabhu, you'd like to add anything?
Haribo. Prabhuji, there could be a lot which could be added. Obviously,
go on. Yes, add. Go on.
All right, okay. How about, so, right, it was right at the end when I added. I will share another slide, Prabhuji, if you allow.
Please, please, please.
You say we have.
Now, just to let devotees know, Govind Prabhu is a very, very knowledgeable devotee, and he's very convincing as well when he speaks about the Krishna conscious philosophy.
I'm learning from you and Mataji, Prabhuji. As I always say, please keep us in association. Thank you so much. So indeed, chapter 8. So like Prabhuji said, Bhagavad Gita, 18 chapters could be split into 3 different sections. So the very first one, first 6 chapters, 1 to 6, and that's where we have Karma Yoga. Then we have the last 6 chapters, which we have from 13 to 18. That's mainly on Gyan, transcendental knowledge. Right in the middle, and as if you remember having any sandwich, right? The main thing is always in the middle. So you have bread on the top, bread at the bottom, and in between you have what that sandwich is known for. So if we are vegetarian, we like cheese sandwich. On the top, we have the bread. At the bottom, we have the bread. But in between, we have, which gives the name to the sandwich, which is cheese, or what's most confidential, which happens to be the next chapter, chapter 9. But chapter 8 is the second chapter of those main 6 chapters, which comes under devotional service. So chapter 7 is where we got the knowledge about absolute, right? Knowledge about Krishna. Now, once we got the knowledge, what we're going to do with it? We're going to apply that knowledge in our life to attain the supreme. Hence the name of this chapter, chapter 8, attaining the supreme. Now, what happens in chapter 8? Very first section, it says perfect questions and perfect answers. And in this part, Arjun goes along and asks those main 8 questions, right? Now, there are lots of questions Arjun could have asked, and he did ask, but these are those 8 questions which probably we should ask almost every day, and we should always remember the answers given by Krishna, right? The very first one is Brahman. Now, what is Brahman? Brahman, briefly explained in the beginning of chapter 2, that understanding that we are not, and I think somebody did say that every day we should remind each other, probably in the mirror, look at ourselves and say, we are soul, we are not this body. And that realization itself could be at the Brahman realization, right? We could say that. And then we might remember Adhyatma is very Adhyatma, Adibhuta, Adidevik. There are so many words being used there, and most of the time we are going along and reciting Sanskrit. Now, I'm not a scholar in Sanskrit as such, but I'm sure many of you are, especially when I heard you reciting. But these words might be some jargon sometimes. Hence, Krishna made them clear what they are. So Arjuna asked it, then Krishna explained it further. And of course, Srila Prabhupada ji explained so very well in the purpose. Now, because we are doing the summary of each chapter, we might not get into the details of all. So I will come back to the overview. So those 8 questions were asked by Arjuna. Now, the very first 7 questions out of 8, Krishna replied in 1 sentence or so. But right at the end, the last 8th question is probably the most important out of all, which says, how to know Krishna at the time of death? Because we understood now that the main thing is to remember Krishna right at that time of death. Because if we won't, then this human body could be considered as waste, right? Doesn't matter what we do rest of our life. Of course, it's going to count. But if we won't able to remember right at the end of the death, because that moment, that thought is going to dictate what's going to happen next. So it's very important we remember Krishna right at the end of the life. And the whole Krishna consciousness practice is based on that. When we do 16 rounds chanting every day minimum, the whole idea is that we get into that mood that we remember Krishna almost in everything we will do the whole day. And that's the practice. That's why Srila Prabhupada ji said the very first thing in the morning, set the mood for the day, right? And the rest of the chapter explains that how and why. And it's so very briefly, if I flick through these slides, because such a nice, so it explains that this is the final exam one we're going to have right at the end, whether we remember or not. And the example of Ajamil is given there. And I will just continue. Now, another example, and this Prabhupada Ji has given so many analogies, so many examples which we could relate to. And this one, it says the dress selection. The dress we have, the body is just like the dress we have, right? And this example is Jar Bharat. What happens to him when he didn't, well, before he became Jar Bharat, Bharat Maharaj? What happened to him when he left the whole empire, but he got attached to a deer? And that's the only thing we remember. Now, this deer could be anything. It could be the big house we have. It could be the lovely family we have. It could be anything. It could be a toy we have, right? So we should always be very conscious of that. Then the next example is of Maharaj Amrish. And work in remembrance. Now, Maharaj Amrish, and there are many more. Maharaj Parikshit, Dhruv Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, they all were princes and kings. They had all the opulence, but they were doing all their work, but they were still remembering Krishna. And that's the example given. This is what we need to do. We don't need to leave our day job, but whatever we do as a service to Krishna, right? And the next example is of our lovely Prahlad Maharaj. And now a lot of children are of that age. So Prahlad Maharaj should be your role model, right? Next time somebody will ask, who is your role model and who is your hero? Prahlad Maharaj. Now, how many times he was tested? But he was always in deep meditation, which means not only he was remembering Krishna, but he was in deep meditation, like unflinching faith he had. And then what happens with that remembrance? What happens if we are in deep meditation? We get in love with Krishna. And this is what Krishna says, that if this will happen to someone, then you will always keep yourself engaged in devotional service, right? And then if we do that, if we manage to do that, what will happen then? Then we will be able to go back to Krishna, right? If you remember Krishna right at the end, and this is the whole process, attaining the Supreme, attaining Krishna. If you remember Krishna right at the end, then we will be able to go back to, because Krishna said, this is Dukhalya, this is a temporary world full of miseries. So if you would like to go back to Krishna, what do we need to do? We need to chant. And we need to remember Krishna in everything we do. And Prabhu Ji is explaining so well how we can do it. Doesn't matter which age we are in, doesn't matter what occupation we are in, doesn't matter what day job we have. Whether we are a household, we are brahmachari or sannyasi, we could always relate to Krishna and we could keep ourselves in Krishna consciousness. And then this is the material world. Goloka chart has explained this very, very, very well. But this is temporary. Where is the permanent? Permanent stay is with Krishna. Hence, material world has been compared with the spiritual world. So we are not material beings having a spiritual experience. We are indeed spiritual beings having material experience. So we would like to go back to our permanent home, which is with Krishna, which is in Goloka. And this is the highest return. Doesn't matter how many different things we do. We would like to get all the benefits, and we do get it through Krishna consciousness, through devotional service. And this is what Krishna is promising here, that whoever gets in this devotional service will get everything. And this is another way we could summarize this chapter 8 verse. If we get into Krishna consciousness, if we keep on engaging ourselves in devotional service, we will be able to attain Krishna. We will be able to attain Supreme. Hare Krishna.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Govind Prabhu. Very, very good. Very, very nice. And you can do the same again, father and son combination for the 9th chapter. So let's go into the 9th chapter.
Sure.
Oh, let me share it. Duh. Okay.
You ready, Ari?
Yeah.
Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Idam tu te guhyam tamam Pravakshami anusuyaye Jnanam vijnana sahitam Yajyatva moksha se shubhat Swaha Raja vidya raja guhyam Pavitram idam uttamam प्रत्यक्षस्वावगमं धर्म्यं सुखं कर्तुमव्ययम् स्वाहा अश्रद्धादान पुरुषा धर्मस्य यस्य परन्तप अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्यु संसारवर्तं ममी स्वाहा मया ततम् इदं सर्वं जगद् अव्यक्तमूर्तिना मत्स्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेषु अवस्थितः स्वाहा न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि पश्यामि योगमेश्वरम् भूताभृन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावनः स्वाहा यथाक्ष स्थितो नित्यं वायु सर्वत्र गोमहं तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मतस्थानि उपाद्रयः स्वाहा सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यन्ति मामिकम् कल्पशये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विष्णुजानीयहम् स्वाहा प्रकृतिं स्वम् अवस्तभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूताग्राममिमं श्रेष्ठम् अवसं प्रकृते वसत् स्वाहा न च ममतानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु स्वाहा मायाध्यक्षेण प्राकृत श्रूयते च सचरं चरं हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते स्वाहा अवजनान्ति मां मूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावम् अजन्तो मामभूता महेश्वरम् स्वाहा मोगाशमोगाकर्माणो मोगाज्ञानविशेषः राक्षसीम् आसुरीं चैव प्राकृतिं मोहिनं श्रिता स्वाहा महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिता भजन्ते अनन्यमनसो यात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् स्वाहा सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढावृतः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते स्वाहा ज्ञानयज्ञाने चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो माम् उपासते एतद्वेन पार्थकृत्वेन बाहुरामद्विषुतो मुखम् स्वाहा अहं कातोरहं यज्ञा स्वधामहम् अहम् अनुसदम् मन्त्रोऽहम् अहमेवेजम् अहम् अग्निरहं हुतम् स्वाहा पिताहम् अस्य जगतो माता दाता पितामहः वेद्यं पवित्रम् ओंकारा इत्समयाजुरेव च स्वाहा गतर्भाता प्रभु साक्षी निवासा शरणं सृहेत् प्रभाव प्रलयस्थानं निधानं बीजामव्ययम् स्वाहा तपानेऽहमहं वशं निगृह्णामि उत्तजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सत् असत्यमर्जुन स्वाहा त्रैवेद्यमां सोमापः पुता पापा यज्ञैरिश्वै स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमशक्ये सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नान्ति दिव्यं दिवि देवभोगम् स्वाहा ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षिणे पुने मर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्मामनुप्रापन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते स्वाहा अनत्य चिन्तयन्तो मां ये ज्ञानापरमुपासते तेषां नित्यभियुक्तानां योगाक्षेममहम्यहम् स्वाहा ये प्रियन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्वितः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्ति अविधिपूर्वकम् स्वाहा अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानाति तद्वेन तच्चवन्ति ते स्वाहा यान्ति देवावृता देवं पृथयान्ति पितृव्रतः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि मां स्वाहा पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्या उपरितम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मनः स्वाहा करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोषि तदासि यत्तपस्यासि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व ममर्पणम् स्वाहा शुभाफले एवं मोक्ष्यसे कर्मबन्धने संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपेष्यसि स्वाहा समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति प्रियः ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि तेषु चाप्यहं स्वाहा अपि चेत् सुदुराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्यव्य सम्यग् व्यावसितो हि सा स्वाहा क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा सस्वच्चान्तिं निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रातिजानीहि न मे भक्ता प्रणश्यति स्वाहा मां हि पार्था व्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्वीयपापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्या तथा शूद्रो तेऽपि यान्ति परं गतिं स्वाहा किं पुनर्ब्रह्मणा पुण्य भक्त्या राजसया तथा अनित्यम् असुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां स्वाहा मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वक्ष्यसि त्वं वे आत्मनं मत्परायणः स्वाहा
Hare Krishna.
इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुना संवादे राजगुह्ययोगो नाम नवमोऽध्यायः।
Jai.
Haribo.
Jai.
Would you like to share?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes. Good.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure. So can everyone see the slide?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's another acronym, and this is for chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. It is KING, King.
K stands for knowledge. I stands for inconceivable relationships. N, non-worship. And G, glories of bhakti. You can also split each letter within a few verses. So K, 9.1 to 9.3, hearing about Krishna, qualifications and disqualifications. I, 9.4 to 9.10, Aishvari Jnana, Krishna's achintya, bedha abhidya, relationship with the material world. N, 9.11 to 9.14, non-worshippers and worshippers. 9.16 to 9.25, Krishna is the supreme object of worship. And G, 9.26 to 9.34, the glories of directly worshipping Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Well done. I like that, King.
Haribo. Right, Prabhuji. So if I could share a few things on chapter 9, please.
Absolutely.
Share. Okay, let's see what happens. I'll control L. Haribo. I guess everybody could see this slide now.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. So right, the way we said, there are 18 chapters in Bhagavad Gita. So we are halfway through chapter 9, and this is the most confidential knowledge. And then this chapter itself could be split into these. The very first verse in this chapter, Raj Guhyam, Raj Vidya, right? The king of knowledge. And then we need to understand why. Because if you see this picture there, in this picture, if you remember, or well, even if you won't remember, you can see in the picture, it says that that lady, she gave some fruits to Krishna. And if you see the basket, all the fruits got changed into, the way transformed into gems. And this is what Krishna is saying. It's not that we deserve all that, but Krishna has promised. And that's the reason Krishna is saying that it's most confidential, because if everybody will find out that it's so easy to get to Krishna, what do we need to do? And that's what Krishna is saying in the second one, the price to pay. What is the price to pay? All right? We can hear the very first word, very first thing we could do in devotional service is hearing. And hearing itself is devotional service. These days in COVID, a lot of senior citizens, senior devotees, they would like to say, well, we can't go to the temple. We are missing so much. Well, that's true. We can't have the darshan. We can have the darshan online. But hearing itself, always remember, hearing itself is part of devotional service. So we should never, never forget that. And we should never underestimate the power of hearing. And then it says, just by that, we can become a great soul. And then, of course, we have seen Srila Prabhupada, who has gone around the globe spreading the word of Krishna consciousness, right? And then Krishna says, ultimate insurance policy. What is insurance policy? When nothing else will work, insurance will take care of everything. And that's what Krishna is saying. Your material degrees might not work. Material opulences might not work. Any karma, anything you have done in your past, that might not work. But anything you will do for me in Krishna consciousness, any devotional service, it will never go down the roof. It will always be there, right? And it's so like the way it said here in 926, it's simply wonderful. It's such a simple thing, but it's hard to understand sometimes. Why? Because we have made our life complicated, right? And then Krishna said that I'm impartial to everything, right? I'm not partial to this or that. And a lot of time devotees ask, well, if you think about it, then Arjun was there and Duryodhan was there. Then Krishna was partial towards Arjun. Well, not really. Krishna gave the same offer to Duryodhan as well, right? But just because Duryodhan couldn't see the Lord in Krishna, Krishna was there right in front of him. And this is what could happen to us as well if we will not keep ourselves in the association of devotees. Right? And that's what Krishna says right at the end, just be mine. Man, mana, ban, bhakta. Right? And very quickly, the way it says, Krishna explains a bit about himself, Aishwarya Gyan, right? All the opulences. Then the type of worshippers, and there are different ones. Krishna specifically mentioned few. And then Krishna says, well, if you worship, there has to be the object of worship, right? What are you worshiping for? What are you worshiping on? And that's the main thing Krishna explains, that you have to have your object of worship clear, very clear in your mind. And then if you will do that, how will you do that? Through bhakti yoga, right? There are many other routes explained in Bhagavad Gita, but bhakti yoga, devotional service, is the one which Krishna recommends in Bhagavad Gita, and we should always follow that. And then that's what going to take us further. So very quickly, Raj Vidya, Raj Goyam. We have seen the king of knowledge. If somebody who will not follow, what will happen to him? Krishna says, the person will return back. We will not go out of this vicious circle of birth and death. So we got to be, we don't want to be in that category. We've got to be in devotional service. It's a choice. It's a conscious choice we need to make. But if we will not make it, then what will happen? There is no other sensible choice left out there in material world. This is the only choice we should make if you think about it. Right? And then Krishna says, who is doing all that? I am the director, right? We say there are three different material modes of nature in the material world: goodness, passion, ignorance. And Krishna says, I'm not under the influence of all, but Maya Devi is my devotee. That's the reason. If you understand, if Krishna is the director, then whatever is happening from Krishna. And not only that, Krishna says everything originates from me. But somebody who doesn't understand, and we have just seen the example, Arjun was there, who could recognize Krishna as the Lord, but Duryodhan could not. And that those Krishna is saying fools and impersonalists. Now again, those who don't understand the transcendental nature of Krishna, but there are some others who believes that Krishna is not the person. When Krishna was speaking Bhagavad Gita, there was something else within Krishna. So, and that thing which was in Krishna was bigger than Krishna. So we understand as devotees that Krishna is a person, and that's why we like to have a personal relationship with Krishna. Right? That's why we are called personalists, if you like. But Krishna says, who understand that? So those who don't understand, they are fools, but those who understand and engage, not only we understand, but we apply that knowledge. Remember, all that knowledge in Bhagavad Gita is not just to recite or not just for today, it's for the rest of the year to apply. So we could apply, we could live to those basics, which have been explained here in Krishna consciousness in Bhagavad Gita by Krishna itself. So we need to keep ourselves engaged. If we will do that, what will happen? We will be happy. Right? There is no other joy out there. Well, there might be some temporary joy in material world, but there is not a lot. There's a difference between happiness and bliss. And if we keep ourselves in Krishna consciousness, Satatam Kirtayanto, if we will keep doing the Kirtan in the association of devotees, then we will be in the bliss. Right? And that's the way Krishna says, I carefully. This is where we say insurance policy. I personally, and there are two things Krishna mentioned there. To them, I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Right? I carry what they lack. If we are missing something, we don't have to go out and do the endeavor. Krishna will personally deliver it. And whatever we have, Krishna will preserve it. What's worth preserving? Not that we will say, oh, we lost some shares. Krishna said he will take care of the shares. But because of COVID, share price is down. But Krishna says, I will preserve what they have. What's worth preserving? Not the share prices, but the spirituality, the Krishna consciousness. Right? So always we need to have that clarity in the transcendental knowledge. Now, Krishna said, decide. We need to make conscious decision. Do we want to keep roaming around in the 14 planetary system in the material world, or we would like to go back to Krishna? Well, I'm pretty sure the reason you all are here, I'm pretty sure you know that you would like to go back. And along with you, I would like to go back to Krishna. And Krishna is there because what Krishna says, Krishna can't make anything simpler than that. Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Right? Out of devotion, if we offer anything to Krishna, right, we could go back to Krishna. And that's the thing. The only thing Krishna is saying, doesn't matter what you do, but how do you do? Do you do in Krishna consciousness? If you do, then that's it. Yat karoshi yadashnashi. Always remember, there are some gems in this. Or Bhagavad Gita itself is a gem, but there are some verses which are worth reciting every day, right? And then right when Krishna says that I envy no one. It's not that out of enviness Krishna does anything. It's all our karma. When things happen, bad things happen to us, somebody say, well, Krishna has sent COVID. Really, Krishna has sent it? Or because of our karma, we got this? Now we got to think about it. There's a lot we can think about it. But if we remember all those great devotees, like Srila Prabhupada ji, we can understand that they all do the kirtan for Krishna out of love. And what Krishna says, that Krishna does everything back. Krishna reciprocates in love. The way Krishna did it for other devotees, Krishna will do for us as well. We just need to surrender, and we need to keep ourselves in Krishna consciousness. And Krishna has explained it very well in this chapter, how we can keep ourselves in Krishna consciousness. He says, remembrance. We hear from the ears, and our mind should be in Krishna consciousness all the time. Doesn't really matter what we do, right? Right at the end, man mana bhav mad bhakto. Engage your mind, always thinking of me, because become my devotee. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. So Krishna has given the assurance. The only thing we need to do, we need to keep thinking about Krishna, whatever we do. So we need to be in Krishna consciousness. What's the best way of doing it? If we keep ourselves engaged in devotional service. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Yay, Govinda Prabhu, you're talking about gems. Well, you are as a gem. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful summary. And I particularly like one verse in this chapter, which is 931, where Krishna describes after, he says, even if you've committed the craziest things, as long as you are in the devotional service, you will quickly become righteous again. And then he says, you will get everlasting peace, but declare it boldly, he says to Arjuna, my devotee never perishes. So we should always, your point about COVID, absolutely spot on, who knows why it's here? Is it us? Is it Krishna? But whatever it is, he'll always protect his devotees. So all we got to do is become his devotee. Thank you so much for sharing again. It's so nice. And, as we're going along, wherever you want to share, please do so, huh? Please do so. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. What a family. Very, very nice. Really nice. Nice chanting. And the Swaha, welcome to unmute and carry on with the Swaha. That's really good. You can unmute them. So Shruti, you're there. Ah, yes, very good. Replace. So thank you so much. Is that the right? Yes. Hare Krishna, Shruti. Please take it away. We can't hear you.
May I begin?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Dashamodhyayah. Shri Bhagavanuvacha. Bhuya eva mahabaho. Shrunu me paramam vachah. Yatteham priyamanaya. Vakshyami hitakamyaya.
Swaha.
Mane viduh suraganaah. Prabhavam namahर्षयः. Aham adirhi devanam. Maharshinam cha sarvashah.
Swaha.
Yo mam ajam anadim cha. Veti lokamaheshwaram. Asammudha samartyeshu. Sarva papaih pramuchyate.
Swaha.
बुद्धिर्ज्ञानम् असम्मोहः क्षमा सत्यं दमः शमः सुखं दुःखं भवो भावो भयं च भयमेव च स्वाहा अहिंसा समता तुष्टिः तपोदानं यशो यशः भवन्ति भावा भूतानां मत्त एव पृथग्विधाः
Swaha.
Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastatha madbha.
Oh no. We lost you, Suti. Maybe it's just the internet connection, I think. So you can do chapter 6 again if you can hear. Text 6, sorry.
Sure. Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastatha madbhava manasa jata yesham loka imah prajaha
Swaha.
etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo vetti tattvataha sovikambena yogena yujyate natra samshayah.
Swaha.
Aham sarvasya prabhavo mattah sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaah.
Swaha.
Macchitta madgata prana bodhayantah parasparam kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha.
Swaha.
Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te.
Swaha.
Tesham evanukampatham aham atnyanajam tamaha nashayamyatma bhavastho jnanadipena bhasvata.
Swaha.
Arjuna uvacha param brahma param dhama pavitram paramam bhavan purusham shashvatam divyam adidevam ajam vibhum.
Swaha.
Ahustvam rishayah sarve devarshirnaradastatha asito devalo vyasah swayam chaiva bravishime.
Swaha.
Sarvametadritam manye yanmam vadasi keshava nahi te bhagavan vyaktim vidurdevana danavaah.
Swaha.
Swayam evatmanatmanam vethatvam purushottama bhuta bhavana bhutesha deva deva jagatpate.
Swaha.
Vaktum arhasya sheshena divyahyatma vibhutayah yabhir vibhutibhir lokan imam stvam vyapya tishtasi.
Swaha.
Pratham vidyamaham yogim tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya.
Swaha.
Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuyah kathaya triptirhi shrunvato nasti me mritam.
Swaha.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha hantate kathayishyami divyahyatma vibhutayah pradhanyatah kuru shrestha nastyanto vistarasya me.
Swaha.
Aham atma gudakesha sarvabhutashayasthitah aham adishcha madhyam cha bhutanam anta eva cha.
Swaha.
Adityanam aham Vishnuhu Jyotisham Raviram Shuman Marichir Marutam Asmi Nakshatranam aham Shashi.
Swaha.
Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavah Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana.
Swaha.
Rudranam Shankarashchasmi Vittesho Yaksha Rakshasam Vasunam Pavakashchasmi Meruh Shikharinamaham.
Swaha.
Purodhasam cha mukhyam mam Vidhi Partha Brihaspatim Senaninam aham skandah Sarasam asmi sagarah.
Swaha.
महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिराम् अस्म्येकमक्षरम् यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः
Swaha.
अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः
Swaha.
उच्चैश्रवसम् अश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम्
Swaha.
आयुधानाम् अहं वज्रं धेनूनाम् अस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पः सर्पाणाम् अस्मि वासुकिः
Swaha.
अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणाम् अर्यमा चास्मि यमः संयमतामहम्
Swaha.
प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः कलयतामहम् मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणाम्
Swaha.
पवनः पवताम् अस्मि रामः शस्त्रभृतामहम् झषाणां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसाम् अस्मि जाह्नवी
Swaha.
सर्गाणाम् आदिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहम् अर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां वादः प्रवदतामहम्
Swaha.
अक्षराणाम् अकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयः कालो धाताहं विश्वतो मुखः
Swaha.
मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिः श्रीर्वाक् च नारीणाम् स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिक्षमा
Swaha.
बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहम् मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहम् ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः
Swaha.
द्यूतं छलयताम् अस्मि तेजः तेजस्विनामहम् जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहम्
Swaha. She left.
वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनाम् उशना कविः
Swaha.
दण्डो दमयताम् अस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषताम् मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहम्
Swaha.
यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहम् अर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत् स्यान् मया भूतं चराचरम्
Swaha.
नान्तोऽस्मि मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तूद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया
Swaha.
यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद्ऊर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम्
Swaha.
अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
Fantastic. 10th chapter Ki Jai, opulence of the absolute Ki Jai. Shruti, you're amazing. Really good. Really good. Next year, you're going to do it on your own. All 700 verses.
It's an honor.
Okay. Very, very nice. And you are from the south, huh?
Yes.
Okay, really, really good. Your pronunciation is so nice. So thank you so much. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So look, Lokeshwar, are you there?
Yes, Prabhuji.
You're always there. You're so good. You've been here right, even from the very beginning. Good boy. So, would you like to tell us about the 10th chapter?
Okay, Hare Krishna, everybody.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, so Bhagavad Gita as it is, chapter 10, the opulence of the Absolute. Introduction. Lord Krishna continues to instruct Arjuna about his nature. This chapter describes the yoga of understanding. Verse 10. Buddhi yoga is the action in Krishna consciousness. It is the highest intelligence. It is the only process by which one gets out of the entanglement of this material world. Remember well that the ultimate goal of life is Lord Krishna. In verse 21, Lord Krishna said that I am the principle of the Adityas and Vishnu, of lights I am the radiant sun, of the Maruts I am Marichi, and amongst the stars I am the moon. Arjuna desires to know more about Krishna's specific form to be able to worship him properly, even though Lord Krishna has been trying to explain them as ultimately irrelevant. Then Lord Krishna describes his might and magnificence to Arjuna by reciting each and every places in the cosmos and on the earth where the Lord is present. Arjuna believes everything Lord Krishna is telling him and understands him to be the Supreme Being. Conclusion. A person who can conceive of Krishna as the sources of all manifestations will be freed from the cycle of birth and death. When a person worships Lord Krishna in actions, the Lord then gives that person wisdom as well. Thank you for your attention. Hare Krishna.
Really good boy. Thank you very much, Lokeshwar. You're so good and confident. How old are you, Lokeshwar?
I'm 9 years old.
Wow, amazing. And did you write most of that yourself?
Yes.
Wow, you did amazing.
Wonderful.
Sheesh. Our future is very bright, young man. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Lokeshwar. So
Hare
good.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we want to move to Saroji and chapter 11. This is the hardest chapter. And unfortunately, I'm so sorry to have given you the hardest one.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you.
Saroji is
Hare
very
Krishna, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna.
I shall be reading. My name is Saroj Gujral. Chapter 11 I'll be reading. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Atha Ekadasho Adhyay Vishwarup Darshan Yog Arjun Uvach Madanugrahaye Paramam Guhyam Adhyatma Sangitam Yat Tvaya Uktam Vachasaten Mohoyam Vigato Mama Bhavapayayo hi bhutanam Shruto Vishwastaro Maya Twataha Kamalpatraksha Mahatmayam Api Chavyam Evam Etad Yathatat Tvam Atmanam Parameshwara Drashtum Ichchami Te Rupam Eshwaram Purushottamam Manyase Yadi Tachayakam Maya Drashtumiti Prabho Yogeshwar Tato Me Tvam Darshanaya Atmanam Avyam Shri Bhagwan Uvach Pashyame Parth Rupani Shatisho Ath Sahasrashaha Nana Vidhani Divyani Nana Varna Kritini Cha Pasyadityan Vasun Rudran Ashvino Marutam Tatha Bahunya Adrishta Purvani Pashyashcharyani Bharata Ihai Jagat. Sorry, Swaha.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not stopping. Sorry.
No, you carry on. You carry on. Very good.
इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच् चान्द्य द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमेश्वरम् संजय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वर्यो हरिः दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपम् ऐश्वरम्
स्वाहा
अनेक वस्त्र नयनम् अनेकाद्भुत दर्शनम् अनेका दिव्य भरणम् दिव्यानेकोद्यातायुधम् स्वाहा दिव्य माल्याम्बरधरम् दिव्य गंधानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयम् देवम् अनंतं विश्वतोमुखम् दिवि सूर्य सहस्रस्य भवेद युगपदा उत्थिता यदि भासदृश्य सा स्याद् भासस तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकधा अपश्यद् देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवसा तदा स्वाहा तथा सा विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्ट रोमा धनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस तव देवदेहे सर्वांस तथा भूत विशेष संघान् ब्रह्माणम् ईशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषिश्च सर्वान् उर्गांश्च दिव्यान् अनेक बाहूदर वस्त्र नेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतो अनंत रूपं नान्तनं न मध्यं न पुनसा तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप
स्वाहा
किरीटनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमनन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्ष्यं समन्ताद् दीप्ता नलार्कद्युत्यम् अप्रेमयम् स्वाहा त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानम् त्वम् अव्ययः शाश्वत धर्म गोप्ता सनातनस्य त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे
स्वाहा
अनादि मध्यांतम् अनंत वीर्यम् अनंत बाहुं शशि सूर्य नेत्रम् पश्यामि त्वां दीप्त हुताशवस्त्रम् स्वतेजसा विश्वम् इदं तपन्तनम्
स्वाहा
द्यावा पृथ्वीव्योरिदमनन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वैकेन दिश्चश सर्वाः दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपम् उग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रयथितं महात्मना
स्वाहा
अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिद् भीताः प्राञ्जल्यो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तिये उक्त्वा महिषी सिंह सिद्ध संघाः स्वस्ति स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुल्कालाभिः स्वाहा स्वाहा रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वेश्विनो मरुतशा चोष्म पाशचा गंधर्व यक्षा सुरसिंह संख्या वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मतिताश चैव सर्वे
स्वाहा
रूप महत ते बहुवस्त्रम नेत्रम महाबाहु बहुबाहु रूपादम बहुदरम बहुद्रष्टा करालम दृष्ट्वा लोकाम प्रव्यक्तिथा तथा हम
स्वाहा
नभासृष्टम स्पृशम दीप्तम अनेक वर्णम व्याताननं दीप्त विशाल नेत्रम दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रवक्थितान्तरमात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णु
स्वाहा
द्रष्टा करालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कलानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्म प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास
स्वाहा
अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहैवावनिपाल संघै भीष्मो द्रोण सुतपुत्रस्य तथा सहासमधीयैरपि योध मुख्यैः
स्वाहा
वस्त्राणि ते त्वर्णमाणा विशन्ति दृष्टकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद् विल्गना दशनान्तरेषु सदृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैर उत्माण्डगैः
स्वाहा
यथा नदीनां बहवो अम्बुवेगाः समुद्रम् एव विमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा त्वमामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्तु वस्त्राण्य अभिज्वलन्ति
स्वाहा
यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतंगडा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्ध वेगः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास् तथा तवापि वस्त्राणि समृद्ध वेगः
स्वाहा
लेलिहयं से सग्रमानः समनताल लोकान् समग्रान् ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत् समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रः प्रतपन्ति विष्णु
स्वाहा
आख्याहि मे को भवान् उग्ररूपो नमस्तुते ते देववर प्रसीद विद्यातुमिच्छामि भवन्त आद्यं नहि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तम्
स्वाहा
श्री भगवान उवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुम् इह प्रवृत्तः ऋते अपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे ये अवस्थिताः प्रयत्निकेषु योद्धा
स्वाहा
तस्मात् त्वम् उत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्गस्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयि ते वैते निहितः पूर्वम् एव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्य साचिन्
स्वाहा
द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथा न्यायन अपि योद्धवीरान् मया हन्तास त्वं जहि मा व्यथि इष्टा युधस्व जेतासि रणे सप्तनान्
स्वाहा
संजय उवाच एतच् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानः किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं सद्गदं भीतः प्रणम्य
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकृत्यां जगत् प्रहर्ष्यत अनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्ध संघा
स्वाहा
कस्माच् चाते नमेरन् महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽप्य अधिकृत कर्त्रे अनंत देवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सद असत् त्वत्परं यता
Swaha.
त्वम् आदिदेवः पुरुषः पुराणस् त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेदांसि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया त्वं ततं विश्वम् अनन्तरूप स्वाहा वायुर्यमो अग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रतिपामहश्च नमो नमस्ते अस्तु सह सक्रियत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते
Swaha.
नमा पुस्ताद अथ पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनंत वीर्यामित विक्रमस त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततो असि सर्वः
Swaha.
सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यद उक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि
Swaha.
यच्चावः सार्थम् अस्तकृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासन भोजनेषु एको अथावाप्य अच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षाम्ये त्वाम् अहम् अप्रमेयम्
Swaha.
पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वम् अस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वमस्तस्य अभ्याधिकः कुन्तो अन्यो लोकत्रयप्य अप्रतिम प्रभाव
Swaha.
तस्मात् प्रणम्यं प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वाम् अहम् ईशम् इड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियार्हसि देव सोढुम् स्वाहा अदृष्टपूर्वं हर्षितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदा एव मे दर्शया देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास स्वाहा किरीटनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुम् अहं तथैव तनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते स्वाहा श्री भगवान उवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुन नेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वम् अनन्तरमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वम्
Swaha.
न वेद यज्ञाध्ययनेर्न दानेर्न चाक्रियाभरणा तपोभिरुग्रही एव रूपः शक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं तव त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीर स्वाहा मा ते व्यथा मा चा विमूढ भावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरम् इदं ममेदं व्याप्तेन भीः प्रीतमनाः पुनः त्वं तद एव मे रूपम् इदं प्रपश्यया संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस् तथोक्त्वा स्वैकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूयः आश्वासयामास चाभीतम् एनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्यवरपुरमहात्मा
Swaha.
अर्जुन उवाच दृष्टवेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौन्दर्यं जनार्दन इदानीम् अस्मि संवृतः सचेतः प्रकृतिं गतः
Swaha.
श्री भगवान उवाच सुदर्शनम् इदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्य अस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः स्वाहा नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विधो द्रष्टुं दृष्टावानसि मां यथा स्वाहा भक्त्या तव अनन्या शक्य अहम एवं विधो अर्जुन ज्ञातुम द्रष्टुम च त्वनेन प्रवेष्टुम च परम तप स्वाहा मत कर्म कृण मत परमो भक्त संघ वर्जितः निर्वैर है सर्वभूतेषु यः सामाम इति पांडवा।
Jai Swaha.
Swaha.
True.
Thank you.
Tat Sad iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyanam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vishwarupa Darshana Yogo Nama Ekadashodhyaya.
Jai. Chapter 11 ki jai. Universal form ki jai. Saroji ki jai. Well done. This is a really tough chapter. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Let's. We'll unmute you. Now,
It's my first time, so
well done.
Yeah,
That's the hardest chapter.
Thank
Now,
you.
a lesson for all the youngsters here. Sarojji started learning Sanskrit maybe 1 year ago.
8 months ago.
8 months ago.
And I'm 74 years old.
No, you're 21. Actually.
74 years old. Wow. And this is my first time I've read anything in Sanskrit in public.
Well done. And what I would say to youngsters is she's just started learning, but she got 90% in her Sanskrit exam.
92% with distinction I passed.
Hare Krishna. So never stop learning, okay, young guys? And she's a great example of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Dhanyavad.
And I see Sanjana is here. I'd like to welcome her. She's one of our superstars. So we'll talk to you a bit later. But thank you very much. And if there's anything you want to add as the audience are doing their summary, you're welcome to come in at any time. Huh? So thank you so much, Sanjana. So we'd like to go to Indulekha Maaji.
Hare Krishna.
Great. Good. Found you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Very good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to summarize this chapter 11. Chapter 11 contains more action than previous chapters. Instead of revolving primarily about the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, it describes a scene in which Krishna transforms into a more divine manifestation and shows Arjuna some of his powers. And what dialogue might not have communicated fully until intensified by their visual experience of Krishna's divine form, revealing the nature of Krishna to whom Arjuna is talking. So here, Arjuna's response is a mixture of awe, love, and fear. Because he has moved from an intellectual, because he is a Mahabhagavata, right, to an experimental understanding and of Krishna's teaching. Krishna is trying to teach him. So he has experience now. Instead of just hearing, he can see something. And however, even this form of Krishna doesn't fully encompass, it doesn't fully show his unlimited form, unmanifested form. So also it allows Arjuna a more tangible grasp of Krishna's vastness. Krishna unmanifest form is impossible to experience by anyone. And also the vision is also a terrifying one, as Krishna reveals a self with billions of heads, fangs, and weapons. Arjuna is humbled and awed by the vision. So he described what he sees, including a vision of Krishna devouring all the Kauravas. To Arjuna's question, Krishna said that he was deaf and that Arjuna must fight in this battle because the Kauravas were going to die anyway. So as Krishna has already killed them. So Arjuna is merely an instrument here. Arjuna bows to Krishna and apologizes for any over-familiarity he might have shown. Being both amazed and scared, Arjuna begs Krishna to return to his previous form. Krishna explained that he has shown this form only to Arjuna. But with his divine eyes, we know that Sanjaya also could witness that form, and he was narrating to Dhritarashtra in the palace. So here Krishna, he gently warns Arjuna. He admonishes him, telling him that not to be afraid, but to stay like calm and lightheaded, and to stay like optimistic. So here Arjuna became happy to see Krishna in his two hands form. So here our eyes are not capable of seeing this vision. Only Arjuna can see that, because he had been given divine eyes. Krishna provided him with divine eyes, but did not change his heart. And that's why Krishna is not happy when seeing the Virat Roop. He was scared. So here a little bit of history I would like to add. There is one great scientist, Dr. Robert Oppenheimer. He was the first scientist to make the atomic bomb. So during World War II, Hitler recited this sloka, particularly when he saw the atomic bomb in China. So they got all their knowledge from Bhagavad Gita. And I would like to recite, because I like this verse very much. That is verse 41. Where Krishna and Arjuna, they are Arjuna is treating him like friends. He says, Sakheti matva prasam yada yuktam, he Krishna, he Yadava, he Sakheti, ajanata mahimanam tavadam, maya pramadat paranayima vapi. So he is telling Krishna to forgive me, Krishna. Oh Krishna, thinking of you are my friend, I have harshly addressed you. Oh Krishna, oh Yadava, oh my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relax, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone, sometimes in front of many friends. Oh infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. So this is chapter 11 summarized. Hare Krishna. Thank
Very
you.
nice, Mataji. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And what form of death does Krishna take in this verse, in this chapter? What does he say?
He say he's deaf.
Yeah,
right?
in what form? Yeah, absolutely. Do you remember, like he says,
Kal, like time?
Yeah,
Kal.
that's it. Time.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Very nicely described, Mataji. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
So now we have chapter 12. Chapter 12 is one of the most incredible chapters. Now, Shavi is going to summarize it, but Shavi is the world expert on chapter 12 Sanskrit as well. But we have Lokeshwar who is going to do that. But you can, Lokeshwar, if you don't mind, Shavi can also unmute and you can gently just do with Lokeshwar, but gently, okay? Let Lokeshwar take the lead. Is that okay? Okay, good. Okay, let me share the screen. And one thing need to do is take off, remove spotlight. Okay, Lokeshwar.
Okay, Guruji. Arjuna vacha evam satatayukta ye bhaktastam paripasate ye chapyaksharam tesham ke yoga vitamaha. Shri Bhagavan vacha maya vishyamano ye mam nichya yukta upasate shraddhaya parayopetas te me yukta tamamataha.
Swaha.
Ye tvaksharamanirdeshyam avyaktam paripasate sarvatra gamachintyam cha kutastam achalam dhruvam saniyam yendriya gramam sarvatra samabudhayaha te prapnuvanti mameva sarva bhuta hiterataha.
Swaha.
Klesho dikkatarastesham avyaktasaktachetasam avyaktahigatir dukham devahadbir avapyate.
Swaha.
Ye tu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasa matparaha ananye naiva yogena mam yanta upasate tesha maham samudartha mrityu samsara sagarat bhavami nachirat partha maya veshita chetasam
Swaha.
Mayeva mana adat mayi buddhi niveshaya nivasya si mayeva ata urdhvam nashamshaya
Swaha.
Atha chitam samadatum nashaknoshi mayi sthiram abhyasa yogina tato mam michaptum dhananjaya Abhyase priya asamarthosi mat karma paramo bhava mad artham api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi
Swaha.
Ataitad apyakshaktosi kartum mad yogamashitaha sarva karma phala jagam tataha kuru yatadmavan
Swaha.
Shreyo hi jnanamabhyasach jnana vishishyate jnanat karma phalak jagas jagasshantiranantaram
Swaha.
Adveshta sarvabhutanam maitraha karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankaraha samadukha shukaha shami santustaha satatam yogi yatatma ridha nishchayaha mayarpita manobuddhiryo madbhaktaha same priyaha
Swaha.
Yasmannodvijate loko lokanodvijate chayaha shamarsa bhayodveger mukto yaha same priyaha
Swaha.
anapeksha shuchirdaksha udasino gatavyataha sarvarambha parityagi yo madbhaktaha same priyaha
Swaha.
Yo na hrishyati na dveshti na shochati na kankshati shubha shubha parityagi bhakti manyaha samepriyaha
Swaha.
sama shatro cha mitre cha tatha mana pamanayoho shitushna sukha dukheshu sama sangha vivajita tulya nindastu tirmoni shantishto yena kenachit aniketaha Sthiramatir Bhakti Man Me Priyo Naraha
Swaha. One more left. Yetu dharmamritam.
Yetu dharmamritam midam yatuktam paripasate shraddha dhanamat parama bhaktaste tiva me priyaha swaha.
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 Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Well done. Well done, Lokeshwar.
Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishastu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Bhakti Yoga Nama Dvadashodhyaya. Thank you.
Jai. Jai Bhakti Yoga ki jai. Shaivi ki jai. You're not very loud.
Now,
Better. That's better.
summary of verses 1 to 7. In response to a question by Arjuna, Krishna again picks up the discussion of impersonalism. It seems to be a recurring theme in the conversation, and one may question why. The essence of our being is to be happy, Anandamaya Abhyasat, and the essence of such happiness is experienced in loving relationships. For a relationship to exist, there must be a subject, object, and reciprocity. But impersonations of oneness kill all three and therefore cheat the individual of true happiness.
Mm.
Krishna explains that a personal approach to God through bhakti yoga, devotional service, is more practical in the immediate term and more fulfilling in the long term, while those who tread the impersonal path of spirituality undoubtedly receive spiritual merit. Their progress is piecemeal and a great deal more troublesome. Summary of verses 8 to 12. Krishna demonstrates his magnanimity and understanding, having delineated the topmost practice of bhakti yoga. He goes on to offer other options, recognizing that some may find it difficult to immediately embrace a devotional path. Progressive steps towards such a devotional spirit include the practice of regulated spirituality, worship through one's daily work, and the cultivation of knowledge. The spiritual path is not all or nothing, and one can begin their journey according to what is feasible and realistic. Summary of verses 13 to 20. As one embarks on the spiritual journey, devotees begin to develop saintly qualities. Krishna concludes the chapter by elucidating the disposition of perfected devotees. We can categorize the qualities in 4 different parts. 1. Attitude towards oneself. 2. Dealing with others. 3. Reactions when challenging situations arise. 4. Dealing with the Lord. Devotees endowed with such endearing character traits conquer the heart of Krishna, who becomes bound by their spotless devotion. Such are the dealings within the transcendental realm, where even the unconquerable Supreme Controller becomes a captive of love.
Jai Sevi, very good. Very nicely read and very nicely explained. Now, the thing is, if devotees don't mind, if you like, can I just be indulged? Because Sevi, during the month of Kartik, would recite the 12th chapter every single day in the evening satsangs. And I really miss hearing her chant the 12th chapter. So what I'd like to do is, Sevi, I'd like you to read the 12th chapter, but very quickly, okay? I want you to do it speedy fast. So, but you don't need the words anyway, so go for it. In Sanskrit. We can't hear you.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
What? He's telling her to read the...
Yeah, go for it.
Arjunuvacha evam satitayuktaye bhaktasvam paryupasate ye chapya aksharam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamaha.
Keep going.
Anuvacha maya veshamano ye mam nityayukta upasate Shraddhaya paryupetaste me yuktatamamatah ye tvaksharamanirdeshyam avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gamachintyam cha kutastam achalam dhruvam sanniyamyendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhayah te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhutahite rataha क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखम् देहवद्भिरवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते तेषाम् अहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्यु संसारसागरात् भगामेन चिरात् पार्थ मय्यावेशितचेतसाम् मय्येव मन आधत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मय्येव अथ ऊर्ध्वं न संशयः चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो मामिच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय अभ्यासेऽपि समर्थोऽसि मत्कर्मा परमो भव मदार्थमपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिमवाप्स्यसि अथैतदप्य शक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु यतात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ज्ञानं विशिष्यते ज्ञानात् कर्मफलत्यागात् त्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः समदुःखसुखक्षमी सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यर्पितमनो बुद्धिर्यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः अनापेक्षा सुचिर्दक्ष
Sorry, long one. 15.
नो द्विजते लोको लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षमर्षभयोद्वेगैर्मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनापेक्षः सुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वारम्भ परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न रक्षति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान् यः स मे प्रियः समः श्रोत्रो च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु समः सङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दा शुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्रमतेर्भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धधानामत्परमा भक्तास्तेऽतीव मे प्रियः
Bhakti Yoga ki jai, Shaivi ki jai. Brings back so many memories. Thank you so much. 12th chapter is such an important chapter because Krishna gives such nectar in this chapter. And if devotees are able to, try to read this chapter every single day. It's only 20 verses and it is the easiest chapter in the Bhagavad Gita. The verses are all small and very, very, very rhythmic. They're very nice. They're all rhythmic anyway, but especially these 20 verses in chapter 12. Try to read these every single day because Krishna gives so much nectar in these verses. And it only takes, like we just did it in 5 minutes. So we'd like to invite Sharmila. Great. Sharmila is from Canada and she's also a student of Indulekha Maji. So welcome, Sharmila. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please take it away.
Yeah, this is my first time, so I'm going to try because we are still on the chapter 5. So can you pick up my phone and tell them? Sorry. Okay.
That's so Krishna telling you. Yeah, no problem. That's Krishna was on the phone saying, don't worry.
No, it's my niece, but my husband will take care of it. Thank you. Chapter 13, Nature, the Enjoyer and Consciousness. Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetra Kshetra Jnameva Cha Etat Vedishmishami Jnanam Neyam Cha Keshava Idam Jari Sri Bhagavana Vacha Idam Sharira Kaunteya Kshetra Mitya Vidiyate Etadyo Vetintam Praha Kshetradna Iti Tadvidaha
Swaha.
Swaha Kshetradnan Chapi Mam Vidhi Sarva Kshetresu Bharata Kshetra Kshetradnayo ज्ञानं यत् ज्ञानं मतं मम
स्वाहा
तत् क्षेत्रं यच्च यादृक् च यद्विकारी यतश्च यत् स च यो यत् प्रभावश्च तत् समासेन मे शृणु
स्वाहा
ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर्विविधै पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमदिदभिर्विनश्चितैः
स्वाहा
स्वाहा महाभूतान्यहङ्कारो बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचराः इच्छा द्वेषः सुखं दुःखं संघातस्नेत चेतना धृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारमृदाहृतम्
स्वाहा
अमानित्वं भीत्वमहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् अमानित्वमदम्भित्वमहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यमात्म विनिग्रह इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यः मन अहंकार एव च जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि दुःख दोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरन विश्वंग पुत्रदार गृहादिषु नित्यं च समाचित्तत्वमिष्टानिष्टो पपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिभाचरिणी विविक्तदेश सेवित्वमर तिर्जन संसदि अध्यात्मज्ञान नित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तमज्ञानं यदतोऽन्यतः ज्ञेयं यत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत् नासदुच्यते सर्वतः पणिपादं तत् शिरोमुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति स्वाहा सर्वेन्द्रिय गुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रिय विवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभुश्चैव निर्गुणं गृणभोक्तु च
स्वाहा
बहिरन्तश्च भूतानामचरं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् दविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तमिव च स्थितं भूतभर्तृ च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्राशिष्णु भवशिष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योतिस्तमसः परमुच्यते ज्ञानं देयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मदभक्तम् एतद्विज्ञाय मदभावायोपपद्यते स्वाहा प्रकृति पुरुषं चैव प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विध्यनादि उभावपि विकाराश्च गुणाश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृति संभवान् स्वाहा कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतुः प्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुषा सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतरुच्यते
स्वाहा
पुरुषाः प्रकृतिस्थो हिं भुक्ते प्रकृतिजानगुणान् कारणं गुणसंज्ञस्य सद्यो निजन्मसु
स्वाहा
उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरः परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः स्वाहा य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृति च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते स्वाहा ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्ये साङ्ख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे स्वाहा अन्ये त्वेजमजानन्तः श्रुत्वा नेभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्तेव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् तत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमम् क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञ संयोगात् तद्विधि भरतर्षभ स्वाहा समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति स्वाहा समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितमीश्वरं न हि नस्त्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिं स्वाहा प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यन्ति तथात्मानं कर्तारं स पश्यन्ति स्वाहा यदा भूत पृथग भावमेकस्तमनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तथा
स्वाहा
अनादित्वनिर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायं व्ययाः शरीरस्थोऽपि कान्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते स्वाहा यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यादाकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोपलिप्यते स्वाहा यथा प्रकाशयत्येकः कुत्स्नोकमिमं रविः क्षेत्रक्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नन् प्रकाशयति भारत स्वाहा क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेव मन्तरं ध्यानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृति मोक्षं च ये विद्युर्यान्ति ते परं स्वाहा
Thank you.
No, that's okay. Saru will do that. Saru will do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Om Tat Sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Prakriti Purusha Viveka Yogo Nama Trayodashodhyayaha.
Great. Thank you so much, Amina. Thank you, Saru. Pitapar.
Jai Shri Radha Krishna, can you hear me?
Can hear you. Can't see you. Where are you?
Me, I've got my nightie on. It's a bit embarrassed.
Doesn't matter. We'll see you with your nightie. Doesn't matter.
Yes, that one. It's that one.
Come on, don't be shy.
Just 1 second. Hare Krishna.
There. It's there.
Ah, where's the nightie then?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's good. It's good. So, Pitamba.
Are we ready?
Always looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you.
So, you want to share the screen, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
Pitambar is amazing, actually. Last week, we had a youth presentation. He was supposed to do number 17, but we didn't have anybody for number 16. And he just said, no problem, I'll do it. And suddenly he did an amazing presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Jai Shri Radha Krishna Chandra Bhagwan, Jai Shri Guru Maharaj, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna, Bhagavad Gita. Congratulations to everyone. Such a beautiful festival, and it's Ekadashi. We are now starting to do a summary on chapter 13, Nature, Enjoyer, and Consciousness. The first 6 chapters, as has already been described, we've been talking about Karam Yoga. The second set of 6 chapters is basically Bhakti Yoga, and the third set, which we are now on, is Tattva Jnana, knowledge, scriptural terms, and principles. In this chapter, Shri Krishna introduces 2 terms, Kshetra, the field, and Kshetra Jnana, knower of the field. In simple terms, the field may be considered the body and the soul as the knower of the field. However, the field is actually much more than just the physical body, as it includes the mind, body, intellect, vasanas, and many other components of material energy that are part of our personality. In broader terms, except for the soul, who is the knower of the field, all material aspects of our entire personality are considered the field of the body. The reason I've put this image behind is because, Krishna hasn't really gone too deep about the material nature side of things and, the 3 modes of material nature. But this is what we're trying to get out of. This is the prison that we are here because of certain mistakes or nature of envy. And just want to get this because, Krishna's now going to go on to explaining a lot more. The chapter starts off with, from verses 1 to 6, where Arjuna asks questions on what is Prakriti, Purusha, Kshetra, Kshetra Gyan, knowledge and process of acquiring knowledge, and the object of knowledge, the soul. What I've done is on this one slide, try to explain everything. So there are a lot of things that are missing, but it's just an overview so you can see what's going on. And you can see in this chapter, Krishna, there's quite a few headings. One would be the field of activity, where Krishna actually explains about the body, about the 5 great elements, the 5 objects of senses, 5 knowledge acquiring and working senses, the mind, the buddhi, the false ego, ankara, and the unmanifest, pradhana. So that's one little topic. Then Krishna goes further to declare what is actual knowledge. I'll kind of try to color coordinate things so you can see that the green and the green are matching from the question. So you can see where the question is at the top and where the answer is below. And in Declaration of Knowledge from verses 8 to 12, Krishna explains qualities like humbleness, freedom, hypocrisy, non-violence, forgiveness, simplicity, etc. He goes on to then describing the object of knowledge, the super soul, based from verses 13 to 19, indirectly is how to attain immortality. And he gives quality explanations like he exists outside and inside of all living entities. And there's a whole list of divine qualities. Krishna also starts talking about material nature from verses 20 to 26. And you may recall that, the 2 new terms were knower of the field and the field of activity. Now what Krishna is doing is something really interesting. He's now explaining the processes that are involved, the interactions, what's happening where and how it's happening, how Prakriti is interacting with the jivas and the three material modes, and how the Paramatma, the super soul, who is also a witnesser and who is also knower of the field. The difference between Paramatma and an individual soul is that the Paramatma is, knower of all the souls, the entire cosmos, the entire universe, and not just this universe, all the universes. Krishna goes on to explaining about the three modes of material nature, how it causes the body to perform actions, and we start seeing a relationship between all the universe and its components. And then Krishna goes on to explain ways that we can perceive the Supreme Lord. One is through meditation, other one is cultivation of knowledge, other paths are paths of action, and if you can't do any of these, finally there's worship. What's really interesting to note is Krishna does put conclusion verses, or we have like cause and effect, but effect verses as well, in the sense that if you do follow and you learn about all what I'm teaching you and explaining to you, what would be the end result. So we can see what the end results are. And Krishna gives two beautiful conclusion verses. Those who understand the truth about the Supreme Soul, the individual soul, material nature, and the interactions of the three modes of material nature will not take birth here again. They will be liberated regardless of their present condition. Verse 24. And finally, verse 35. Those who perceive with the eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and the process of release from material nature, attain the supreme destination. So, it's a bit like a teacher. Look, here are the facts. This is how you do the equation. Now it's up to you. And if you do get it right, this is what the end result's going to be. We'll go on to one last slide. What I found really amazing about chapter 13 was how Krishna starts introducing three modes of material nature. He has discussed this, but he's kept this very, very, very small. He just mentions it. And he's spoken about the super soul, which we have already heard in previous chapters, and a bit about the jiva, which we've already seen in chapter 2. But now something very interesting is happening. An explosion is about to take place, where Krishna is now going to start explaining the three modes of material nature. So he's expanding on what he's already been discussing. So this is chapter 14, where he discusses how these modes of material nature affect the mind, body, and the intellect. He also talks about the banyan tree in chapter 15. Once again, it's related to this chapter because of the jiva, the way the jiva is moving up and down the banyan tree. And then from the three modes of material nature, we get the divine and demonic qualities. So lust, anger, and greed, which was mentioned in other chapters, you can see it's all beginning to start to connect together. And then finally, the three divisions of faith, what kind of faith you have, depending on your modes of material nature, which is once again the field, what you're doing within your field, within your body. And finally, Krishna goes on to the perfection of renunciation, where once again, he talks about the jiva, the three modes of material nature, and how they affect charity, austerity, and penance. The reason I've put this diagram here is to say, look, there's interconnections, there's a lot going on, the super soul, material nature, the jiva, etc. But there's a lot going on between the chapters. And sometimes when you read one chapter only, you kind of miss how it's linked to other chapters. Finally,
that was very good presentation of the link between 13 and the rest of the chapters coming up. So well done. That was really good. Go on, keep going.
Finally, throughout the Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna is explaining, whenever he's talking, whichever Upanishad we pick, remember each chapter is an Upanishad. Krishna always puts a spin. He always puts a conclusion verse. Like, this is what I really, find the scripture really interesting. And I've just reiterated the two conclusion verses. And if we follow these, one day we may also see the Lord like this, and we can also head back to Godhead. Jai Shri Radha Krishna Chandra Bhagwan, Jai Shri Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Well done, Number. Fabulous. Very good summary. And I like the detailed diagram with all the color codings. So that's very useful. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Very good. So let's go on to chapter 14. Three modes of material nature. Very interesting chapter. And we have a very special devotee all the way from Germany, Mohan Prabhu. Where are you, Mohan Prabhu?
Hare Krishna.
Oh, yes, fantastic.
I'm here.
Hare Krishna. Good to see you after such a long time.
Yeah, after a long time. This year we did not meet in Simhachalam.
No, yeah, missed
Yeah.
you this time.
Yeah.
Couldn't get there. Nice to see you though. Very nice to see you.
Yeah, okay.
So please start.
So shall I start?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Chaturdashodhyayaha. Shri Bhagavanuvacha. Param Bhuyah Pravakshami. Jnananam Jnanamuttamam. Yajñatva Munayas Sarve. Param Siddhimito Gataha. Swaha. Idam Jnanamupashritya. Mama Sadharmyamagataha. Sargepi nopajayante. Pralayena vyathanti cha. Swaha. Mama yo nirmahad brahma. Tasmin garbham dadhamyaham. Sambhavas sarva bhutanam. Tato bhavati bharata. Swaha. Sarvayonishu kaunteya. Murtayas sambhavanti yaha. Tasam brahma mahadyonir. Aham bija pradapita. Swaha. Sattvam rajastama iti. Gunaha prakriti sambhavaha. Nibhadnanti mahabaho. Dehe dehinamavyayam. Swaha. Tatram sattvam nirmalatvat. Prakashakamanayam. Sukha sangena badhnati. Jnana sangena chanagha. Swaha. Rajo ragatmikam vidhi. Trishna sanga samudbhavam. Tanni badhnati kaunteya. Karma sangena dehinam. Swaha. Tamastwadjnanacham vidhi. Mohanam sarvadehinam. Pramadalasya nidrabhis. Tannibadhnati bharata. Swaha. Sattvam sukhe sanjayati. Rajah karmani bharata. Jnanamavritya tu tamah. Pramade sanjayatyuta. Swaha. Rajastamaschabhibhuya. Sattvam bhavati bharata. Rajas sattvam tamaschaiva. Tamas sattvam rajastatha. Swaha. Sarvadvareshu dehesmin. Prakasha upajayate. Jnanam yada tada vidyat. Vivruddham sattvamithyuta. Swaha. Lobha pravrittirarambha. Karmana mashamaspruha. Rajasyetani jayante. Vivruddhe bharatarashabha. Swaha. Aprakasho pravrityascha. Pramado moha evacha. Tamasyetani jayante. Vivruddhe kurunandana. Swaha. Yada sattve pravruddhetu. Pralayam yati dehabhrit. Tadottama vidan lokan. Amalan pratipadyate. Swaha. Rajasi pralayam gatva. Karma sangishu jayate. Tatha pralinas-tamasi. Mudhayo nishu jayate. Swaha. Karmanas sukrutasyahuhu. Satvikam nirmalam phalam. Rajasastu phalam dukkham. Ajnanam tamasah phalam. Swaha. Sattvat sanjayate jnanam. Rajaso loha evacha. Pramada mohau tamaso. Bhavato jnanamevacha. Swaha. Urdhvam gachanti sattvastha. मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जघन्यगुणप्रवृत्तिस्था अधो गच्छन्ति तामसाः स्वाहा नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति स्वाहा गुणानेतानतीत्यत्रिन् देही देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्युजरा दुःखैर्विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते स्वाहा कैर्लिङ्गैर्स्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् अतितो भवति प्रभो किमाचारः कथं चेतां स्त्रीन् गुणान् नतिवर्तते स्वाहा श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशञ्च प्रवृत्तिञ्च मोहमेव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति स्वाहा उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्त इत्येव योऽवतिष्ठति निङ्गते स्वाहा समदुःखसुखस्वस्थः समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चन तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस्तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः स्वाहा मानापमानयोस्तुल्यस्तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते स्वाहा मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते स गुणान् समित्येतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते स्वाहा ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्याव्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च स्वाहा ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः।
Jai. Bhagavad Gita 14th chapter ki Jai. Mohan Gopal ki Jai. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Prabhuji, for this opportunity.
It's really nice. Very good. You, Shruti, amazing. You do it in the very nice rhythm, which is very good. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thanks a lot, Prabhuji.
We'd like to introduce Tanvi. Tanvi is a really special personality. Sorry, got rid of you. Last week she did a youth presentation, which is really nicely done. So thank you so much, Tanvi.
Thank you.
Okay, you can take it away.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh, you want to share? Yes, of course.
It's okay if I don't share it. I'm just okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you like.
Okay, so the summary of verses 1 to 9. Mode is a translation of the Sanskrit word gun, which means thread or rope. The three modes influence a person's character, behavior, and approach to life. If goodness predominates, one will aspire for and generally achieve long-term happiness, even if one experiences temporary inconveniences. The person overtaken by passion frantically seeks immediate short-term gain and doesn't expect much more out of life. On the other hand, the person dominated by ignorance rarely achieves happiness at all. In this way, the material world is populated by living entities in different conditions of life. In the mode of goodness, one's miseries reduce and worldly desires become overpowered. This gives rise to a feeling of contentment. A summary of verses 10 to 13. The modes compete with one another for supremacy within an individual. In the cycle of a single day, different modes may achieve prominence at different times. In general, goodness clarifies and pacifies the individual since it motivates joy, wisdom, altruism, and kindness. Passion is said to confuse and provoke the individual, invoking qualities of greed, anger, and frustration. Ignorance is said to obscure and impede one's life, often resulting in oversleep, indifference, laziness, and inertia. Krishna explains how each of the three modes of nature affect an individual, whether it be positive or negative. He explains the influence of goodness, passion, and ignorance, and how the three gunas are in our minds. The summary of verses 14 to 18. Reincarnation is the process by which a soul receives a new material body on the following basis of activities performed in the present body. Our activities are a result of the decisions we make. Our decisions are ultimately based on the modes which we are being influenced by. Thus, Krishna predicts the future destination of an individual based on the predominant mode in their life. In summary, those situated in goodness go upward to the higher planets. Those in passion live on the earthly planets, and those in ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. Verses 19 to 27. Although goodness is said to be the most progressive of the three, it still implicates one in the law of karma. To become completely free of karmic reactions, one must transcend even the mode of goodness and become situated on the spiritual platform. This is only possible by engaging in bhakti yoga with unflinching determination, taking inspiration and support from those who have already transcended in the three modes. Krishna explains the character of such perfected transcendentalists who enjoy nectar even in this life. All embodied souls are under the control of the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance. Krishna explains what these modes are and how they act upon us, and how one acts when they have attained this.
Very nice, nicely read out. Did you go through the chapter itself?
Yeah, and I did research.
Oh, good. So just a couple of questions, okay? If you don't mind. So what does a person who's in the mode of goodness, what would he act like? How would he behave?
He would behave, well, he would behave, he would behave happy.
Yeah.
Kindly.
Yeah.
Good with others.
Excellent. And one in the mode of passion, what would he look like?
Well, angrily, frustrated.
Anything else? Passion?
Kind of the opposite of goodness.
Yeah. Not calm, I suppose. And busy. Busy.
Yeah.
Busy. And what about ignorance? If somebody's in ignorance, what do you think his situation would be?
Lazy.
Yeah. Good. Good. That's a good summary. Lazy. Anything else you think?
Again, the opposite of goodness.
Yeah.
So a bit similar to passion.
Yeah. Perhaps a bit more destructive, destructive. He wouldn't do anything good for others or himself. So, and is there a mode beyond all these three? That's a really tough question, okay? There's something beyond these three. Tough question.
Would it be devotional?
Yeah, you got it. There's the mode of pure goodness, which is devotional service. When we engage in bhakti, we can transcend all three. Well done, Tanvi. Sorry to put you under that stress test.
Thank you.
But you passed it very well. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I won't do that to everybody, by the way. So if anybody's thinking, what the heck am I doing? But Tanvi's special. So thank you so much, Tanvi. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. So Rianch, yes. Oh, Rianch, fantastic. You're here. Rianch, what is the time where you are?
Raji 125.
Hare Krishna. In the morning.
Thank you for staying up.
Wow. Are you not tired?
No, Prabhuji.
Wow. And what did we tell you yesterday? You should be in bed by what time?
Prabhuji, I slept at
Oh, okay.
10 yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. So you can start, okay? Chapter 15.
Hare Krishna, chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Shri Bhagavan Vacha, Udva Mulamarashakam, Ashvardam Prahuravyayam, Chandam Chesya Parnani, Yastam Veda Saveda Ved.
Swaha.
Arashtoram Prasitascha Shaka, Una Praveda, Vishaya Pravala, Arashcha Mula, Niyanusantatani, Karma Bandini Manushaloke.
Swaha. Very good.
Narupamase Taruparagrate Nanto Nachade Nacha Sankratishta Ashwadamenam Suvirura Mulam Asangasastrena Dure Nachetva Taraham Param Tat Parimargitavyam Yasmin Gatana Ninivatanti Bhuya Yameva Chatyam Purusham Prabhate Etta Pravetta Prasita Purane
Swaha.
Nirmana Moha Gita Sangadosha Patya Manitya Vinivratta Kama Vanvera Mukta Sukadukka Samnyai Gacchantya Paramavyayantat
Swaha.
Natadvasate Suryo Nashashanko Napavaka Tattvana Nivartante Tadamam Paramam Mama
Swaha.
Mamaivam so Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana Manashashtani Indriyani Prakrutistani Kashyati
Swaha.
Shariram Yadavapnoti Uchamukramatishvara Prahetvani Samyati Vayorgandani Vashiyat
Swaha.
Shotram Shikshuspashanam Cha Rasanangrahaneva Cha Adhishtaya Manaschayam Vishayanupasevate
Swaha.
Utkramantam Stitam Vapi Munjanam Vagunanvitam Vimodananu Pashyanti Jnana Chakshusha
Swaha.
Yatanto yoginaschainam pashyantatmanavastitam yatanto vyakato nainam pashyantchetasa
Swaha.
Idadityagatam yejo jagarbhasete akhilam chendramasye chagno tattejo vidimamakam
Swaha.
Gama Vishya Chabutani Daraya Mahamojasa Ushnami Choshade Sarva Somo Bhutva Satmaka
Swaha.
Am Vaishwanaro Bhutva Prani Namdehamashtita Pranapana Samayukta Prachanyanam Chaturvidam
Swaha.
Sarvasya Chaham Hridhi Sannivishto Matta Smriti Jnanapo Khanam Cha Vedeshtu Sarvar Ahameva Vedyo Vedanta Purve Veda Videha Chaham
Swaha.
Svavimo Purusho Loke Sarvani Evacha Sarvani Bhutani श्रोतस्तक्षर उच्यते
Swaha.
उत्तमा पुष्टस्त्वन्या परमात्मेतुदारिता लोकधर्मा विशा विपत्याव्यईश्वरा
Swaha.
तस्माक्षरातीतोऽहम् अक्षरा अपि चोत्तमम् अडोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतितः पुरुषोत्तमम्
Swaha.
यो मामेव सम्मूढो ज्ञानान्ति पुरुषोत्तमम् स सर्वविद् भजन्ति मम सर्वभावेन भारत
Swaha.
इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदमुक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्धे बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृताकृतश्च भारत
Swaha.
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा Prabhuji.
Well done. Saru?
Thank you Prabhuji for giving me this opportunity.
That's okay. Just 1 minute. Saru?
Yes. Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishastu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Purushottama Yoga Nama Panchadashodhyayaha.
Chapter 15, Ki Jai. Now must let devotees know that this fellow here, Rianch, he's only 7, but every day he joins us at about 3:15 UK time, and he recites the 12th chapter and 15th chapter by heart, and he does it in such speed. And today he chanted it in such a beautiful, and he does it melodiously, even if it's fast. But today was really special. So I feel like even learning this chapter now, thanks to you, Rianch. So thank you so much. Very nice. Not only does he sing these chapters every day, but he also sings other bhajans, and he knows so many other different mantras, Nashinga mantras. So he's a really good example to children to learn so many different Vedic scriptures from his example. You can learn a lot. So we'd like to go to Shavi. Oh yes, Shavi again. Great. Now one spotlight. Yeah, where is she? Okay. Okay. Hare Krishna, Shavi.
To 15. Number 1. Consider this place as a hotel rather than a home. 2. The spiritual world is our real home. 3. Krishna is always our maintainer. Our false ego thinks otherwise. 4. We can never become God, always his servant. Summary of verses 1 to 5. Just as a banyan tree has a reflection in water, the spiritual world also has its reflection, the material world. While they may look similar from a distance, the spiritual world is where reality, substance, and true satisfaction is found. On the other hand, the reflected tree of the material world is complicated, intricate, and completely topsy-turvy, since the roots are upwards and the branches downwards. Bird-like individuals frantically search for juicy fruits on the reflected tree, but the substance which brings satisfactions seems to be lacking. Krishna urges the reader to cut down this illusory tree with the weapon of detachment and end the futile endeavors for permanent fulfillment in the temporary fantasy world. Summary of verses 6 to 11. Krishna gives a glimpse of spiritual world, showing how its nature is perfect, complete and fully satisfying to all. Once having gone there, one never returns to this world, here in the material realm, and an individual hopes from tree to tree, acquiring various material bodies based on the worldly desires they cultivate throughout life. At the time of death, through the subtle workings of reincarnation, one receives a body which is tailor-made to facilitate such desires. Man proposes, God disposes. Thus, different life situations are meant to teach us a simple lesson. We are looking for the right thing, happiness, but we are looking in the wrong places. Summary of verses 12 to 15. One who is entangled within the reflected tree of material existence can develop his Krishna consciousness by appreciating Krishna as the maintainer on all levels. Krishna maintains our gross physical body by arranging fundamental resources that provide the energy of life. He also maintains our subtle capacities by facilitating knowledge, remembrance, and forgetfulness. And finally, perhaps most importantly, Krishna maintains our spirituality by offering ways and means to achieve self-realization and escape the dangerous cycle of repeated birth and death. Summary of verses 16 to 20. Previously, Krishna summarized the Bhagavad Gita in 4 verses in the 10th chapter, and now he again summarizes the teachings in 3 verses. Fallible living entities, Kshara, having dropped into the tree of material existence due to an independent desire to enjoy. These are different from infallible living entities, Akshara, who never leave the spiritual realm due to their undeviated desire to be with the Lord. Beyond both entities is the Supreme Lord. Thus, in yet another passage, Krishna reinforces that the living entity never becomes God, since even liberated souls have their separate identity in the spiritual world. Knowing Krishna to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one engages in bhakti.
Jai. Well done, Shevi. So this chapter only again has 20 verses. It's a little harder than the 12th chapter, but this chapter again gives a phenomenal explanation by Krishna of the spiritual world, material world, himself, the soul, and how we can connect to him. So again, devotees, this is a chapter worth reading regularly and carefully, because it's got so much nectar. And Shevi very nicely, and Shevi knows this chapter by heart as well. So she's quite an extraordinary child. And we'll see her mother in a little while. Then we'll understand why she's such an extraordinary child. So now, chapter 16 is the divine and demoniac nature. And hopefully, Sharmila, are you ready to?
Yes, Prabhu, I'm ready.
Okay. So, Sharmila, I know you and husband are going through a little difficulty, so we also pray for your good health.
Thank you, Prabhu.
So, please, you can start.
Yeah. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Satvasam Sudhir Jana Yoga Vyavastiti Danam dhamascha yajna cha swadhyayastapa arjavam. Ahimsa.
That's fine.
Ahimsa satyam akrodas tyaga santir apesunam dhaya bhute sav alok luktvam mardhavam hitir acha phalam
Swaha.
tejak sama driti sokam adroho nati manita Bhavanti sampadam devim abhijatasya bharata
Swaha.
Dhambo dharpo vimanascha krodha parusyam evacha ajnanam chavijatasya parta sampadam asurrim
Swaha.
Devi Sampad Vimuksaya Nibandhaya Suri Mata Masuka Sampadam Devim Abhijato Si Pandava
Swaha.
Dvobhuta Sargo Lokesmin Deva Asura Evacha Devo Vistara Saprapta Asuram Partame Shrinu
Swaha.
Pravritim cha nivritim cha Janana vidur asura Na sokam na pichacharo Na satyam te suvidhate
Swaha.
Asatyam apratistam te jagat ahur anisvaram aparasvara sambhutam kim anye kama hetukam
Swaha.
etam drishtim avasthabhya nastatmano lipa buddhya prabhavanti ugra karmana Saya yajo tohita
Swaha.
Kamam ashrita duspuram Dhabha mana madhanvita Mohad griva sadgrahan Pravartante suchivratha
Swaha.
Sintam aparimeyam cha Palayam tam uparista kamopa bhoga parama etavad iti nishchita
Swaha.
asapasa satir badha kama krodha parayana ihante kama boghartam anyaya yenartha sancharan
Swaha.
Idan adhyamaya labdham imam prapsye manoratham idam astidham apime bhavishyati punardhanam
Swaha.
aso maya hata satrur hanishye chaparan api Ishvaroham aham bogi sidoham balabam sukhi
Swaha.
adyo bijanavam asmi konyosti sadriso maya yakshe dasyami modishya iti ajnana vimohita
Swaha.
Anika sita vibranta moha jala samavtita prasakta kama bhogesu patanti narake sukho
Swaha.
atma sambhavita stadda dhana mana madhanvita Jayante nama yajnete dambena vidhi purvakam
Swaha.
Ahankaram balam darpam amam krodam cha samsrita mam atma paradehesu pravisantobhya sukyaka
Swaha.
tan aham dvisaitakruran samsaresu naradhaman kisi pami ajasram asubhan asurisves eva yonisu
Swaha.
asurim yonim apana muda janmani janmani mam apratyeva konteya tato yanti adha mam gatim
Swaha.
Trimvidam narakasye dam dwaram nasanam atmana kama kroda tata lobas tasmad etat trayam twaje
Swaha.
eter vimukta konteya tamo dware tribir nara acharati atmana shreyas tato yati param gatim
Swaha.
Yasastra vidin utristya vartate kama karatha nasa siddhim avavnoti nasukam na param gatim
Swaha.
tasmak chastram para pramanam te karyat karya vyavastito jatva sastra vidhanuktam sorry karma kartum tvarhasi
Swaha. Well done, Sharmila. Well done. Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you,
So,
Prabhu.
Mohan, would you like to just finish off the chapter with the conclusion? Are you there? Maybe he's busy with something. Okay, chapter 16, Ki Jai. So I wanted to thank you very much, Sharmila. Hope you get better very quickly, huh? Now, wanted to ask Sanjana. Okay, great. So Sanjana, please take it away.
Wait, I need to unmute.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't letting me unmute for a second.
Right.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Sanjana.
Wonderful to see you all. I'll just share my screen. 1 second.
Yeah. So must let devotees know, Sanjana is, she joined, well, she's been coming to the classes for a while now, a couple of years, but recently, over the summer, she spent time with us going through the Bhagavad Gita. And she's become so proficient in the Bhagavad Gita that she's now teaching the preteens and also hosting the youth presentations. So really amazing learning that she's doing. And she's a undergraduate in Bristol and first year. So a teenager still. Are you still a teenager, right?
Second year. No, I'm still a teenager, but not for long. I'm 20 in May.
You still be a teenager to me anyway.
Yeah, I think to my parents as well.
Very good, very good.
Okay, so chapter 16. Chapter 16 is about the divine and demonic qualities. This is really important for us to understand because the qualities that we hold and the way that we practice our lives can be make or break really in terms of how we go along our spiritual path. At the end of the day, what we've seen from the Bhagavad Gita thus far is that it's a very practical text. It's not just that we read it and then we go away, okay, we've read the Bhagavad Gita, bye-bye. It's very much about practicing these qualities in our daily lives. And so understanding the types of things that we should be doing and cultivating is really important. This is where chapter 16 comes in particular, because Krishna outlines that there are two types of qualities that people can hold, either saintly or demoniac, divine or demoniac. And he explains the kind of genealogies of these qualities that originally in the earlier ages, they were perhaps on different planets, then they come closer or like different countries, and then they become closer, they're in the same country. By the time we get to here, which is Kali Yuga, we're kind of contesting with these qualities inside of us, which makes it a lot harder. But again, this chapter can help us recognize where to root out those demoniac weaknesses. So first, what are the qualities that we should be aspiring to? Well, Krishna outlines 26 qualities that we should be cultivating, a few of which include fearlessness, purity of mind, self-control, scriptural study, austerity, non-violence, truth, the spirit of renunciation, compassion, forgiveness, and absence of pride. On the other hand, if we are practicing demoniac qualities, these might expose some attitudes and behavior which would destroy our spirituality and take us away from these more saintly qualities. So the opposite of absence of pride would be having pride, would be acting like a hypocrite. I've completely stumbled on my words, like a hypocrite. We might be using harsh speech because we're so caught up in our own ego that we're kind of telling other people off or thinking that we're always right. And we have an ignorance of this spirit of renunciation and compassion that we should be holding to other people. So in chapter 15, we hear about this tree, the banyan tree of the material world. The divine qualities can help clarify and help us navigate ourselves out of this tree where there are many roots being tangled up. The divine qualities can help us find a route out and towards the spiritual world. On the other hand, demoniac qualities will result in degradation. It will obscure our mind and we won't have a route or a pathway out of this banyan tree, the material world. These qualities can be a result of both nature, so perhaps our previous karmas, determining a set of nature within us, but also nurture. So if we have a real determination to cultivate these saintly qualities, then we'll be sure to kind of be set along the right path. So finally, in this chapter, Krishna explains how we can escape to the supreme destination and what qualities might take us to not the supreme destination and somewhere where we don't want to be, a sort of hellish planet in our next life. So he explains, as we've seen in some earlier chapters, that lust, anger, and greed are ultimately what lead us to these hellish planets because we get so egoistic and we get so much caught up in pursuing for these desires that we require a little bit of shock treatment to remind us that, you know, the world isn't about us. So if we want to avoid this shock treatment, then we should look towards the scriptures, which act as a guidebook for gradual purification and ultimate perfection. Hare Krishna, chapter 16, Ki Jai.
Yay, thank you so much. Beautifully explained. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So I wanted to go to chapter 17. And who's reciting? Oh, it's this is an incredible person because she's training her children in such an amazing way. Where is she? There she is. This is Puna Mataji. Thank you very, very much for training your children so nicely. She's got twins as well. And they're also learning verses, which is amazing. There they are. There's one. Is that Katit? Katit? Oh, Katit. Let me, sorry, unmute you. I forgot about that. 1 second.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So thank you so much, Mataji. Please, you may start.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
We can't hear you.
I think my laptop will charge
That's
up
better.
itself.
That's better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It starts slowly and then it picks up, I guess.
Sounds like me.
Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. अथ सप्तदशोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच ये शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वमाहो रजस्तमः। श्रीभगवानुवाच त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेति तां शृणु।
स्वाहा।
सत्त्वानुरूपा सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यत् श्रद्धः स एव सः।
स्वाहा।
यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षरक्षांसि राजसः प्रेतान् भूतगणाश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनाः। अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपो जनाः दम्भा अहंकार संयुक्तः कामरागबलान्वितः कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्राममचेतसः मां चैवान्तः शरीरस्थं तान् वित्तयासुरनिश्चयान्।
स्वाहा।
आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदमिमं शृणु। स्वाहा। कट्व अम्बल लवणाति उष्ण तीक्ष्ण रुक्ष विदाहिनः। Oh, sorry, I think I missed one. Sorry. आयुः सत्त्वबल. Okay. Yeah. Okay. आयुः सत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीति विवर्धनः रस्याः स्निग्धाः स्थिरा हृदया आहारः सात्विकप्रियः। कट्व अम्बल लवणाति उष्ण तीक्ष्ण रुक्ष विदाहिनः आहार राजसस्येष्टा दुःख शोकामय प्रदः।
स्वाहा।
यातयामं गतरसं ऊती पर्यूषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टमपि चामेक्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम्।
स्वाहा।
अफलाकाङ्क्षिर्भिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो य इज्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मनः समाधाय स सात्विकः।
स्वाहा।
अभिसन्धाय तु फलं दम्भार्थमपि चैव यत् इज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विद्धि राजसम्।
स्वाहा।
विधिहीनमसृष्टान्नं मन्त्रहीनं मदक्षिणम् श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते।
स्वाहा।
देवद्विज गुरुप्राज्ञ पूजनं शौचमार्जवम् ब्रह्मचर्यमहिंसा च शरीरं तप उच्यते।
Swaha.
Anudvegakaram vakyam satyam priyahitam च यत् स्वाध्याय sorry स्वाध्यायाभ्यसनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते.
Swaha. You can take a moment if you like to drink or something.
Yeah, I should be fine actually.
Okay.
मनः प्रसादः सौम्यत्वं मौनं मामत् विनिग्रह भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपो मानसमुच्यते.
Swaha.
श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरैः अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्तैः सात्विकं परिचक्षते.
Swaha.
सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तदिह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवम्.
Swaha.
मूढग्राहेणात्मनो यत्पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सादनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुदारुतम्.
Swaha.
दातव्यमिति यद्दानं दीयतेनुपकारिणे देशे काले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतम्.
Swaha.
यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थं फलमुद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसं स्मृतम्.
Swaha.
अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतमवज्ञातं तत्तामसमुदारुतम्.
Swaha.
ॐ तत्सदिति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्राह्मणास्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञाश्च विहितः पुरा.
Swaha.
तस्मादो इत्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपः क्रियाः प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्तः सततं ब्रह्मवादिनाम्.
Swaha.
तदित्यनभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपः क्रियाः दानक्रियाश्च विविधाः क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः.
Swaha.
सद्भावे साधुभावे च सदित्ये यत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्छब्दः पार्थयुज्यते.
Swaha.
यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सदिति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदर्थीयं सदित्येवा विधीयते.
Swaha.
अश्रद्धया हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असदित्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्य नो इह.
Swaha.
श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायां ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगनामक सहस्रवाध्याय श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु.
Jai. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 17, Ki Jai. Thank you so much, Purna Mataji. Beautifully read as always. And you're doing chapter 18 as well. You better have something to drink. Thank you so much. Really good. Really, really nice. So Shruti, good, you're there. Hang on.
Hello, Prabhuji.
Let me see if I can find you. Ah, yes. Very good. So now Shruti, when we were doing the rehearsal, she had a whole class lined up, probably 1 hour long. She went through every single verse, but you're only doing a summary, right?
Yeah.
Go for it, Shruti.
Thank you, Prabhuji. So, Hare Krishna to everyone. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. So first of all, I feel blessed to be doing this chapter. So let us begin. This is chapter 17. So first of all, we start with Arjuna asking Krishna, "Oh Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principle of scripture but worship according to their own imagination? Are they in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance?" And then Krishna replies to Arjuna, "According to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: goodness, passion, and ignorance. O son of Bharata, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one evolves around a particular faith. The living being is said to be a particular faith according to the modes of he has acquired." So there are three types of people, as the Bhagavad Gita says. Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods, such as Swami Srila Prabhupada. Men in the
He worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Devatas are servants of the Supreme Lord. So just a little clarification. Huh?
Yeah. And the men in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. And we should try to be aiming for the Supreme Personality and the demigods. And the men in the mode of passion worship the demons.
So this is really good. You are going to be doing my future presentations, by the way. The graphics are phenomenal. So
Thank you,
just this distinction: goodness, passion, ignorance. So goodness, they worship the demigods. Passion, they worship the demons. And the ignorance, they worship ghosts. But those who are beyond those three, passion, goodness, ignorance, they worship the Supreme Lord. That's called the mode of pure goodness. So that's beyond even the demigod worship. Just to understand.
Okay. And then in text 5, those who undergo severe austerities and penances not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the material elements of the body, as well as the super soul dwelling within, are known to be as the demons. So a quick summary of verses 1 to 7. Religious people are often referred to the people of faith, but the reality is that everyone has faith. We all put faith into traffic lights, doctors, and even banks, but a very few people put faith into God. Without faith, we cannot function in this world. To have faith means to see opportunity, reward, and value in something, even though it might not be immediately experienced. According to one's faith, one identifies objects of adoration and reverence and begins to worship them in different ways. Example, the Lord, devatas, film, and sports stars. One should try and follow the scriptures. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now here are the distinctions between them. Food dear to those in the modes of goodness. Food dear to those in the modes of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart, such as our fruits and vegetables and pulses and nuts and stuff like that. Foods dear to those in the mode of passion, foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning, are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such food cause distress, misery, and disease. And foods dear to those in the mode of ignorance. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, tasteless, decomposed, and putrid, and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things. Of sacrifices, the sacrifices performed according to the directions of Scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is the nature of goodness. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of the Bharatas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the directions of Scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of Vedic hymns and remunerations to the priests, and without faith is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. So this is a picture of saintly persons, especially the spiritual master, is advice for spiritual growth. And then this is food in the mode of ignorance. And this is the food in the mode of passion. This causes distress, misery, and disease. And this is the food in the mode of goodness. It increases the duration of life, purifies one's existence, gives strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction, juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to heart. And this is just the main summary. Foods can also be of 3 types. Cook fresh organic foods. Avoid onion, garlic, and mushrooms. So yeah, this is just the sources and other kind of thing. And the main summary is in the previous chapter, Krishna described 2 extremes, the divine and the demonic. Day-to-day experience, however, reveals that we actually have many faces and are not necessarily one or the other. Life is generally not black or white, but usually different shades of gray. The faces that we present on a daily basis reveal something about our faith, the things we trust, believe, and place value upon. Chapter 17 describes how a person's affiliation to a particular mode will determine the type of faith they have. Throughout this chapter, Krishna discusses all his themes with reference to the modes of nature. Following scriptures allow us to transcend the 3 modes of material nature. The foods that are categorized into the 3 modes of nature, the different types of austerities and the types of charity. Thank you for watching.
Brilliant.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
I'm stunned by your presentation skills. It's phenomenal. Especially
Thank
the birds flying around, the rubbish in the paper that goes in the waste bin. Just a quick couple of questions. You spoke very clearly, very nicely. You got a very good way of persuasion, actually, so it's good. In terms of the 3 modes again, it comes up again and again. The food, which is the best food to eat?
I believe sattvic, as in my presentation, it said that it increases your life duration, meaning that you can live longer. And after reading this chapter, I learned why the scientists are urging us to eat more healthy food and not having junk food. They're just giving the reason that, oh, you'll be healthy, you'll be slim, you'll have more energy and stuff. But this one I actually understand. It actually, sattvic food actually increases your duration of life. That's why they're telling us to eat them indirectly. And the other type of food actually shortens our existence on the world.
Very good. And what is better than sattvic food?
Sattvic food
better than sattvic food?
Sattvic food, better than sattvic food, I would say, is the food that you prasadam.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. And why? Why do you think?
Because we firstly offer it to God, and then because God has blessed it, and then we also have God's blessings in it, meaning as it will be give us goods and.
Well done, Shruti. Well done. Fantastic. And where's your brother? Jishnu? You locked him away. Here, let's see him because he's such a character, that fellow. There he is. He is such a character. Come on, let's see him properly. Hare Krishna, Jishnu.
Hare Krishna.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for letting your sister do it. Normally, he likes to do the presentation, which his sister is doing.
I like throwing bin.
Oh, yeah. You got to stop him doing that.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna,
Shruti.
Prabhuji.
Well done. Good effort for making that presentation. Huh? Very good effort.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Jishnu. Don't cause trouble, okay? Okay, so you want to...
Yeah, I have faster.
Okay, great. So we are on the final chapter. Very nicely described, the 17th chapter about faith and all that. That was really important chapter. But this is, of course, the conclusion. And I'd like to thank everybody for getting us to this place. And we are at the last chapter, which is the best, of course. He always leaves the best for the best till the end. Yeah. And Puna Mataji again will be reciting. Thank you so much. And please, you can start. Huh?
Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Ashtadashadyayah. Arjuna Vacha. Sanyasasya Mahabaho. Tattvamichhami Veditum. Tyagasya च ऋषिकेश पृथक्के श्रीनिषूदन
स्वाहा
भगवानुवाच काम्यानां कर्मणां न्यासं सन्न्यासं कवयो विदुः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं प्राहुस्त्यागं विचक्षणः
स्वाहा
त्याज्यं दोषवदित्येके कर्म प्राहुर्मनीषिणः यज्ञदानतपः कर्म न त्याज्यमिति चापरे
स्वाहा
निश्चयं शृणु मे तत्र त्यागे भरतसत्तम त्यागो हि पुरुषव्याघ्र त्रिविधः सम्प्रकीर्तितः
स्वाहा
यज्ञदानतपः कर्म न त्याज्यं कार्यमेव तत् यज्ञो दानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम्
स्वाहा
एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानिति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम्
स्वाहा
नियतस्य तु सन्न्यासः कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहात् तस्य परित्यागस्तामसः परिकीर्तितः
स्वाहा
दुःखमित्येव दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत् सकृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत्
स्वाहा
कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियतेऽर्जुन सङ्गत्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्यागः सात्विको मतः
स्वाहा
न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुषज्यते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशयः
स्वाहा
न हि देहभृता शक्यं यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते
स्वाहा
अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलम् भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रेत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित्
स्वाहा
पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे सांख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम्
स्वाहा
अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता करणं च पृथग्विधम् विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमम्
स्वाहा
शरीरवाङ्मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्याय्यं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैतैतस्य हेतवः
स्वाहा
तत्रैव सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्य कृतबुद्धित्वान् स पश्यति दुर्मतिः
स्वाहा
यस्य नाहं कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमां लोकान् हन्ति न निबध्यते
स्वाहा
ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधः कर्म संग्रहः
स्वाहा
ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिधैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसङ्ख्याने यथा वुच्छृणुतान्यपि
स्वाहा
सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावमव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकम्
स्वाहा
पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावन् पृथग्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसम्
स्वाहा
यत्तु कृत्सन्नवदेकस्मिन् कार्ये सक्तमहेतुकम् अतत्त्वार्थवत् अल्पं च तत्तामसमुदारुतम्
स्वाहा
नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषतः कृतम् अफलप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते
स्वाहा
यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसमुदारुतम्
स्वाहा
अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसाम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषम् मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तत्तामसमुच्यते
स्वाहा
मुक्तसङ्गो नहं वादी धृत्युत्साहमसन्वितः सिद्धयोर्निर्विकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते
स्वाहा
रागी कर्मफलप्रेप्सुर्लब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजसः परिकीर्तितः
स्वाहा
अयुक्तः प्राकृतः स्तब्धः शठौ नैष्कृतिकोलसः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते
स्वाहा
बुद्धैर्भेदं धृतैश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानमशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय
स्वाहा
प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च या वेत्ति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी
स्वाहा
जया धर्म अधर्मं च कार्यं चाकार्यमेव च अयथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ राजसी
स्वाहा
अधर्मं धर्ममिति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतांश्च बुद्धिः सा पार्थ तामसी
स्वाहा
धृत्यायया धारयते मनः प्राणेन्द्रियक्रियाः योगेनाव्यभिचारिण्या धृतिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी
स्वाहा
यया तु धर्मकामार्थान् धृत्या धारयतेऽर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलाकांक्षी धृतिः सा पार्थ राजसी
स्वाहा
यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुर्मेधा धृतिः सा पार्थ तामसी
स्वाहा
सुखं त्व इदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभ अभ्यासाद्रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति
स्वाहा
यत्तदग्रे विषमिव परिणामे मृतोपमम् तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजम्
स्वाहा
विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगात् यत्तदग्रे मृतोपमम् परिणामे विषमिव तत्सुखं राजसं स्मृतम्
स्वाहा
यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसमुदारुतम्
स्वाहा
न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वादिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यदेभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः
स्वाहा
ब्राह्मणक्षत्रियविंशां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवै गुणैः
स्वाहा
शमोदमस्तपः शौचं क्षान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजम्
स्वाहा
शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनम् दानमीश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजम्
स्वाहा
कृषिगोरक्ष्य वाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजम् परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम्
स्वाहा
स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु
स्वाहा
यतः प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वमिदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तम अभयच्चर्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः
स्वाहा
श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्
स्वाहा
सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषमपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरवावृतः
स्वाहा
असक्तबुद्धिः सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहः नैष्कर्म्यसिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति
स्वाहा
सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासैनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा
स्वाहा
बुद्धया विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन विषयामस्त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषो व्युदस्य च
स्वाहा
विविक्तसेवी लग्वाशी यत वाक्काय मानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः
स्वाहा
अहंकारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते
स्वाहा
ब्रह्मभूतः प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते पराम्
स्वाहा
भक्तया माभिजानाति यावान् यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरम्
स्वाहा
सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मदव्यपाश्रयः मत्प्रसादाद्वाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययम्
स्वाहा
चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्नस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगमुपाश्रित्य मतचित्तः सततं भव
स्वाहा
मतचित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रासादात् हृष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वमहङ्कारान् श्रोष्यसि विनकाङ्क्षसि
स्वाहा
यदहङ्कारमाश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथ्यैष व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति
स्वाहा
स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धः स्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्य अस्य वशोऽपि तत्
स्वाहा
ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृदेशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि तन्त्रारूढानि मायया
स्वाहा
तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परां शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम्
स्वाहा
इति ते ज्ञानमख्यातं गुह्याद् गुह्यतरं मया विमुष्यैतदशेषेण यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु
स्वाहा
सर्वगुह्यतमं भूयः शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टोऽसि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितम्
स्वाहा
मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैष्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे
स्वाहा
सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः
स्वाहा
इदं ते नात्पस्काय नाभक्ताय कदाचन न चाक्षुषुषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयति
स्वाहा
न इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेष्वभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामे वैष्यत्य संशयः
स्वाहा
न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमः भविता न च मे तस्माद् अन्यः प्रियतरो भुवि
स्वाहा
अद्येष्यते च य इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावयोः ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टः स्यामिति मे मतिः
स्वाहा
श्रद्धावान् अनसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः शुभान् लोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणाम्
स्वाहा
कच्चित् एतत् श्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चित् ज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणष्टस्ते धनञ्जय
स्वाहा
अर्जुन उवाच नष्टो मोहः स्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रासादान् मयाच्युत स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव
स्वाहा
सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादम् इमम् अश्रोष्यम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणम्
स्वाहा
व्यासप्रासादात् श्रुतवानेतद् गुह्यममं परम् योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयतः स्वयम्
स्वाहा
राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादिदममम् अद्भुतम् केशवार्जुनयोः पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः
स्वाहा
च संस्मृत्यं रूपमत्यद्भुतं हरेः विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः
स्वाहा
यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्ण यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीविजयोर्भूतिर्ध्रुवानीतिर्मतिर्मम
स्वाहा
श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायां ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे मोक्षसंन्यासयोग नामक 18वाध्यायं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु
की जय भगवद गीता की जय 18th chapter की जय पूना माता जी की जय शैवी की जय Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was extraordinary. Yeah. Okay. So just don't go. Madhusun Prabhu. Yeah, great. So I'd like to thank you, Puna Mataji. It's been an inspiration from Shavi and yourself that actually we got the heart to do this really because of you. Because you have this incredible flexibility. You can do any chapter, any time. And we got the heart from you. And then you told us you might be going away. But actually, it's thanks to you that we actually got this all together. And we'd like to thank, of course, Lord Krishna for bringing this Bhagavad Gita message to the world. And I hope devotees today will really take to heart. This is not just one day affair. This is actually a daily affair with the Bhagavad Gita. This is his talk with us one-to-one. This is his talk with us one-to-one. So this message of Bhagavad Gita is not to Arjun, it's to us. And we can really access the mercy of Krishna by delving into the nectarian pastimes of the Bhagavad Gita. So again, I'd just like to thank you. You are actually...
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Feeling blessed. It's such a wonderful event that you have, done and, organized so well. And it's incredible, the amount, the energy that you have is really infectious, honestly. So thank you very much. It's all your efforts that, we are having or getting to enjoy this blissful evening, in the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, and with the great devotees, the company of great devotees, like everybody present here. So thank you so much for providing us with this opportunity. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
The energy comes from the prashadam somebody cooks. Without prashadam. But honestly, the inspiration has come from the devotees like yourself, principally yourself. Actually. So appreciation is there. Thank you. So I wanted to ask Madhusun Prabhu to conclude on the 18th chapter, and just trying to find him. Good, there he is. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Nabi Haribo, Hare Krishna to everyone. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai. Guru Maharaj ki jai. Jai Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So this 18th chapter, when you come across words where it says samvadam, meaning this is a discussion, and it's a discussion between Mahatmanam, meaning the great souls, Arjun and Krishna. And when he says Adbhutam, that means it's wonderful. And actually, when he said the word Roma Harsanam, means make the hair stand on end. So we, obviously, we should feel the impact of this whole Bhagavad Gita the whole day. And on a day like this, when it's Gita Jayanti, and Krishna has spoken this, didn't take as long, but it's 45 minutes. So on the Kurukshetra. So on Kurukshetra, there is also Bhagavad Gita being spoken there today on a day like this. So this 18th chapter is amazing, and then also when you come across words like Shraddhayam, that means with faith. So you're hearing this word, in this last chapter. And then Krishna is also saying, that you sochitam, that means you think about this now. And this, Sanskrit words are amazing, actually, when you know how closely that we can start to understand that, we can relate it to our own Gujarati or English, or sometimes English as well, because the source is all, here it says, Paramam Guhyam. Paramam means the most, Guhyam is a confidential secret. So this is the most confidential secret that Krishna is revealing to Arjun. And then also later on, I'll try and, can I share screen or what?
Yeah.
Can you see me now?
We can see you, not your screen. He wants to share his screen.
Where was it?
Yes, it's always there.
Yeah.
You can see my screen now, yeah?
No, we can't yet. But your video is off, so we can't see you either.
Oh, I think so I'm trying on the phone and then it's not really gonna work. It's okay. What I'll do is I'll just read. There's a okay, I'm back on the screen. Am I?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I'll just use my PowerPoint, which I had done actually, just on this. So this is obviously chapter 18 is a conclusion, and it's the perfection of renunciation. So this is both, in the since the Gita stretches, this is Arjuna is inquiring, first of all, asking Krishna to explain the purpose of renunciation and sannyas. So what's the difference between tyag and sannyas? Tyag means, just giving up action. We can't give up action at all because we are all embodied living beings and we have to do some activity. We just can't sit idle, And then I saw a little program the other day about this yogi up in the mountain, he's just standing on one leg, even today he's there. And without doing anything, but still he has to do something. He has to go into the cave. He still has to eat, does something. So, which means that, fruitive actions, instead of performing prescribed duties without attachment to their results. So we have to do that work which we're not attached to the fruits of action, fruitive actions. And so for those who are not renounced, the fruit of actions, desirable, undesirable, or they're mixed actually. So they accrue after death. Whereas for the renounced, there's no such results to suffer or enjoy. So the wise renouncer is liberated from the bondage of karma. So we have to try to decide, what sort of work is going to be beneficial for us, whether it's renounce work, fruitive actions. So it's really, Krishna is saying that give up the work, the results of the work, but you still have to work. So work under the direction of Krishna. One acts without material reactions. Obviously, Krishna cites the Sankhya philosophy. Then he talks about the 5 factors, the action, the performer, the senses, the effort that we put in, and the super soul. So one who thinks himself the exclusive factor in action, not considering other factors like the super soul, then that is in ignorance, actually. So when we are doing work without thinking that there is a super soul, recognizing the super soul, then we are actually doing work in ignorance, actually. So then Krishna is explaining from 3 to 18, where Arjun will not be the actual slayer and will not suffer the consequences of killing on the battlefield, because he'll be doing work under the direction of Krishna, actually. So obviously within this chapter also, The three modes of material natures are predominating to some aspects within our human psychology and in our efforts. Knowledge, action, workers, intelligence, determination, happiness, each have three types of these material modes. So Krishna then analyzes this as well. Then also Krishna confirms that the four occupational divisions in human society, the roles of the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, and then the respective qualities and duties, the four social divisions, the Varnas. So to attain, we should actually just do our occupational duty according to our Varna and our ashrams. Then the social duties that we have. So it is in Arjun's best interest to act according to Kshatriya principles and fight in the battle for Krishna's satisfaction. So Krishna concludes that one can attain the highest perfection of renunciation by control of the mind and by complete detachment from material things and material enjoyment. So then Krishna is obviously explaining attainment of Brahman, the joyful result from freedom from material desire and duality. So he says, in that state, Krishna says, one achieves pure devotional service to me. Then Krishna imparts to Arjuna the decisive conclusion. The ultimate duty of the jiva is to surrender unto him in pure devotional love and in transcendental love and devotion. So only by devotion can Krishna, the supreme absolute truth, can be understood. So then by one understanding Krishna, one can enter into the kingdom of God. So that's explained in this chapter as well. And all acting always under his supreme protection, always conscious of him, his devotee transcends all obstacles of conditioned life and reaches the spiritual kingdom by grace. Krishna does warn Arjuna that even if he neglects his divine instructions and under the influence of illusion avoids his duty, then he will still be compelled to fight as a Kshatriya anyway. So he'll still have to fight anyway. So best to do it under the direction and not attached to the results. Then Krishna is, one must relinquish all religious processes and duties like Sarva Dharma Paritrajaya, Mamekam Sharanam, just surrender to me. And then always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer homage unto me. And he'll free us from the sinful reactions. And you will come to me without fail. I promise you this, because you are my very dear friend. You give up all varieties of religion, surrender unto me. So you have nothing to fear. So this is what concludes that, we have nothing to fear because Krishna ultimately does protect his devotees. And then Krishna states the qualifications for understanding the Gita, that the hearer must be austere, devoted, non-envious, engaged in Krishna's service. Then one who imparts Krishna's teaching is Krishna's most dear servant and attains pure devotion to him. So worship me by his intelligence. And one who hears his teaching with faith is also freed from all sin as well. So one who hears and one who imparts this knowledge is very, very dear to Krishna. So that's how Krishna concludes. And then obviously Krishna at the end, the final climax is when Krishna is telling me, have you heard this? Have you heard this with your mind, with perfect attention? So if you have heard this with perfect attention, then are your ignorance and illusion now dispelled? And that's what Arjuna then concludes, that my illusion is dispelled. I'm no longer in this duality. O infallible one, my dear Krishna, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. Now I am steady and free from doubt, and I'm prepared to act according to your instructions. So that's how Arjun concludes, and that's how we should understand Bhagavad Gita in the same mood that Arjun understands it. So that's probably the best conclusion I can give. I'm sorry, I got no some wonderful slide presentations of all the different chapters done by some of the very young devotees. It's so impressive to see that. And they have the skills and the resources now with the, so much available. When we started learning Bhagavad Gita, there was just the Bhagavad Gita itself. And we had to visualize a lot of the things, but now, you can put it in picture forms and video clip forms and all sorts of things. But I remember when we had to do a little class and a promotion of some classes in the temple in Coventry, and I was sitting in my classroom, I was using a stencil and a colored pens to create a little poster. And then I was photocopying it, and it turned out black and white because there's no color photocopier then accessible. It turned out black and white, and I thought, oh, this is no good. But then we tried our best to stick pictures and all that, and then distribute it and try to promote the little program that we had in school. But amazing now with the presentations and the whole day that, we've seen a wonderful contribution by so many young devotees. So the future is bright, as they say. Brilliant. And with some young devotees, like even Riyansh, and the Sanskrit that they can pronounce, and with the help of Mataji and Shavi, and wonderful. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Fantastic. So just wanted to say some concluding words. I wanted to thank everybody for starters. Especially some of the youngsters have stayed right throughout the 7.5 hours or more. And I'm really, really appreciative of their interest. Nowadays, religion is seen to be boring, but actually, God is not boring. God is the most exciting personality. And connecting with God is the most exciting activity. Sometimes we tend to have a tendency to perhaps make it a little boring, but actually it can't be boring. This is the most exciting thing we can ever do. So I'm really gratified that so many young devotees have stayed on. And I want to thank them by name, actually. Brinda, very, very nice Sanskrit. She read the first chapter and really beautifully done. And Radhashyam was so impressed with her. Prabhu was so impressed with her. Manasi, very nice presentation of the first chapter, the summary. Rupa, then there was Vishal. Thank you, Vishal. Sorry, Vishal, we didn't give you opportunity to do much. Hopefully next time I'd like you to do a lot more. You were there right from the beginning, so thank you. Palika, Aishwarya, Balaram, and Surinder, and Ananda Leela. And they've really made a big difference to all of our satsangs recently in the last couple of months. So I'd like to thank you so much. Damodar from Coventry, thank you. Riyansh, amazing fellow, such a wonderful boy. Indulekha Mataji, I think she's in Canada at the moment, busy with the satsang at the temple. Akasha spoke so nicely. Deepika, wonderful pronunciations. Satvika spoke very well. Surinder, of course, we talked about. Brinda again. Saru from Canada. Are you there, Saru? Yeah, she is. Saru, amazing. Just unmute yourself, Saru. And Kamakshi, very nice summary of the 7th canto. She speaks few words, but actually very powerful words as well. And Shruti, there's the two Shrutis. There's the one who's so confident, spoke so beautifully, really very good 17th chapter summary. And I love those flying birds. And I'm going to pass you one of my presentations. I can see if you can make it
Jazz it up.
Jazz it up, make it a little less boring. I just have words. And the Shruti, who is Sri Ram's wife, she spoke so amazingly. I could hear her all day, actually. She was so good. Lokeshwar from Canada. Is he with us still? He's very good.
Yeah.
Very good boy.
He's right from there,
from the very, very beginning. This is amazing, actually. Saroji, a 21, 74-year-old. So good. Thank you so much. Indulekamaji, again, Lokeshwar. Shavi, what can you say about Shavi? You know, no satsang is actually complete without Shavi being there. She has to be everywhere. So good. Sharmila from Canada, I could do with some practice, but it was good. She made a good attempt. And it shows we may not have the confidence to do it or ability to do it even, but Krishna will accept the offering. And it's important that we make the effort. We are not perfect by a long, long stretch. So we'll never get it completely right. Does it mean we never do it? No, we do it. We make our best effort. Pitambar always amazes me with his presentations. Such detail sometimes, and sometimes such clarity, always clarity. So thank you, Pitambar. Mohan from Germany. So nice you've kept in touch and you've stayed in contact with us, and nice recitation. Tanvi, I was so impressed. You just left, but Tanvi was she's just turned 13, and I can see a future Sanjana in her because she's got very good clarity of speech. Sharmila, not well, and her husband not well, but very, very good inspiration for us. Sanjana is the future, as is Vipi Govind Prabhu. He did the 2 presentations with his children. They're the future of taking this forward, Krishna consciousness. Puna Mataji, very good. What can I say? Shruti, what can I say? Madhusan Babu, thank you for your blessings. Very important to have your blessings always with us. So I wanted to thank everybody. This Gita message is not just for today. It is for every day. Please do pick up the Gita. Take even reading one word can purify us, let alone reading a chapter or reading a verse. Just even one word it can perfect our lives. So please do take this message to heart of Lord Krishna's. It's his love letter to us. He wants us back in his world. And this is why he spoke it. And Radhashyam said it so wonderfully right at the beginning. He said his whole of Vedic literature, he's compressed it into 700 words. Not even 700, it's 524, something like that. So what's the difficulty in reading 524 verses regularly? So he's done that for us. Let's make the use of it. I wanted to thank everybody else who's come. Radhika, it's so nice to see you. Mala, Rohit, Jishnu. I love seeing Jishnu. He's such a cheeky boy. Kaushalya Mataji, Priti. Oh yeah, thank you so much, Priti. Ashish. Hope you found this useful. We can take questions right at the end. If any. Oh, Ritesh, yes. Thank you very much, Ritesh, for joining us. I know you're very busy, and we shall right the way through the program. This is a holiday time. Take advantage of what we're offering. We got some little bit of knowledge, a little bit of from years and years of experience. We're offering seminars every day at 3:30. Tomorrow is Ramayan, untold pastimes of Ramayan. And believe me, you will not have heard these pastimes. Indulekha has got this knowledge from various devotees, and she's passing this knowledge on. So we're doing part 2 tomorrow, 3:30. Please join us. 3:30 on Sunday, we will be talking about keys of spiritual advancement. We've done a part 1 already, but we're going to do part 2, and we'll revise part 1 again. These are very important to help us on our spiritual journey. Please take advantage. We don't charge anything. We don't want anything. We just want your good wishes and your blessings. But we want to share what we've learned and what we know of spiritual life. And we do these seminars every single day, 3:30 every day. And next week we'll be perhaps starting the 5th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. We're not 100% sure yet. We just finished the 4th canto, and it's been such a fantastic journey. And Thursday nights, we do bhajans, Bhaktivinoda Thakur's bhajans. These are unique bhajans. I can't even describe what they're like. They can really impact your life in a very big way. Ananda Leela sings them, and every time she tells me, it's had such a impact on her consciousness. So make use of this. And then on next Friday is New Year's Eve. No, next Thursday is New Year's Eve. So we're going to do satsang till midnight. Please join us.
Bhajan
Lots of bhajans. You're welcome to sing Krishna bhajans, Ram bhajans with us. I'll really be happy to hear you sing as well. Then we do children's classes, take advantage, preteens, youth, encourage your children. And Friday nights is Bhagavad Gita. Oh yes, so Bhagavad Gita, we're going to do chapter 2 next Friday, which is New Year's Day. Have a great start to the new year by joining us. And you'll encourage us as well when you join us to do more and more. So that's really where I wanted to end.
We'll unmute everyone, and if anyone has any comments or anything,
any questions,
you're welcome to say or ask.
Prabhu, thank you very much for giving this great opportunity to spend the day listening to the whole Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, amazing. It's amazing.
Both of you, Jayanti Mataji and Prabhuji, you have done amazing job. Amazing.
We just sit here. We just sit here and do. I just eat, and I'm on the Zoom, and that's it.
You have done amazing work. You are sowing the seeds of Hare Krishna consciousness in population, especially among children. Very good.
Yeah,
excellent.
Children are fantastic, aren't they? Amazing. Each one of them had something nice to add to our lives.
To know that much at that young age, it's not. It's out of ordinary.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Radhika here. Hare Krishna
Radhika.
Mataji. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for organizing this. It was wonderful. I joined late, but I'm so happy I joined. Thank you again to everybody who not just participated, but who took us through these verses, the slokas, the chapters. It was so useful. I just had one request. If you're able to enable us to be able to chat, because let's say I want to reach out to somebody one-on-one who has just read a chapter, then I could just send them a text or a chat message. Then that would be very useful.
Actually, Rohit, I think, he can't do it anymore. I think he disabled the chat. Now, how do we enable?
Disabled. Yeah, that was unusual.
Chat. No, should be able to chat. Just try. You should be able to chat.
Probably now I can, but some time ago, twice, in fact, I tried and
okay.
It said,
I don't know why, but Rohit had the vision to block chats.
yeah, probably. But I had a question for Saroj Mataji.
Okay, yes, she's here. She's here.
I'm here.
You said you learned Sanskrit at the age of 73. I wanted to just find out how and how long it took.
Well, I started in May and appeared for an exam in September. Every 6 months there is an exam. You get classes once a week for 1 hour and 15 minutes of study every day. Well, obviously, I did a bit more, but that's all it is needed. If you are regularly studying 1 hour a week, and within 6
You take
months, you can
cranberry
pass it.
sauce.
And there are 4 stages of
Fruits out
exam.
there.
You pass the first stage. It's a Sanskrit Bharati exam. If you want, I can send you the link.
Do that.
That's
Yeah.
Send a link.
Yeah. What's
That would
your
be
name,
good.
please? Sorry. What's your name?
My name is Radhika Mataji.
Radhika. Okay, I'll send you. I'll get the number and I'll send you the link.
You can send
And
it to me, and I'll
Yeah,
forward
please,
it.
please send it to the group. Actually, everybody would like to have it.
Who is that?
And
This
it's
is
very
Ashish.
enjoyable. I love it.
Okay,
It's
Ashish.
so much relaxing to learn. 1 hour a week is not a lot, and 15 minutes. Whenever I'm tired, I just sit down and open the book. I feel relaxed. It's very relaxing to learn. So
And it's online, isn't it?
it's all online. Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once a week, 1 hour is not Friday, 8:30 to 9:30.
Oh, wonderful. Very inspiring. Thank you very much, Mataji.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime if you want to chat or ask anything, you can have my number.
In fact, I'll share the number of Sarojji to Radhika, so you can.
Sure.
Very
Yeah,
good.
that's okay. Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Where's,
Yeah, it was pleasure to join this thing. And when you sent a meeting invite from 2 to 8 p.m., I thought, how I am going to join 6 hours of continuous Zoom meeting, and I can still go on. It is more than 7.5 hours, and I still go on. This is such an interesting group. It's such a young person, and from 7 years to 70 plus, and everybody is so well and doing. Means I have no words actually to say anything. It was
we
such a
see
wonderful
you.
experience.
It'd be nice to see you. Are you in your bed clothes?
No. I can. But wait, just give me a moment. Can you see now?
Okay, Ashish. Very nice. Good to see
Hi.
you. Good to see
Hi,
you.
everybody.
Hi, Hare Krishna. Fantastic. Yeah, no, thank you. You were actually very generous with the Bhagavad Gita donations.
No. I did nothing actually. It is all Krishna. I did nothing.
Yeah, it's true. But and it's a little bit like this thing is all enlivening. Why? Because Krishna is enlivening.
It is actually the day. It is last time when we spoke, it was Ekadashi, and today is also Ekadashi. Ekadashi is a very important day for my life. I always fast and
you follow Ekadashi?
and try to do Nirjal fast actually. And,
very good.
And I can't believe that I am doing it without water and still speaking and still doing the regular activities. It is all bhakti actually. You would say it is all coming from Krishna, not me. I'm not doing anything actually.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Radhika also does Nirjal.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Vishal, yes, what would you like to say? You can unmute.
Haribol Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
No, it's wonderful. I didn't realize. I know you were doing such a fantastic program. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know you're doing a wonderful program, Jayanti, but I didn't realize how much of an impact and how widespread. I mean, just like you said, I'm sure Guru Maharaj's blessings, I'm sure Prabhupada's blessings on you and everybody else just showered down. You can see from the children, and that's the most gratifying thing, seeing these young children and the seriousness, but also the enthusiasm they've got. I mean, one young man who amazes me is, I think it's Prasanna Atma.
It's Lokeshwar. Lokeshwar.
Is it Lokeshwar?
Father's name is Prasanna.
Oh, sorry, Lokeshwar. You're inspiring. You've sat there all this time, and it's been a sorry, say again. Hare Krishna. Yes, sorry, I didn't hear that. No, just seeing him, the amount of attentiveness and he's been sat there. So these are the inspiration. It's like Madhusudan said. I mean, both of you will know, because you're the senior devotees, of all the efforts you put in all these years, like Guru Maharaj's, and it's almost seeing the fruit of all that in him sat there attentively listening to all this and taking it in. Everybody else on here, there are people I don't know, we can't see some of them, but here we are, nearly 9:30 on Christmas Day, and we're still going. So Hare Krishna to you and everybody else.
No,
Have a
thank
great
you.
Gita Jayanti Ekadashi, and like I said, it's Christ Mass. So we're celebrating baby Jesus, like baby Krishna.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is what Krishna comes in all the avatars, and we imagine we're celebrating his. This is Christ Mass. We're celebrating him.
I like it.
It's wonderful. Thank you. Hare
And
Krishna.
Lokeshwar is unique actually, because he joins us, I think, every Saturday and Sunday. And, you know, he just quietly listens, but actually he's absorbing so much. I remember asking him a question one time. He answered it so well. I was like, wow. It's a good boy.
Thank you, Babuji.
Hare Krishna.
But Jishnu is the one that always makes me laugh. He's so good. Jishnu, do some mischief. When you ask him to do it, he doesn't do it. No, he's a good boy, a really good boy. And Ganesh, thank you for training Shruti and Jishnu so nicely, because they're a real credit to you. Shruti's a very, very intelligent girl. She's inspired some of these things that we've done. Actually, the youth forum we started because of Shruti. So it's really thanks to her that it's happening. All right.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Damoda.
Dandavad Pranam. Very good. This was wonderful evening. It was wonderful evening. I'm impressed with children. How they are very good in Sanskrit pronunciation.
Yeah.
I'm nothing before him. Nothing. I'm nothing.
It's true.
I started to learn. I started to learn about 27 years, 29 years. I started to read Bhagavad Gita. I know Bhagavad Gita, but I didn't know. I started, but these children are very, very brilliant. They are very good.
It's priceless work, priceless.
Yeah. And the Puna Mataji is Sanskrit. Mataji.
She's
Very
superb.
good. Vrinda Mataji is very good. So many children, they are very good. They are very, very good presentation. And I'm very happy. Very nice. Thank you for participation during research.
I would like to get in touch with Purna Mataji if she doesn't mind.
Yes.
Just to give me a bit of a guidance of, my accent and my tone is not appropriate yet. Though the words I can read, but the tone is. So if you can give me a little bit of training on how to sing it, the way you sing it.
It will be my pleasure. And I heard you, the entire 11th chapter, after the 15, once the 15 shloka starts, from there, the tune changes actually.
Yeah, it changes.
So yeah, it is a little tricky on 11th chapter after the 15 shloka. So yeah, I'll be more than pleased to,
Just a little bit of not take too much of your time, because this is the first time I've read it like this. I mean, I read it like a prose, so this is the first time I've sang it like. So I would like to.
I sat through all of it.
Sing like you.
Sure. We will work it out, Mataji. We'll definitely work it out. I anyways will take your number from Prabhuji.
Yes.
As Shaivi has, she has picked up our conversation and she has shown her interest in appearing for Sanskrit Bharati examinations as well.
Very good.
Yeah. So I'll take your number from Prabhuji and we will be in touch.
Yes, sure.
This in fact can actually lead on to Prabhu. You could lead these beautiful sessions which has meaning of Bhagavad Gita, and Purna Mataji could actually have an offset, which is like how to chant. Bhagavad Gita.
That's a good idea. We could do that.
That would be a good idea.
Actually, this was Govinda Prabhu. He's not here at the moment, but his idea is that we do a sloka session. Exactly what you just said. So I will ask him if he's still wanting to do that, because he can actually lead that way.
That fits good. That will be.
Prabhuji, one quick question. Tomorrow, what time are we meant to break the fast? There are some
8,
different.
yeah. 8:05,
8,
10
yeah,
past
okay,
8
something like it.
until, we can tell you exactly in a minute.
Yeah, 8:05. If you're going by the calendar, the ISKCON calendar, then that says 8:05.
Yeah, that would be the right time.
Yeah,
Okay.
8:05.
All right.
Till
To
10:42. You got long time.
Oh, I don't go that far. 8:05 dot, I drink my water.
Me too, me too. Ashwin, Ashish, when do you break your fast in the morning? You maybe can't unmute. So Kamakshi, Kanchan, can you unmute?
Yeah.
Ah,
8:08 something.
Yeah, actually, I've seen the
9:30.
time, so I have enough time. I have no hurry. So between anything after between 8 to 10, I can do it.
That's fine.
Haribol?
Yes, Kamakshi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much. It was a lovely program.
Thank you.
In the past, I used to be working weekends, and whenever it used to be held at the temple, couldn't manage to stay for the whole Bhagavad Gita recitation. So it was really my pleasure to do it today. Thank you very much.
We've attended like tens of these, 30 of
Probably
these.
the best.
This is the best one we've
Well,
ever
apart
done.
from the one with Guru Maharaj, the first.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's very
good. Yeah, that was good. But this
Thank
is because of the children and the participation, and so many devotees did
I think
different.
my summary was minuscule compared to the others who were really they were using the PowerPoint and all that, and I thought, oh my God.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sort you out. Get you some stencils.
Credit to them, and really, really proud to be listening to them. And I think they made such an effort. It was very good, very good. Can't fault them at all.
Yeah, we want to just encourage them to do more and more. And,
That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Lokeshwar?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, nothing, Prabhuji.
Oh, okay. Oh, your dad. Yeah. Tell your dad you've been on it now 7.5 hours, nearly 8 hours. And you're not bored yet. Oh, yes, Saru. Saru?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare
First of all,
Krishna.
thank
So
you
nice
so
to
much.
hear you.
Saru was
Thank
very
you
good.
so much.
He was very,
Amazing.
very good.
I
Yeah,
really
Were you born in
appreciate it.
he was
Canada?
excellent.
No, actually, I am originally from India, and I came to Canada for higher education.
Okay.
So this is actually my second year in Canada.
You
And
sound like a
last year,
Canadian.
that must be the influence of people around here. But even originally, I'm actually from Chandigarh, which is a small city near Delhi. And it's my first time attending Gita Jayanti online. I always used to do it at ISKCON temple in my city. And this has been such a wonderful experience. And also, like, it's my first time reciting these shlokas. And I can't
Good.
believe that because of like Indalekha Mataji, she has like taken all of us under her wing and trained us thoroughly to
Good.
like enjoy the nectar of Krishna Katha and everything else.
And
Thank
you
you
work,
so much.
right? Oh, study.
She's studying.
Sorry.
You're studying, are you?
Yes, I am studying.
Okay. Very good. Well, it's holiday time, so join us during the weekday. The 3. I don't know what time it is your time, but
Yes, I think I'm attending tomorrow. Indalekha Mataji is giving a class in
She'll
Ramayana.
be the session.
I was there last time as well.
oh,
It was really wonderful.
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. You added a nice touch to the sessions.
It was all because of you, Prabhuji, and like I hadn't decided whether I was going to attend the whole session or not. But you urged me, and Krishna obviously has other plans, and I really, really appreciated it. It's it's been an enlightenment. And obviously the best way to spend my day, it's only been evening here in Canada, so it's like the whole Christmas morning and also Gita Jayanti spent listening to the verses and interacting with the community in London. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Who's from London here? Apart from us, me and her, Priti.
Radhika.
Priti and Radhika.
Saroj.
Mostly outside London. This is the beauty of Zoom, isn't it? It connects the whole world.
Saru was very good. Her pronunciation, the way she presented, very good. She looks so peaceful, so saintly.
Thank you so much, Saroj Mataji. That's an overstatement, I would say. It was my first try as well, same as you.
No, but it was excellent. Your performance was excellent.
Thank you so much.
It's a very sattvic face.
Thank you so much. It's amazing, isn't it? Don't even shut it down because it's devotee association is difficult to get. So yeah. We got more people from Coventry. Yeah, you're right. There's four of you, five of you.
You kept muting me. I had to come and share this screen now.
No,
you're not muting.
No, it's not for me.
It's all right. I sent a message saying we've got more people from Coventry.
Oh, no, we got Damodar and Vishal.
Yeah.
And it's good to see them. And he's always been a good supporter in Coventry, and but just to see Lokesh was sitting there patiently and absorbing everything. You're amazing, Lokeshwa. When I was your age, I didn't even, I knew Bhagavad Gita, but not that well.
Yeah.
But you're amazing. You're very fortunate. You see, it's Prabhupada's mercy of how he has distributed this love of Godhead, Krishna's, all over the planet, and it's a different spiritual energy. So you'll be, by the time you get to my age, I don't know what you'll be doing, but good grief.
Only lucky people get
Amazing.
selected by Prabhupada.
Well, it is actually, it's when you start off young like that, it's not just this lifetimes, it's lifetimes bhakti has brought you to this point. And to be born in a family of a devotee whose father is also, I'm sure, encouraging him and supporting him and giving him the best opportunity this lifetime to perfect his life. And, this is what Bhagavad Gita is, Krishna's message, when Krishna says one who studies this Bhagavad Gita is actually worshipping me. So when we are studying this, he actually is a kind of a worship of Krishna.
Intelligence, yeah.
With intelligence. Thank you.
She organizes the Children's Sangha. You still there, Priti? Oh, yeah. Priti, just what do you think of the kids?
Yeah, Hare Krishna, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely amazing. So many children were fantastic. I just cannot believe regarding Brinda, I had no idea she had it in her to go through that whole chapter. So I was so surprised. It was really wonderful hearing that. And there was Rianch as well. I've forgotten the other couple of children who did it in Sanskrit as well, but it's just amazing. Even hearing them do their summaries as well. I can just see how beneficial the pre-teens Gita classes have been, because I know a lot of these children who turned up today attend that, and yeah, I think it's just all amazing. And hearing everyone else do their the shloks as well, reciting, really nice. It's been a really nice Gita Jayanti as well. I've been to a few now, like spent, you know, going through the recitations and everything. But this has been a special one as well. So very special. It's up there at the highest ones. Yeah. Because so many kids reciting, and some and such young ages, just brilliant.
And actually, this is thanks a lot to you, because she and Vitesh together organize the children's sangha and get them to do dramas almost every week. And those dramas are so powerful because they get the children to speak, to think, to act, to dress. And I remember when I was doing those, like when we were in Gujarati classes, when we were like 11, 12, I still remember those dramas. They had such an impact on me. And I can believe that they'll have the same impact on these children. This is all thanks to Priti and Ritesh. They write the drama, the scripts every week. They train the kids. They do sessions with the children before the children's sangha. And then at the children's sangha, they get the children presented. So you don't know, Priti, how big an impact you're having on these kids. I know from my past. I remember from my past still.
It affects it helps them develop a good personality, stable personality in their adulthood, because they find an anchor in the childhood. And they can always compare the difference when they are adults, that what is right and wrong. They'll be more stable and they can't drift away in teenage or when they grow into older adults.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you. Wait. Rohit? Rohit is the one we made the co-host, and maybe that was not a good idea. You there, Rohit? Yeah. Okay, Rohit.
Go on.
Oh, no, don't know what he's up to now. So anyway, thank you, everybody. Kaushalya Mataji. You
Yes,
there?
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna was
you-
really nice, amazing, wonderful it was. Listening to small children reciting the little slokas so nicely with Swaha. It was first time I've heard with Swaha. You know, after each sloka you say Swaha. It was really nice. I really enjoyed it, but I couldn't listen the whole Gita because the battery was down. I have to keep on charging it again and then again putting it on. But I really enjoyed it. You know, it was really wonderful. Thank you so much, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Thank you, Maji. Always there for us. It's very nice. All right. So, I mean, we could just carry on to 8 o'clock in the morning and break our fast together.
Actually, shall we read the Katha, Ekadashi Katha, which we have done today?
Go on. So every Ekadashi has a Katha, and we can read this Ekadashi Katha. It's very auspicious to do that, especially on Moksha Ekadashi. So,
Okay. So, this Mokshada Ekadashi occurs during the waning moon in the month of November and December. The glories of this Ekadashi are described in the Brahmanda Purana in the conversation between Lord Krishna and Maharaj Yudhishthir. Once Yudhishthir asked Lord Krishna, "My dear Krishna, what is the name of the Ekadashi that occurs during the waxing moon in the month of November-December? Also, please explain to me in detail about the procedure for observing this Ekadashi." Lord Krishna said, "O best of kings, this Ekadashi destroys all one's sinful reactions. If one worships the Supreme Lord with Tulsi Manjaris on this day, the Lord becomes extremely pleased. By observing this Ekadashi, one achieves the result of performing Vajpayee sacrifice." There was a king named Vaikanasha who lived and ruled in the city of Champaka. The king was very affectionate towards the citizens. Many qualified Brahmins who were well versed in Vedic knowledge lived in his kingdom. One day the king had a dream that his father had fallen in the hell and was suffering unlimited miseries there. On saying this, the king became struck with wonder. The next day, the king disclosed the topics of his dream in an assembly of learned Brahmins. He also informed them that his father has requested him to deliver him from the hellish condition. Ever since the king had this dream, he became restless and did not feel any happiness or interest in ruling his kingdom. He even dealt with his family members indifferently. He thought that the life, kingdom, opulence, power, and influence of a son is completely useless if his father is suffering in hell. Therefore, the king pathetically appealed to all the learned Brahmins. Please tell me the way by which I can deliver my father from the clutches of hell. On hearing this appeal, the Brahmin said, O king, the ashram of Parvata Muni is situated a short distance from here. He is the knower of past, present, and future. You please relate the topics of your dream to him. After hearing their suggestion, King Vaikanasha, accompanied by the Brahmins and his subjects, went to the ashram of Parvata Muni. When Parvata Muni inquired about the well-being of his kingdom, King Vaikanasha said, "O my lord, we are all very well by your mercy, but in spite of possessing the kingdom and all the opulences, I am in great difficulty. In fact, a doubt has arisen in my mind, and in order to remove that, I have come to your lotus feet." After hearing the whole incident from the king, Parvata Muni sat deep in deep meditation. After a while, he got up from his meditation and said to the king, "My dear king, your father was very lusty in his previous life. Hence, he has degraded himself to this condition. Now you all should observe the vow of Ekadashi, which occurs during the waxing moon in the month of November-December for deliverance of your father, and donate the accumulated piety to him. Then, by the influence of that piety, your father will be relieved from the clutches of hellish life." After hearing these words from Parvata Muni, the king returned to his palace, surrounded by his entourage. Thereafter, in due course of time, the king with his wife, children, and servants duly observed this Ekadashi, which occurs during the waxing moon in the month of November-December, and dedicated all its piety to his suffering father. By the influence of his piety, the father attained the heavenly planet and blessed his son very much. O king, one who properly follows this Mokshada Ekadashi is certainly relieved from all sinful reactions. Mokshada Ekadashi ki jai.
So a couple of questions have just come up. One from Radhika about offering grains to the Lord on Ekadashi. Yes, he doesn't fast. We fast. Krishna doesn't have to fast. So if you want to offer grains to Krishna on the day of Ekadashi, that's absolutely fine. It's actually almost a requirement because he doesn't have, we don't make him fast. We fast, but he's okay, you know, he can chill.
And then you can partake that the next day.
Yeah, good. And second point was by Ashish. Very, very intelligent point. You know, he got there even without being told. He's saying on breaking the Ekadashi fast, actually, I keep forgetting to say that. We don't actually break the fast, we complete the fast. Our Guru Maharaj used to always have a go at me when I said break the fast. I've still never learned. On completing the fast next morning, I follow one ritual of passing the God's blessings to our forefathers. Yes, fantastic. This is one of the things that we can do with spiritual credits. We can pass them to our forefathers or anybody, actually. This is one of the advantages of, especially the Ekadashi fast is very, very good to do this. So every morning, every Ekadashi, the day after Ekadashi, we go before the altar, before finishing the fast, and we pray to Lord Krishna, thank you so much for allowing us to fast. Then we pray to Mother Ekadashi, and we say to Mother Ekadashi, please, thank you for allowing us to fast, but also give half of this punya, or whatever portion you want, to my parents or whoever it is, your forefathers. Even they don't have to be, living in the past. They can be those who are living now. You can pass the benefits on to anybody. And
It doesn't have to be related. It could be a friend or anyone.
Related, yeah. And then we go to the different personalities. We go to the spiritual master and we beg the spiritual master for his blessings before we finish the fast. That's very important. Blessings are very important. So we take the blessings of the Lord, the devotees, parents, like that.
And then offer them.
Offer them in your mind some food as well. Puna Mataji, any questions? You usually have one or two. Oh, of course.
Muted.
Yeah, everybody's muted. I think we might have to change this. Okay, everybody's unmuted now. Yes, Puna Mataji.
Thank you for asking, Prabhuji. For a change, I got two answers today to my questions when I heard, Radheshyam Prabhuji.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the story that he narrated about Narad Muni when he visits Ravan, and Ravan tries to, cut him up with his sword, and how beautifully he relates to the spirit of soul, and how we are born with that soul, and every single day or every passing day it shrinks. That was really a new. I mean, what I can say is it's a good concept for me to probably talk to children about it, because explaining soul is sometimes it can get abstract when we talk to little children. So that was my learning, my takeaway. And another takeaway that I was just sharing with my husband was, he says that whatever good karma you do, you fill your pot in that life, and that pot carries on in the next birth. So probably if you've done 30% in this life, in the next birth, you will have that store of 30%. And if you do anything, that will add on to that. So that was another, an eye opener, sort of, how our accounts work in, probably God's banks. So yeah, those were two good takeaways. I hope I understood them properly.
Yeah. The second point, I agree, means it is too good actually. Even I liked it too much.
Clarification. It's not good karma. Good karma will finish. Good karma, you will enjoy the fun and it'll be finished. But what he was talking about was spiritual karma, bhakti. So when we do bhakti, that's never lost. Good karma is finished. As soon as you feed somebody, you will get fed back as good karma, that food, whether in this life or next life, and it's finished. But when you feed somebody prasad, God's blessings, that stays for eternity. You never lose it. And as he said, if you do 1% or 30% of spiritual activity, in your next life, you start at 31%. That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. And the
But
other,
it does carry to the next life, though.
only spiritual karma. Good karma, it might carry to the next life, but good karma will one day finish because you will enjoy the fun, the fruit of that good karma. Okay. You have to enjoy the fruit of that good karma. Just like you enjoy or you suffer the punishment of bad karma.
Because sometimes some people do a lot of good karma. They are such good people, but they suffer the most.
Why do good things happen? Bad things happen to good people. That's what it is. Why do bad things happen to good people?
Why?
Because of karma. In their past life, they may have done something which means that in this life, they will enjoy a lot of riches, even though they're bad.
Mm,
And vice
yes.
versa. Somebody's done something really bad
Mm,
in their last life. And
mm,
this life, they suffer like anything without understanding why.
mm,
It's karma. We only see half the picture.
yes. That's the truth.
We don't know what's actually happened. But of course, we're not somebody to judge. We can't judge. Somebody's going through a hard time. It's not for us to say, oh, you did something bad in your last life, so you're suffering. No, no, no. That's their karma. That's their thing, that their cross to bear. It's not for us to judge somebody. As soon as we judge somebody, then we are incurring bad karma.
Krishna keeps the account.
Krishna keeps the account. And actually, suffering is because if one is always in enjoying mood, is always in no suffering, just happiness, then you're going to be stuck in this world forever. If there's unhappiness, you realize this world actually is full of misery. How do I find a solution to this misery? Then you start asking questions. If you're happy, there's no questions to ask. You're just gonna, like, there's the example of the sage who meets 4 types of people. He meets the prince, and he blesses the prince, never die, never die. He meets a brahmachari, a very austere man. He says, die immediately. That's his blessing.
Yes.
And he meets the butcher. He meets a butcher.
Never die, never live.
And he says to the butcher, I bless you, never die. Never die. And who was the 4th person? He met a devotee. And he said to a devotee, it doesn't matter whether you die or you
Yes.
those 4 kinds. Why? So for the first one, the prince, he said, never die.
Yes.
Because you're enjoying your next birth, you are going to suffer. You're killing so many animals.
Yes.
Drinking so much liquor, you're enjoying so many women. Just don't die. Because if you die, you're going to really suffer in your next life.
Yes.
So bless the brahmachari, the austere person. Die immediately. Because your next birth is glorious. You're now really suffering.
So much tapasya.
So just die. And your next birth is great. To the butcher, he said, never die. And what do you say? Butcher, it wasn't never die. Butcher's blessing was such that if you die, never, don't live, don't die, something like that. Because you're suffering now, and you're going to suffer later in your life.
Never die,
never lie, never die, and never live. And the devotee, he said, die or live, it doesn't matter, because you're already with God.
Yes.
Now, and when you die, you will be with God. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
So this is the point about karma.
Yes. Okay.
We're building our next life now.
Very good.
It's a really good pastime.
Yeah.
Purna Mataji, the other point about the soul is a very nice point. But just to understand that we are the soul, right? It's not that we have a soul. It's not that we have a soul. We are the soul. We have a body. The soul possesses this body. So we are actually a soul. And like you were saying, it becomes minuscule in this body. And as we grow spiritually, it slowly gets its form. Because we don't know what form we have, original form. We don't know what it is. But as we develop spiritually, gradually that form becomes manifest. By the mercy of Guru, he allows that to happen.
Very good. It's 20 past 12 now, or 10.
Wow. Thank you so much, everybody. It's a nice way to spend Ekadashi. Actually, the less you on Ekadashi, the better. It's recommended not to sleep on Ekadashi. But
is it?
yeah, what to do? You know, the body needs rest. We have to take rest. But when we do Ekadashi, that's very powerful. Very, very powerful. Okay. Thank you so much, Vishal.
Thank you. Thank you. You.
Sarojji.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Hari Bol Nabi. Hare Krishna to everyone.
Thank
Hare
you.
Krishna.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Wonderful.
Hare Krishna, Ritesh. Are you still with us?
Hare Krishna. Good evening, everybody.
Hare Krishna, Ashish.
Bye.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
everyone.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Lokeshwar. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Good boy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Kaushalya. Hare Krishna, Mataji. So nice. Amazing. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare
Thank you. Lovely evening. Lovely afternoon and evening. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it was, yeah.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.